Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. We are live and back at it again, folks. It's our Thursday night. It's the mega stream as we bring you 4 shows, 3 hosts, and 1 beautiful set of cameras to catch it all. It's going to be a crazy night here, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Get in that chat, click all the buttons as we bring you Bloodsport, Breakthru, Impact, and Unbreakable. Why is TNA doing 2? We don't know, but we're going to talk all about it here tonight. Me and these pretty faces have you for the next few hours, folks. It's going to be a marathon. It's going to be fun, and we are in Mania Week. Let's go. I didn't say the strap-in part, but let's go anyway. Ding, ding, ding. We are live and back at it again, folks. I hope everyone out there is happy, healthy, and safe. It's Friday, Junior. The weekend is upon us. We are but a couple days away from Mania, and it's going to be a fun one. We're getting ready for our Mania Marathon, and we can't wait. But tonight, 4 shows, TNA Impact and Collision are going to kick this one off. Part 2 of Spring Breakthru, coming off the heels of what was a crazy good Dynamite. And Impact is doing its thing as always. Then we're going to follow that up with a little bit of Unbreakable and Josh Burnett's Bloodsport 13, full of WWE talent, full of other talent from all over the world. It's going to be an exciting one, and we're going to take you through all of it. I will take a second to remind everyone out there, that is Anthony, that is Big Nick, and we are ready to go. I am KJ White. Do your thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Wrestling for Life Network proudly brings to you its tag stream trios champions of the world. And it's not the ups, but it's the man who puts the T in TNA Ringsider Anthony, the Every Night Delight KJ White, and I am benched Big Nick. Gentlemen, how do we feel about the endeavor we're about to partake in here of all the shows, all the wrestling? This is WrestleMania week of it's all the wrestling all the time, my guys.
So much wrestling packed in one night. It's insane. I'm like, what happened to the WrestleMania weekends where there was like a show midday? Then I had to realize that they're in on the other side of the United States, so they're ahead of behind us technically. So yeah, they had to cram all these in a couple of hours, but I'm excited. I'm excited for Bloodsport. I'm excited for Unbreakable. Yeah, it's gonna and I wasn't really excited for Spring Breakthru, but Dynamite actually showed up and showed out last night, so maybe Collision's gonna do something tonight.
Facts.
Yeah, absolutely. With all the wrestling going on in this week, and I mean, you see it on the internet, you see the social medias are a buzzing, whether you like it or hate it. I mean, I'm starting to turn on wrestling fans left, right, and center because everybody giving me a migraine lately. But again, if you're a wrestling fan, if you love wrestling, this is a great time to be alive and into it. Again, Dynamite was great last night in a lot of ways. Bloodsport's always fun. We've covered a lot of Bloodsports. So this is nothing new for us at this channel. Impact, again, I'm not sure. I think Unbreakable could have replaced their weekly show, but ultimately, who am I going to complain? At least 4 hours of TNA tonight. So, yeah, it shall be an interesting one.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm super excited for Bloodsport. Very heavy WWE influence with that one. I know you and I, KJ, talked about it a bit last night. Anthony, I'll throw it to you in the chat of how would you feel if it became the Thursday night wars of TNA Impact versus AEW Collision? If Collision moved permanently away from Saturday.
I'm going to need TNA to be on their own. Like, TNA still trying to find its footing. It don't need to be worn with nobody.
It's still bandy legs.
Yeah, they're still trying to, find their way a little bit. I kind of don't want that. I think Collision could find another night. They could be after SmackDown when SmackDown goes to 2 hours.
You mean Rampage where they died and they had to cancel that show?
Exactly.
Remember that. We all remember that, right?
I like TNA being on its lonely night by itself.
Absolutely. Now, before we get into all the fun stuff, let's say hello to the people. I hope you guys are doing well out there. Remember, folks, we are in the midst of a mega week, a mega stream tonight. But yes, we will remind everyone out there we are back tomorrow for SmackDown. The Hall of Fame's happening. The Andre the Giant's back. And then, of course, we are getting into Saturday, our marathon. We're looking forward to that one. If you haven't done so already, go check all our socials out. Check us out on Discord. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the fun. But that's the rest of the week. We've already checked off 3 of the days. Today's going to be an interesting one and all around. But Saturday, 12 p.m., we kick off. We come back on Sunday. So 20 plus hours of wrestling coverage by the time we're done just on the weekend, not counting tomorrow night, tonight, last night, where we did 2 shows. We got so much coming your way. Make sure you go get your WFU merch and make sure you're using that hashtag on all your social media. But welcome, 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 fans, friends, family, and everybody in between. Yeah, I mean, we got about 5 minutes before the start of 2 shows. Let us know what you're watching out there tonight.
Right? Do we need to like super rapid fire, or are we just gonna say hi collectively and now we're starting from anew?
No, we'll rapid fire through a bunch of these names. We'll thank the people for being here. So Maggie's the first one in the chat tonight. Bugsy's back with us. Eric, good to see you. Damien's back at it again. Michael Spikes, Cherokee George, Big Nick a couple times talking to himself. Wrestling Proud, how you doing? How you doing? Kevin, TJ, Bradley, ABJ, Larry, Eat God, how you doing? Larry, got you already. Sin Rock, welcome back. Welcome back. Rick Dawson's in the house. Saffit's with us. Sean's with us. Vance and Odds and Roll. That's Odds. That's Roll. Let's go. Theater is back at it again, causing trouble. Dennis, we got you. How you doing? How you doing? Scott Rizzo, always a pleasure, sir. Terrell, welcome to the show. Hashtag benched. Let's go. God, we got you. Oh, by the way, I clicked on it, but hi, MDB. Told me not to say hello to you. Sorry, my bad. But TJ Wrestling Proud 87 back with us. Clay Lewis is in the chat. Boston Gamer as always. Let's go. Let's go. Theater got you. Kyle, Mike, and Bradley. Bradley, the giver of gifts. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? But yeah, that's the gist of it. I didn't read any of the comments as I rolled through, but if there's anything you see that you want to click on, but yeah, we can definitely kill the next 3 minutes now.
There was one that I saw, and I will just answer. I can't remember exactly who asked it. I know you were clicking through it, but so I'll explain how. Well, at least to the U.S., Canada might be a different story. International might be a different story. But how you can watch all the shows that we're watching. So Collision, you can get it on YouTube TV, all of that, Max, all of your basically your Time Warner cable providers. Bloodsport is on Triller. You get the $4.99, you get the Triller Plus, you get everything GCW and Wrestling Evolver and all of that included. TNA Impact is on. Are they still on Access on their cable provider? At least in the US. And then the TNA Plus, and I did drop it earlier, and it's in the Discord too as well. There is a code for a free month, so you can watch TNA Impact and you get Unbreakable as well, which that's where you can watch Unbreakable. Or if you want to spend $9.99 on Triller TV, hashtag not sponsored on any of that. Although we should be at this point. God damn it!
Let's go. Let's go. We should. We've been paying them very well. Anything big jumping off of the Impact card that we should be making notes of?
Off the top of my head, I don't think. Oh, Elias is speaking tonight. It's like what's next for Elias or Elijah, right? I think it's Elijah. So we got that happening tonight. One half of Spitfire, I think it's Danny Luna, is taking on Jakara Jackson. That should be fun. If anyone missed their tag team match like 2 weeks ago, you missed a banger of a match with Lash and Jakara and Spitfire. So I'm excited to see where that goes. Outside of those 2 things, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything else happening tonight on Impact.
Very good, very good. Anything jumping out at you for Collision tonight, Mr. Nick?
I honestly, I don't know what the card is. I really don't know what the card is. I was actually going to ask an entirely different question, but yeah, I don't know the Collision card. I'm excited for the Bloodsport card and the Unbreakable card. Well, I was going to ask of Anthony, and I know even KJ, I think we both kind of talked about it. If you want to say it, well, Anthony's a TNA guy. Don't give me that face. But of TNA having their weekly show and then Unbreakable, right after it? Could it have not just been Unbreakable? Should it have not just been Unbreakable?
I mean, in the one-time case of them, not having Impact, I think tonight could have been the night where they just don't do Impact and have Unbreakable. But for a TNA fan, giving me 4 hours of TNA on one night, I might be okay with
it. Seems fair. Now with Bloodsport, I mean, that card is actually really stacked with a WWE talent, but a lot of interesting matchups with Bloodsport. Natty going to be in action. How do we feel about that?
Oh, I like it. And yeah, it's very WWE forward. I feel like there's, outside of 1 or 2 matches on the card, there is a WWE contracted talent involved.
Yeah, Royce Isaac taking on Tavian Heist, Shayna Baszler taking on Konami, Josh taking on Gabe Kidd, which should be amazing. Zack Sabre Jr. taking on Jonathan Gresham. So 2 guys we're very familiar with. Kratos.
Well, I was waiting. I wanted to bring up this match because I was like, leave my short king alone. Leave my short king alone. I know you're going to be coming at Jonathan Gresham. Leave my short king alone.
Okay, bro.
Short king.
Yes.
All the love for the short king out there. Karrion Kross taking on Kratos, but should be excellent. Karrion Kross recently going back to his old theme, which is optimistic for him. Petrovich taking on Mayaka. I don't know. Charles Dempsey, you know how I do with names. Taking on Aoki. Natty taking on Yamashita. Layla Hirsch taking on Jordan Blade. Now, Layla Hirsch has been making a lot of news. And then, of course, Timothy Thatcher and Pete Dunne, 2 guys very familiar with each other.
Former tag team partners, I believe.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Right. But so I've got Nigel and Shivani at the start of Spring Breakthru, and I'm getting a replay video to start off Impact.
Here we go, folks. Get in that chat. Let us know what's on your mind. The prediction title will not be on the line tonight, if you are wondering. We will still take your predictions as we go as best we can. But yeah, with the multiple shows, a little tricky. So get in there. I see Bear hanging out with us. Mikey, how you doing? Damien, the leader of the Hopium tribe, in case we haven't said hello to you. KJ, tonight we're going to get Mance versus Sammy, Barbwire Massacre. This is going to be intense.
Yeah, I'm excited for that.
That is the only match I'm looking forward to on Unbreakable. All due respect, that is the only match I give a flying FUCK about on Unbreakable. I know we're getting the international, the formerly known as the digital media title tournament finale and everything like that on that card. I want to see Mance Warner and Sami Callihan in Barbwire. Just, yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, that match is going to be insane. I'm looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to my prediction of Steve Macklin walking out as international champion. Man liked my tweet about him earlier this week saying he needed to win that title. So I'm rooting for him tonight to win that title. So I'm excited for that too. I'm taking a quick peek at the Impact card. It's actually kind of knockouts and NXT women's division heavy with Heather by Elegance teaming with Maggie Lee to take on Gigi Dolan and Tatum Paxley. We got Zaya Brookside taking on Jasmine Nix from NXT, and we got Jakara Jackson taking on Danny Luna. So it's really knockouts heavy tonight.
Absolutely. Speaking of the women, big tag match on Collision as Mercedes going to team up with Harley, taking on Julia Black and Stat, Tony Storm on commentary. And again, it's a live episode back in Boston, which killed it last night. Commander versus Nick Wayne for the Ring of Honor World TV Championship. Adam Cole, TNT Champion, Open Challenge.
Damn. I've got Marina Shafir beating the hell out of, I guess, insert stagehand. I literally for half a second couldn't make out whether it was Hook, Nick Wayne, Wheeler Yuta, half the AEW roster, all that, and I was like, oh, he's just a regular guy. He's just a guy.
Yeah, if they give out belts for beating up random people, Shafir might get one.
You're right. Russell Lills, what up? Letting us know that there is a 5th show we could be watching of JCW Lunacy airing right now.
Yes, and there's also Ring of Honor as well. Like, there's all the wrestling. Like, there is insane amount of wrestling happening this week. So
I didn't know Ring of Honor was on too. Shoot, that's a lot.
It's normally Thursdays.
Okay.
Well, and this is what I always like about WrestleMania season, of just literally when you get to overindulge and you have like stuff like the GCW Collective and you get all these different promotions that you haven't heard of. Like Defy did a show in the middle of the day earlier today. I know DDT's doing a show, I think tomorrow. You get all these offshoot little one-off like pop up here. You get to expose yourself in front of everybody. Sounds like a speaker, but yeah.
As we kicking off TNA with Jason Hotch from the Great Hands versus Laredo Kid. So I'm excited about that match. They've been doing some stuff with Laredo Kid lately. So see where that goes with the Aztec Warriors.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, and so on Collision, we've got everything with the Death Riders are out here right now. Like they're all pissed off because they just lost the belts, the trios. But I almost wonder, like, it's funny you said this is live because this feels like this would be taped of like they're coming right off of and answering after we just had all the baby faces and the whole company out there popping champagne, hitting the gritty and everything.
It's a bit of exaggeration. I mean, we had Evil Uno and fucking Shorty Lee, and let's not get like.
No, you had Will Ospreay, you had Swerve Strickland, you had Kevin Knight, you had Samoa Joseph, you had
he was in the match.
Hobbs out there.
He's in the celebration.
That's what I'm saying. They acted like they were, we're partying like it's 1999 because we just beat the Death Riders.
If anyone saw the videos of Tony going around, he was definitely partying like it was 1999.
Forever.
They did act like they had won the Super Bowl last night. It was a lively end to Dynamite last night.
Right. In these belts that hadn't mattered up until last night. And again, don't get us wrong. I mean, I thought Dynamite was the best Dynamite. I see some people like best Dynamite ever. I do kind of want to kind of phooey on the idea. Like I thought Mercedes and Athena had a good match, but people talking about like the best women's match of all time.
No.
Like what? What? It was okay. It was good. It was solid. There's more to go there. Anthony, how do you feel about Josh Alexander?
Oh man, as soon as I heard the heartbeat, I lost it. I was like, this is Josh. I just hope that they book him correctly, they book Speedball correctly, and they don't get the Deonna Purrazzo treatment. I just don't need that happening. That's what I'm hoping for.
You mean that bench Deonna Purrazzo?
The one that does.
We need you to come out with bench merch, my guy. We've been through this whole conversation. I wanted to bring up your second favorite publication, by the way. Sat there and put out an article specifically titled WWE Benched Omos or Benches Omos.
First and foremost, Sean Ross Sapp is the biggest fucking whiner.
Oh, no, it wasn't even about him. I was talking about Cultaholic. You just shoot. I know who you're talking about.
I want to start
a second.
Like, listen, Cultaholics become a shell of itself, and all they do is regurgitate stuff that other people did. Like they throw up more than fucking, a drunk on a roller coaster. It's not good. But unfortunately, I've been a little disappointed with Cultaholic and how they approach things nowadays. A lot of clickbait. Sean Ross Sapp goes into a tirade, and then he does that old, like, I know what people are going to say. We're going to say it because you're wrong. And I mean, again, there's a difference between not using somebody and signing them to bench them, or signing them and benching them. This idea that they rushed to sign Natty because she was going to go be in the Owen Hart, that's bullshit. That's his conjecture. That's what he thinks. And maybe whatever. But Natty's completely happy, and we're going to see her tonight. But not using people and benching people completely, like this idea that we need to sign all the talent just so the other guys can't get it. This isn't like Vince did that a lot. This isn't happening. And actually, we're getting a lot of wrestlers released to watch upset the wrestling fans. So if you don't use them, the wrestling fans are mad at you. You release them, the wrestling fans are mad at you. You have, we're going to have 6-hour Raws and 6-hour SmackDowns because Omos is going to come in and shake the world. Like anybody sitting around going, fuck, I really wish we had an Omos match tonight. Nobody.
I mean, I would like me some Omos in an AJ Styles Logan Paul match. We rekindle Omos and AJ Styles, but
Omos joins Logan Paul.
I've tried to storm this hill already. I don't know how you feel about this, but I know what you. I'm sorry. Did I roll my eyes out loud? That is so apropos and so fitting.
The only Omos match that comes to my mind that I actually liked was at, I think, a Crown Jewel, and I think it was Brock Lesnar, or it might have been, was it Brock?
Yeah,
that was the only Omos match that was really entertaining.
I will say though, still, and I said this the other night, then just leave him in Noah. He was doing great in Noah. If you aren't going to use him, why the fuck did you bring him over?
Who said Noah wants him? We're again as fans.
He was just there. He was just one of their tag champs. Everything. No. You said a lot of things. You don't get to say who said that Noah wants him. He was one of their tag champs.
They had they listen. You don't know.
No, you listen. He was one of their tag champs. Just sit there and say that Noah didn't want him.
You're doing
that's blind. Just counter arguing. You're arguing just to argue now.
Sean Ross Sapp does is they're not in these rooms. They're not part of the conversations. They don't know what the plans are. Sean Ross Sapp and others have used examples of like Alexa Bliss. We don't know what happened to Alexa Bliss, but people are just trying to make their argument stronger. So they say, oh, look, they benched Alexa. No, they didn't. Natty, when they were using Natty, all I heard from the online community, Natty sucks. Natty's not good. We don't want Natty. Why is Natty getting this shot? Now, they benched her. Nah, she's close to retiring. She's at the end of her career.
The last time the last time Natty was in a legitimate feud was when she was feuding with Rhea Ripley when she was women's world champion, and people hated it that she was getting the opportunity. And then over the past couple of days, I've been seeing people talk about they've benched Natty, and I'm like, half of y'all don't even like Natty. A good 99% of y'all don't even know the potential Natalya has. And I've been secretly a Natalya fan for so many years. So now you want to outcry for her? Boo-hoo. Go somewhere. I'm sick of all y'all.
Be a secret Natalya fan, but then you mentioned all these people and didn't talk about Omos all that much about what I was saying. Of just leave his ass to Noah.
No, again. You don't know what they're doing with him. If they have him at the Performance Center and they're working with him,
I can't wait to see Roman Reigns versus Omos at WrestleMania 42. In Roman's retirement match. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
The other argument then is release him. Just release him.
No, why don't you just leave him in Noah where he was fine?
Why would I pay him to work at your job? Why would I pay him if he's my guy? Why would I pay him to go there and work for you?
Who said they were paying him?
Who pays his checks?
That could have been Noah at that point.
Oh, well, you did again more guessing from the wrestling media.
I just think it's crazy that you said that Noah didn't want him when he was a champion.
We don't know that they didn't have a time frame with him. And again, nobody out there is begging like, where are we going to put Omos versus LA Knight at WrestleMania? Is anyone else?
Then leave him over there.
Why? You don't know what they're doing.
You're not going to use him.
You don't know what they're doing with him. You don't know. But people act like they know. Sean knows shit. Meltzer
I'm not arguing that I know. I'm just arguing I'll say this. What I know is they're not using him right now.
What if the man didn't want to stay in Japan for the rest of his fucking life? Being fucking 8 feet taller than every other human that's living there.
Fuck you.
As Laredo Kid wins the first match.
Back to the action, folks.
Why did I storm the hill again and thought I could? I don't know. There's people out there that agree with me, and they might be.
Sean Rossap, that's your friend. That's your friend.
I gotta present the counter argument because that's what we do here. Is we present all the sides, and we have an open dialogue.
The problem with the counter argument is it's based on speculation. It's not based in any facts. These like Sean Ross crap, fucking cultaholic, regurgaholic. These people are just guessing. They're guessing, and they don't like nobody's. If you brought Omos back and he was in the main event on the Raw after Mania, people would be blowing up the fucking social medias with, "I can't believe Omos is here taking a spot." That's the fucked up part. Yeah. Again, it's just fucking. How do I sound? How do I paint this in the most negative possible picture? Everything that got said by Triple H or Nick Khan or Seth Rollins or Roman Reigns over the last 4 days has been chewed up and spit out by everybody for 4 days. Do y'all even like wrestling? Like everything that gets said, I'd explain something, and actually the person responded and said, I can understand that. But like Triple H saying, like I saw another content creator, and I won't say his name because I actually do like the guy, but like on there whining because Triple H said, stop watching wrestling like critics. Look what we do. We are critics. But the content creator got all upset. As a fan, I'm allowed to criticize. 100%. We agree with that. That's not what Triple H was saying. Triple H wasn't saying, don't watch the shows. Triple H wasn't saying, don't boo what you don't like. What he's saying is don't go into wrestling shows already with that critical mind. Go into it as a fan. Enjoy it a little. But every little botch, like Jordan Grace should retire based on the internet because she fucked up a tope. And that's all he was saying. But people, there's this twisted toxicity that nothing. You could say, I love little kitties. And people would be like, what, you don't like dogs? What the fuck? It's ridiculous.
No, I agree 100%. I think it is ridiculous. You went on a 15-minute rant there, and I loved every bit of it. But like when it comes to Sean Ross, the thing that turned me off the most about him was a couple of weeks ago when Gail Kim was let go from TNA, and he went on this whole tweet of how the audacity of TNA to fire Gail Kim. But then when the truth started to come out, he decided to put all that information behind a paywall and didn't want to bring it out to the whole fandom after he made a whole stink about Gail Kim being fired. And that's what bothers me about these so-called reporters in WWE or in wrestling, I should say, because they'll put their opinions out there, but when the truth comes out, they either put it behind a paywall or they stay silent. And it just annoys me to see, and even some of the outrage over the past couple of days. Now, I missed the whole Triple H comments, yesterday. I didn't see that until I actually watched the stream here last night. But like the whole Roman Reigns thing that came out today, everybody is up in arms and upset. And I'm like, just move on with your life. I don't get it. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I don't even belong in this universe because I feel like I'm on an island by myself because I don't care what anybody else does. Do what you want and move on. But I don't know. This has been the worst week of wrestling fandom I have ever seen in the history of wrestling.
Yeah,
it was all set to happen. Well, folks,
how's
this is why, again, we have the WFU and everything. If you haven't joined it already, if you aren't using the hashtags, if you haven't, denounced your IWC membership for the WFU membership, what are you doing with your life right now? But this, I mean, how apropos is it that they're in Vegas and the wrestling fandom is just crashing out? They're crapping out. They're hitting fucking, loser. They're, fucking going all in and losing every hand on this shit right now all week. Like my timeline is atrocious right now.
You know what? I tweeted something out today, and yes, I tweeted it because I'm old. But if you read social media, you would think that like WrestleMania is a bust, nobody cares, this is garbage. I saw thousands and thousands and thousands of people just lined up at the merch store today. Videos going around. WWE World's
that line to just like WWE World made me never, ever, 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 ever want to go to like a WrestleMania or anything because I don't have time to sit in a fucking line like that. I got better shit to do in my life than that.
Right. But there's more people standing in line to get a t-shirt at WWE WrestleMania merch than attended some of the wrestling shows this week. And be, nobody cares. It's garbage. No, people give a shit. The internet audience, and that's why we want to be the WFU, has become so toxic. And all, like I said, they find bad shit in everything. The guy, like, pick any of the comments that were controversial this week, and somehow, and again, it's like, you're so vain. I bet you think this song is about you. I bet you think this quote's about you. Like when a guy says, just try and be a fan. Like, don't leak out everything. Enjoy it. People are like, I can't believe he's telling me to just enjoy. Like, it's fucking nuts. It is crazy how negative everything got. As far as Roman goes, here's our stance, and it's always been our stance on this channel. The religion, politics, race, any of that shit. We don't. This is our escape from all that.
Right.
I don't care who votes for who. I don't care what they do in their personal life, as long as they're not hurting anybody. Live your life. It's too short. I know you, like, I'm a Canadian, so I get away with it because we don't take our politics as serious, clearly, because it's a fucking mess. But nonetheless,
ours is a mess, but we take it really serious.
Demanding Roman apologize. I don't care who he votes for or who he supports. If that guy aligns with his beliefs, so be it. But it doesn't affect anything. Like, do you stop watching a show if the lead actress supports somebody or feels a certain way? This is our escape from the chaos.
With all of this, and this is what I will say as far as the whole Roman thing, because I had seen that again. That's been the fucking crash out of my goddamn timeline, which is just annoying at this point. Christ, the fucking Twitter wouldn't still be a fucking app, I feel like, if it wasn't for wrestling fans crashing the fuck out at this point. But with the whole Roman thing, I want to actually sit through and actually read through the whole interview or watch the whole interview. I don't know if it was text or if it was actually recorded or anything, because that's the thing, is I feel like a lot of people are making opinions on this about just fucking clickbait headlines and everything, because engagement farming is the way a lot of these fuckers make money right now and everything. It's Christ, fuck fake news. There is no news at this point. But that's the thing, is I want to actually see what was said, because every article I saw very much put Roman going different to what the headlines have said or whatever. But either way, politics, this is all the bullshit from actual reality. This is the escape from that.
Exactly.
But I want to actually get the full context of everything before I'm going to sit there and crash out on Twitter and fucking, rage quit life just because, somebody said something about my favorite wrestler online.
Right. How's Collision going?
I right now have Kevin Knight and Lance Archer. I feel bad because I love me some Kevin Knight, and we've talked all over this fucking man's match.
Right. Appreciate it, MDB. I said the same thing, Anthony. I'm not sure what you said, but MDB said it too. Wow.
I don't even remember what I said.
I do have Jasmine Ninks on TNA.
Yes,
Let's
versus
go.
Zaya Brookside.
Big ass chokeslam from Archer onto Kevin Knight. 1, 2, dos amigos.
Yeah, Kevin Knight's winning that match. So, folks, if you want to tell us who you think's going to win between the matches that are currently happening,
right between the rants, if you want to let us know your predictions on the match.
To go back to what you said about how you saw so many people talk about how excited they are for WrestleMania.
Yeah.
My best friend is at WrestleMania. He's there now, and we talk almost every day through Discord, but this man can never text me. He never texts us back, or he takes a long time to reply. Today, this man has been blowing up my phone because he went to WWE World. He met Trey Miguel. He met Zachary Wentz. He met Anthony Luca from LFG. He called me so I can help him potentially buy tickets to TNA Unbreakable tonight. These people are excited about WrestleMania, whether the build is there or not. I'm excited about WrestleMania. I might have not been a fan of some of how we got to WrestleMania, but it's WrestleMania. I'm here. I'm excited. And I think some people just lose the excitement around a big show because they just want to put their 2 cents in everything, and everything just doesn't deserve an opinion. That's kind of how I feel.
And I think that's what Triple H is saying. He's not saying don't criticize things that are bad. Like, I think, Anthony, you were on the record of, like, you haven't been a big fan of the triple threat build.
Right.
That's allowed. Like, if you're not enjoying it, that's okay. But it's this idea of going like, I can't wait to see what they fuck up today. Like,
exactly.
I don't turn on a hockey game or a football game going like, can't wait for the Bills to punt right, left. Like, what are we doing?
Fuck you. Why you got to take a shot at me?
Because I knew you would agree.
What did I do to you?
You would agree. You're like, I don't do that. I'm
obviously. Boston Bruins, Tuukka Rask. How did you feel about that? You clapped for that man.
I can't believe I had to watch him on wrestling. It's so upsetting.
Anthony's still trying to figure out who Tuukka Rask is.
Yeah, Tuukka what?
Tuukka who? Tuukka you? Tuukka me?
Kevin Knight with a big win, by the way. Again, Kevin Knight, another one of these names that just came in. There's a lot of good things happening in AEW. We gave the glowing marks on AEW last night. I was thrilled about AEW. And then I got online after the show and I'm like, fucking hate all of you. All of you. I was so pumped. And it's just like this sour ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend vibe of just like, neener. We did good. This is the best ever. Like, relax. Like, what are we doing?
Just be good. Just be good. You don't need to Dragon Balls through everybody's shit.
Right? Just be humble. A little humility goes a long way.
Be humble.
Like all these people, the WWE keeps shooting at AEW. A, they're not. B, they're only answering questions. C, Nick Khan did, but did it like a pro. And that's the difference. Where Tony Khan, has called Triple H, HBK assholes. He's, he went on the record. Asshole. Right? Bald asshole. Sorry, I left out the bald part. Yeah, but I mean, again, like Tony Khan doesn't have the savvy that a Nick Khan has. So Nick just slides one in there and it's more of a shot to the kidney where, Tony Khan comes out and he's like the little brother just swinging at your head and you just got him by the forehead. Like,
that's the shit that to me makes wrestling fun. 100% of they are, and it is very much a little bit sorry, not sorry. Like you said, of just, I got my hand on your forehead and you're just swinging at air. I'm going to keep doing this and I'm going to keep doing this. And if we just so happen to collide, that type of vibe. But yeah, I like that they're going a little tit for tat. Now, is it awkward does times, I'm not going to rehash a full argument. Does times Nick Khan say some things about venting people on the sidelines that he shouldn't say? But yes.
Yeah. Should he keep telling the truth? Yes.
Shut up.
If Nick Khan can say something that people can't prove, again, I've asked. I have asked online. I asked on this channel.
Well, back to, I guess, the original.
What we're going to hang our hat on.
The original, I think, start of this whole discussion, if I'll get back there real quick, was that any sort of news story, any sort of reporting you see about wrestling is rumors. Yes. There is no Adam Schefter. There is no NFL or WWE insider or anything. The best you're going to get is like a guy like Sam Roberts, who's clearly on the fucking payroll and everything. So you're not going to get completely unobjectified in different fucking news. It's all rumors. It's all speculation.
For sure. I really do. And I mean, again, we champion enjoying the wrestling and having fun. Like here tonight, we're watching 2 shows already. We're going to watch 2 more shows later on. TNA is rolling right now. Anthony, what you got?
Yeah, we got Jasmine Nix and Xia Brookside, and they're actually really putting on a phenomenal match. I really hope they kind of push Xia Brookside down the line because she's really a good talent in TNA. They've been kind of holding back on her, I feel like, a little bit.
What about Xia Li?
Xia Li, I don't know what happened to her. She got beat by Tessa, and we ain't seen her since. I think she might have had a tag team match on Impact that involved Tessa. I think she teamed with Masha. And then we haven't really seen her. So I think they're putting her on the back burner a little bit. I think when we charge towards Slammiversary, we still got Under Siege in May. I think they'll, do something with Xia Li.
Right.
Statlander and Jamie Hayter backstage with Renee Paquette.
What are your thoughts on Moxley challenging Joe at Double or Nothing? I think it would be Joe challenging Mox. I think it's very.
It could be, honestly, at this point, the other way. I don't care.
At first, I thought he was mentioning Joe Hendry. I was like, wait a minute. But Samoa Joe.
Mentioned this cage of no one, even AEW, no one has paid attention to Double or Nothing. We forgot Double or Nothing existed. We've gone straight, damn near almost from Revolution right on through to the other side to All In.
Right.
Yes, there's a lot of stairs at the All In sign, and no one's talking about double or
Yeah.
nothing.
But did they point? Did they point?
Right. Samoa Joe. I'm still shocked that the world champion got tapped. And actually, I watched the replay. People in the chat last night said Moxley tapped. When I watched the replay, I didn't see a tap. Even watching the replay, I never saw Moxley tap. He just instantly passed out like Wendy Chu, just out. What the fuck?
Well, when you're into that shit, sometimes it creeps up on you and it just catches you off guard. Of we don't know what they do behind closed doors, and I don't want to know, respectfully.
It just seemed like crazy. Like, could you imagine Gunther gets choked out in
Like
a
Jimmy Uso right before he's about to defend the title versus Jay.
Yeah, like tomorrow night.
Like if Jimmy really fucked Gunther up in that match, so where Gunther like bloodied him and was sitting there, dancing in the fucking, Uso fucking DNA on him. But if Jimmy fucked Gunther up there, that's what that would be.
It's just such a weird thing, especially because Moxley has been like so like he's the guy that doesn't like you can't stop me. I'm crazy. You can beat me to death. You can hit me with spikes. I'm gonna live. And then little choke, he's like, I'm out. Fuck it, I'm done.
Right. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
As on TNA, we just mentioned Xia Li, and she shows up. She shows up next to Xia Brookside, as she beats Jasmine Nix. But Rosemary came out and took out one of the members of Fatal Attraction with the Green Mist. So I think it might be a trios type match setting up soon with all 6 of them.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, I figured too that would be close in the alphabet of Xia Li and Xia Brookside might be close in the alphabet. So that's why might be there where they're together. I can say any bit of it. I just go through a whole fucking sentence.
AEIOU.
AEIOU and sometimes W.
My favorite part was we could see that you knew what was happening, but you couldn't stop it. Like, did you just have
sometimes gravity and physics fucking fails you?
That's amazing. But ladies and gentlemen,
it's not. It's a fucking colossal failure.
Hey, everybody botches, bro. Everybody botches.
Right, but now how many people on Twitter are gonna be calling for my head and saying I can't wrestle and everything like that because I fucked up, because I stumbled, because I was scared of Gunther.
It's like I'm sorry.
I'm not afraid anymore.
Do you hear me? I'm not afraid of you anymore.
What's up, Denisha? What's up, Mikey? What's up, Kevin? ABJ, Renee Paquette getting some love from ABJ. Eric Isaac, how you doing? How you doing? See Money, always a pleasure. 2025 and Samoa Joe is a legend, and I love him. He is amazing. And so back to the double or nothing question. I like Joe in like a prominent spot. And actually, the Ops is dangerous without Hook. Hobbs and Shibata and Joe, you're like, shit, that's
Can
scary.
we say that Hook might not have the stomach for this shit? But I mean, Hobbs, Shibata, Samoa, and Joseph, that's a dangerous combination. Samoa Joe should have been for the longest time their champion and held it for a while because he's the only one that actually feels like a legit fucking badass next to maybe Bobby Lashley. That like, actually, if I came across you and I asked you to sign my 18 Polaroids at the airport, you might legitimately choke me out.
Right. I'm confused with Rosemary helping Xia Brookside.
Go ahead, Anthony. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I think they're setting up like a NXT versus TNA with Fatal Attraction taking on Rosemary, Xia Brookside, and Xia Li or Yeling Yi in TNA. So I think that's where they're kind of going there with that. That's why I think Rosemary is by Brookside's side.
Yeah, that's one of the tough name changes I haven't got my head around at all. Is Xia Li.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's a tongue twister.
I feel like I might offend more people fucking it up, so I'm
gonna just said her name and her uncle's name all in one sentence.
What? What did you say? I didn't hear you. Repeat it for the class.
I think you named after her whole family in one sentence.
Exactly. The fucking whole lineage, all in one name. But we're getting Ishii, Rocky Romero, and then Josh Alexander and Takeshita.
Oh.
I already got excited. I already might have gotten excited about, I thought we were going to get Josh Alexander versus Takeshita, but now we're getting tag team action player. Holla, holla, holla.
You can't do Josh Takeshita out the gate for nothing. I mean,
you were already mad if he showed up and then lost to Hangman.
I think I saw some people defending it, and there's a mini podcaster up there that just doesn't know what she's talking about. I mean, again, I don't think it's a good look for. We've given WWE in trouble a lot, carrying Cross and I mean, the list goes on. I could sit here for 20 minutes and go through all of them, but carrying Cross is a good example. Bringing people in, making them look weak. Vince McMahon did that all the time. It was almost like a gut check. Like, I don't care where you came from, you're mine now, and we're gonna put you under. And I think he had that feeling in and out of wrestling, but nonetheless, the point being, I think Josh being a badass, coming in a tournament, getting rolled up, and I don't know that I love Josh with Callis, because Callis has been a farce. Like, Callis isn't cool. Like, Callis isn't a badass. Like, the Callis family has been laughable at best for 2 years.
It's a phallus palace
at best,
right?
I must have missed Josh Alexander being with Don Callis. I probably missed that last night. I didn't even know that was a thing.
So after he takes the L, Callis whispers to Josh. Josh jumps in the ring and beats up Adam Page.
Oh.
Now, where I get confused and about the Samoa Joe thing is, so Moxley has an issue with the Bucks. The Bucks are trying to suck up to Moxley, I think. But then the Bucks have an issue with Page. Page has an issue now with the Callis family. Swerve has an issue with Page. Like, there's no, like, what are we doing? Who, what, where, when? How did we get here?
Well, there's layers, unfortunately, with this. And unfortunately, on an extra level, there are layers of bullshit. Like the Josh Alexander thing, I like Josh there. I can agree with you. I just, more to me, it would be a whole lot cooler if the Owen final, especially right now, if it would have been Hangman versus Ospreay, and the winner gets Swerve versus the winner gets Moxley at this point. That's already a fail of, I think, just across the board that they're introducing talent. And again, oh Christ, I'm going to fall into the goddamn trap. I'm going to pivot and read off Spaz's super chat. So I cannot agree with a potential argument I have made before. But Spaz with a $10 super set saying K Jiggity Jam and Flibbity Jibbity Slicky Trick Nick and the Sticky and Sweet Tony O-Rings with all the nicknames, big love, boys, and big respect for what you are attempting tonight.
This ain't the first, and it won't be the last, my friend, but we do appreciate the love. Right. Ain't nobody do it like we do it.
Right.
So right now, if anybody is watching at home and you're watching along, let us know what you are watching. Are you watching multiple shows? Are you watching one show? Is there stuff that's going on that you're liking? Did you like Dynamite last night? And again, Dynamite rave reviews. I don't want to be picky because there were some funky things in there. But as far as being entertained for 2 hours, nailed it.
Best show of AEW of 2025.
Yes.
And best show of WrestleMania week. I would say so far better than Raw's go home show for Mania.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And again, I would expect, like, I mean, I know that, like, that's groundbreaking, but I want AEW to have a bang out show like that. This was a big show for AEW. They showed up, they showed out. We know what the go-home shows have become. Like, we don't want to get anybody hurt on the final show before we go. A lot of build, not a whole lot of action. So, yeah, it was a bit of a go-home show. Raw gets a 6 or 7. And same thing with NXT. A little bit subdued. Not my favorite NXT episode of the year. and then Dynamite came out swinging. I mean,
Yeah.
people are talking about Takeshita Ospreay being match of the year.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
that's aggressive, but yeah.
It's early.
I mean, we're 4 months into 2025, so maybe, but that's bold strategy, Cotton.
Right.
Well, on an entirely different note, and I guess I should have been wearing the other shirt, and we do have it out there on the merch store and everything like that. Anyone else just a big fan of Seth Rollins now after he points out about what we've said for the longest time about star ratings?
See, this is where like I've missed the whole internet the past like 3 days.
No, that's not a problem. That's a blessing.
So what did he say? I need to be enlightened of what he said.
He basically said the star ratings are stupid. They're made up by one dude. It's just one dude's opinion. He's sitting there going, meh, meh, meh. That was the gist of it.
That's true.
And the thing of like, I mean, everyone's like, oh, Seth, like, but Seth did it. Osprey's done it. Kenny's done it. Like Osprey gets his 50th 5-star match this week. 50. Like, are we ridiculous?
And how many does Kurt Angle have? Just saying. Just saying.
It's crazy.
Right.
No, I mean, I love that Seth and the wrestlers. I do know, we've seen a lot of wrestlers have been asked about what do you think of star ratings. They could give a flying fuck. I mean, again, if I told you could have 10 5-star matches in a row or have an absolutely packed stadium full of people cheering for you and not get those 5 stars, people are going to take that stacked stadium 9 times out of 10.
Exactly.
I mean, what are we talking about here? Great. You had an amazing match in a gymnasium. Thanks, Dave. Like fans out there going, look, you should watch more Stardom. Like, what the fuck?
You should just dig deeper into the wrestling. Just dig deeper. But yeah, no, cool. I can be employee of the month, but what would really help me is an extra $100 in my fucking paycheck and everything.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Right.
That's really, again, Dave can say whatever the fuck he wants to say because Dave's, I guess, at this point, untouchable somehow, some way. Of words upon high, even though it would almost make more sense of what Dave said if he was high, but unfortunately he's not. Versus, like I said, I'd rather take an extra $100 in my paycheck than I got a good attaboy from a coworker.
Dave, right? No, you're right. Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
I was just gonna say in the star ratings, I think both of you guys have said it that it's opinion based. Like, I think before Osprey touched TNA in 2023, I think TNA has only had one 5-star rating match, and that was like back in 2007, all from Dave Meltzer. And I'm 99% sure they've had many 5-star matches in TNA, but it seems like Dave Meltzer has a hard on for a certain wrestler. So that's how we'll just say it.
Yeah, I mean, again, he definitely, and he's been teased about it publicly about his obsession with, I said it before, I've said it again, the unhealthy fanboy approach from this old ass man towards these young men is really odd. And I'm not accusing, do you, boo-boo, as long as, you're living your life.
Is it accusing when it's that obvious? Like, is that blatant and everything? Right. Like, if you're open about it, is it accusing?
Here's the thing. Every night on this channel, we take a rating out of 10. So let's just start publicizing it. Tonight's show, and we'll you put it out there like facts. Tonight's show was an 8 out of 10. Tonight's Dynamite was a B. Like, it is that arbitrary. We see it in our chat. Some people think it's a 6. Some people think it's a 9. Some people always think it's a 10. Some people always think it's a 2. That's as arbitrary. I think what gets under people's skin is like the cultaholics who've become a joke. That regurgitate that like it's this amazing thing, and then the fans eat it up. It's the same fans who are like, "Did you see what Cage Match said?" Fuck and off quickly. It doesn't matter.
When did he become the voice, and B, why can't the old? We've seen in wrestling, why can't the new guard ever take down the old guard? So why hasn't Dave done his moment of looking up at the lights and everything?
I think because in a world where you're looking for justification or when you're looking for analytics that strengthen your beliefs, Dave preaches one way. So if you don't have ticket sales or merch sales or TV ratings or whatever, you have at
Any
least have
measurable
5-star
stat. Any measurable stat.
you know what I mean? It's something. And again, because he champions one way, they've held on to him. And again, his numbers are going down. He had to stop doing print. He's only online. He's hiding behind a paywall a lot of times, but that's going down. And again, if you're out there right now, do what you want with your life. But if you're paying the Wrestling Observer for a membership to find out the bullshit and lies that they're spewing, save your money. Save your money, keep in your pocket. And you know, live your life. Save up that $15 a month or whatever it is, because it is a complete and utter waste of time. But again, I think it's just a justification of like, well, look, like it's just like I said, you know, if I've seen it before where someone's like, that wasn't good tonight, and they reference, oh, look what Cage Match said. Well, I don't care what Cage Match said.
Right.
That's fucking Rotten Tomatoes is Cage Match, just on an even nerdier scale of like
tomato.
Oh no, that's what it is. Think about it. Of you have people that sit there and wave the fucking flag when it's a fan vote. It's a fan of fucking opinion. There is no there's no judges at ringside to grade what match this is and everything. It's fucking opinion. And we're one of the few that actually admits this is all opinion. None of this is ever fucking fact or anything. This is all opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you take someone's 5-star rating as a fact, you might want to go check yourself into some type of mental institution because it's an opinion. I'm just saying.
Stop it. Seek help.
We all have our memes or our slants or our favorites, or like, we give you a hard time, Anthony, at times of like, oh, here comes a high mark for a TNA show. Like we know what's coming, but we know that. I think if you were to turn around and be like, oh no, I'm not like that. I look at everything all the same, we would call bullshit, right? Like that's what we're supposed to do. But we know that, and you are open and honest about that. Dave acting like a legitimate, like down the middle reporter, just, with just objectively coming up to this conclusion is where the problem is. Roppongi Vice is back, by the way.
There you go. Well, I'm just gonna say unlike I guess we're getting close to Easter Sunday and everything. Dave's out there acting like everything he says is gospel. We sat there and we'll listen to the whole chat. We've argued amongst each other and everything. Like Christ, it was even just last night to where we were sitting there and debating back and forth. If I felt one way, you felt maybe a little bit lower, what have you, of having an actual open dialogue instead of I am Moses with the 10 commandments. Thou shalt like any wrestling promotion run by a con.
Well, and that's why I think I get really irritated and annoyed with like Sean Ross is that it's this, I said what I said, and you're dumb if you don't get it. And it's like, whoa, hold on, folks. Like, whoa up, because I'm not a stupid person, but I don't agree with anything that just came out of your mouth. And again, when you get on this platform, like we get the advantage of a microphone, but when you throw it out there and give me examples of what you're talking about. You're like, Omos, Natty. See, you're like, wait a minute, time out. Like that doesn't exactly prove your point, right? It's like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy to me. So it's coming at it at the right way, but he's got a wrench. Who's got a wrench?
What?
Who's got a wrench? And Trent's back.
Fair enough. I'm going to halfway tap out because I knocked over my camera for half a second, so I will just I will be dark for a quick second here.
Nick beating up the house. How is it going, Anthony?
So far we had this segment with one half of First Class and Cody Deaner, and then we had a match after, and I wasn't really into that. Like I don't know what they're trying to do with Cody Deaner. They did something with him last week, which was fun. He had to hold out with Moose for 2 minutes, and then if he did, he would challenge for the X Division title. That was fun, but I don't know what they're doing with Cody Deaner tonight. So
Cody Deaner is a surprising one, and a man that one of our awesome fans out on the channel,
Scott Woodford
sent us thanks, Christopher Walken.
It's so great, it's so fantastic.
But Diener was great, and Diener kind of slid in for when Eric Young left, but again, they just kind of forgot about him. But so Roppongi Vice is now a part of the Don Callis family, I think.
Fuck. And the pillaging of New Japan continues.
Well, he's been around.
Now we're just taking out the bone marrow. At this point, we've picked the bones clean. Now we've just got to dig in between and get the marrow out of this shit.
Right.
We've already taken Ospreay. We've taken Okada. The only things that people like, you can't take Gabe Kidd because he told you to go fuck himself. But that's the thing is
Ouch.
Dave Finley's up for there. Naito, we just saw, was out there. We have picked the bones clean of New Japan.
Did someone? I saw a thing, and I don't know if it's confirmed or not, but Naito to
I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight you.
to NXT. Somebody's like was out there.
That's just because N is the next letter in the alphabet. Like it just goes on in the alphabet. That's it.
Anyone out there in the chat heard reports that potentially Nito is going to going to NXT?
I have not.
I would see him taking the Shinsuke Nakamura route. Do with that information what you will, but I think that would be the same. Hey. I'm not agreeing with how he's exactly been booked, but I think it might go that avenue.
I think he might go the Okada route. That's what I was assuming anyway.
Bitch.
Just bitch, give me my money. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think it's very interesting with that whole thing. I feel bad for New Japan in a way, but I mean, again, when we talk about benching and signing, and again, I think if we just step back and look at big picture, both companies are doing the same shit. Stop being mad at each other, and you can't be a suck when your side. Know who's the innocent Switzerland in all this? TNA. They ain't fucking with nobody.
Exactly. They got a whole contract with WWE and still on its own island by itself.
Right? The only people they're pissing off is their own people.
Exactly.
Right? Gail Kim benched.
Oh God.
But yeah, no, the show rolls on, folks. We're just past the hour mark, and I see a bunch of people hanging out with us. Get in that chat. Let us know what you're watching. Let us know how it's going. We're doing our best to cover all the stuff and ramble amongst each other in our mega stream. We got 2 more shows coming up at 10 and 11 o'clock tonight as Unbreakable and Bloodsport will be here. Like, share, subscribe, be a friend, tell a friend. We want to blow up these Mania marathon streams. So again, the nicest thing you could do for this channel is tell everybody you can think of, even if they're not a wrestling fan, just say, hey, go check these guys out and give them a thumbs up.
It's Easter weekend and everything like that. We're on the amount of days and everything since Jesus rose and everything. Speaking of Stoner Jesus. But absolutely, if you're going to do one thing out there, whether you're sharing some Peeps, some Reese's peanut butter eggs and everything amongst your peoples and everything like that, tell them about the good book of wrestling out there. Right. Spread the good gospel, folks.
Right. The Mariah May thing is very interesting. And again, lots of conflicting reports.
No, a lot of just fucking stupid reports. Like, well, no, well, we don't even know when her contract's done. Yeah, we can. I don't know if I'm here or there. So you might have heard half of what I was saying. Yeah, no, sir. I don't know how you feel about this, but with the Mariah May thing of we don't know whether her contract is up next week or in 2 months or in 2 years or. She asked for, I guess, her alleged release around Revolution. How do you feel?
I think when it comes to Mariah May, it's just the wait and see game. Honestly, I think sometimes the internet puts too much speculation on things. Like if she goes to WWE, that's fine. If she stays with AEW, that's fine as well. I think what fuels the speculation a little bit is Mariah May herself, because she's posted some things on Instagram I've seen and people have taken it, and made their own opinions out of it. But I feel like with Mariah May, it's more of a wait and see game.
It's to me, it's hashtag pre-mad of you're mad just to be mad about some shit that ain't happening. As I've got Gigi and Tatum coming out right now on TNA, and I've got Megan Bain and Penelope Ford on Collision.
Oh, it took me a minute.
I mean, she's been about as effective as a Penelope. She's not a full Penelope.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and how do you feel about Megan Bain? Because, I mean, to me, she's a bit green in the truth, even though she's been here for a minute. She's a bit green as a fucking pepper plant. But could she be the one to dethrone Toni Storm?
She has star written on all over her. It's like Megan Bain, and you put a star next to it, and that's what she's gonna be eventually. The match that she had with Toni Storm, was it at Revolution or was it at no, it wasn't at Revolution, it was at the last one. Dynasty. Dynasty. That was a really good match with Megan Bain and Toni Storm. She could be the one to dethrone Toni Storm, but they're going the Mercedes Moné route. She's walking out of All In with 6 belts.
Well, no, but would you run back Mercedes and Athena that we saw on Dynamite? And I agree with you. I mean, Megan Bain is something of you got to do something with her, or she becomes your Chris Statlander, your Athena. She just becomes another bit of wreckage on the pile here of coulda, shoulda, wouldas of built her up to be a beast and then just cut her teeth out.
Yeah, I hope they don't do that. I hope they continue with it. She has the look, and it looks like she's about to do an F5.
I was gonna say she just stomped through her opponent.
Yeah, that was light work for Megan. They can't build her up like this and then just kind of tear her down. They got to do something.
In quick time. Joey Janela climbs that like a goddamn tree, but yeah.
Right. We got RM asking, where is Ash by Elegance? She's on vacation according to TNA. So we got Heather by Elegance and teaming up with newcomer in TNA. Can't think of her name at the moment. They just said it, but I forgot. But yeah.
Well, why would you not have Ash here unless she's a legit injured, or did she, dare I say, benched? Do I invoke the word benched and then summon KJ?
I don't think anybody would bench a champion, but she might be legitimately injured. I haven't actually seen her say much since the match where they won the titles, I think. So she might be, sidelined for a little bit here.
Fair enough. Well, as I'm getting a video package for it, how do you feel? And shout out the chat of how do you feel about singles run Anthony Bowens of not exactly original Captain America, but maybe like second or third iteration Captain America? How do you feel about Anthony Bowens?
I think
the singles run.
Yeah, I think he was always the star out of those two. I think Max Caster. I'm surprised I remembered his name. I think Max Caster had the mic skills and the rapping ability until it kind of went downhill with the rapping ability, and then it just kind of faded away. I always thought Anthony was kind of the star in that group. So this could work out for him. This really could work out for him.
I really like Bowens as a singles competitor. I think the attire and everything, like Pee-wee fucking prep school football pads, is a little weird.
It's a little bit much.
Yeah, well, and I mean, if Max Caster can rap, then I was out here spitting hot fire like Dylon, and all of that. But yeah, no. Bowens was the guy who was going to be, for at least towards the back end, was going to be the one that they ran with this whole split up here. He's got to fully break away from the Ass Boys thing, which is interesting. But new TNT champion Adam Cole, now he's gone from, he was out there with MJF to now he's TNT champion. It's all about that boom, baby.
I'm hoping that he actually does something with that championship, because Daniel Garcia did nothing. I didn't even know that championship
didn't
was still
thrust enough.
around. So hopefully we get something out of Adam Cole with that, making it a little bit more prestigious, like it should be, like any title honestly should be. So
Fair enough. But Spaz with the $10 super chat. Tony, this one's for you. What do you think of per se Ethan Page cost Joe the mixed tag tonight? And then for Tit Tat, Henry cost Page the North American title on Saturday as a roll on to the Rebellion.
That would be something if Ethan Page came out and cost him the match. I don't I think that would be fun. It would bring a little bit of twist as we go into Rebellion next Sunday, I think it is. And then Joe returning the favor at Stand and Deliver would be cool too. And I know NXT has been promoting TNA Unbreakable, so something interesting may happen tonight. And I know Moose has called out anyone in Vegas to wrestle him. I feel like it'd definitely be an NXT talent. So we'll see.
I'm gonna wait and ask you of who you think that could be, because I honestly have no idea, as I've got Claudio coming out with all of the scarlet letters attached to him. Shout out Becky with her WrestleMania 40 entrance, because this feels like the at-home version of this. But yeah, anyone want to let me know that? I mean, last I knew, Claudio and Adam Cole were out there playing games together and everything, outside of wrestling. But I'm just curious of why does Claudio have goddamn the whole scarlet letter stamped to him?
Right.
And B, why is this match happening right now?
I don't know. I honestly don't know why this match is happening right now. I'm hopeful that it's a good match, though.
Right, well,
between these two.
Folks, let us know who you're taking. We'll be right back on TNA, but let us know who you're taking, whether you're taking Claudio Castagnoli, whether you're taking Adam Cole to retain. This is for the TNT Championship. It would be very interesting of after Claudio just lost the trios belts to turn around and win another title.
Right, that would definitely be weird. We just had on TNA, Gigi Dolan, Tatum Paxley pin Heather, and Maggie Lee. That's the other competitor that was in this match. So I don't know if that puts them in line for a tag team title match. But it might put them in line. I know Lash and Jakar are sitting there waiting for their opportunity too. So
well, it's so weird of like the NXT and arguably the TNA women, or like the Knockouts tag title division, almost seems better than even what the match we're getting at WrestleMania. Respectfully, like we couldn't have gotten a Jakara Jackson and Lash Legend in that. We couldn't have got a multi women's tag tag team match and everything. I know we had the gauntlet, but are you excited for Lyra and Bailey versus Liv and Raquel?
Honestly, no disrespect to any of those four ladies.
Disrespect.
But
I'm your translator.
I really wanted it to be Lyra defending her title. I'll just put it like that. I feel like Lyra should have been defending her title.
There is no women's mid-card title defended right now. There is no women's mid-card match on WrestleMania. How do you feel?
I think it's just weird for them to be going after the tag team titles when one half of them is already a singles champion, right? And I feel like they kind of dropped the ball with having Bailey versus Roxanne. I feel like that's what was one of the matches heading into WrestleMania. And Chelsea Green has been doing great things with the US title. I feel like
she built a tag team off of it.
She built a tag team off of it. She has her own shtick. If she was running for president right now, I would be voting for Chelsea Green. I'm sure
Us, you, I, and Roman Reigns would all be voting for Chelsea Green.
Exactly. So I think I was a little disappointed more of Chelsea not being on the card in a singles action more than Lyra, but I don't know. I really think the mid card title should be defended at WrestleMania. And then to go back to your original question about the knockouts tag team division, they just stole all the NXT women and shipped them over there to TNA to just kind of spruce up that division, and which in turn right now is looking pretty good and could potentially rival what's going on the main roster.
Well, and I get this is an unnamed fucking spinoff of that, but shout out Pooter, shout out Kevin, Straight Edge, Mikey, all of that. But is TNA at this point just developmental light for WWE?
You talking about TNA?
Yes, yeah. I'm saying at this point, with how much obviously we're getting a backstage segment of elegances. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Elegances,
yes, the elegances.
Versus
That's what I've
Lash
been
and Jakara, which is death by fucking snoo compared to these people with Spitfire. But the amount of WWE influence into TNA is now TNA just developmental light for WWE.
I think in a way it's helping the a lot of the talent in NXT that's not currently being used. So in a way, yeah, it kind of spruces up TNA a little bit, kind of gives those wrestlers a little bit of freedom, a little bit of space to kind of hone their craft, not just under the WWE umbrella, but under TNA as well.
So I'll ask you this, as I've got Claudio right now standing tall in the ring, and I've got George the Iceman bullshitter with the neck brace. But what would you say that TNA has gotten out of this relationship with WWE?
I think more recognition, more people tuning in, the larger crowds, they're selling out. You know, people are noticing TNA is here. You got a lot of people from NXT. I've seen people on and I don't think this is a bad thing, but I've seen people on Twitter saying they're only watching TNA because, you know, some of the ladies from NXT are there, but you're watching TNA, right? So I think they just got out of this a lot of publicity from WWE, and I think that's a good thing. I really do think that's a good thing. I think since they started, they've really grown tremendously over the past 9 months when this all kind of started, you know, a little bit during the summer.
They signed a deal for exposure,
right?
As I'm getting the whole vintage, like Christopher Daniels, Samoa Joseph, AJ Styles, like.
Yeah,
the thing is, honestly, TNA's video vault is
so deep.
Well, no, right now I would say it's as coveted as what WCW's was when WCW went under. Of TNA's vault, because you have so many just great matches that happen in TNA, and you have such outreach towards everything.
Oh yeah, and even when TNA, like back in 2015, 2016, was rumored to be selling, the only thing WWE wanted at that time was the video library, because it was so deep, and a lot of the stars were migrating from TNA over there, or they were somewhere else, but they had a lineage in TNA. So yeah, it's very deep. Their video library is very deep, and if you got the TNA Plus app, like, you got a whole lot of content to just dive into and see, you know, where TNA started and where it is today.
Right. Well, interesting, and I guess apropos that I pulled up your, you know, friend of the channel there, Nick out there. Of at this point, I don't want to say it, but I feel like I need to say it. Of how many Nicks do we need to have on this channel? And
Well, we've had 3, right? We have the Geek
well,
Box, we got you,
we've had
and now we got Nick.
young Nick. We had the imitation Nick with Phil. We've had British Nick. Now we've had TNA Nick. Like we're having I have all my variants covered. I'm covered in the Marvel timeline. But yes,
Yeah,
shout
absolutely.
out to homie Nick. How you feel though? So he's saying who's ready for TNA Unbreakable? How you feeling about Unbreakable, sir?
I'm actually pretty excited for Unbreakable. Like you said earlier, the Mance Warner match with Sami Callihan, that's gonna kill. That's gonna murder. If I think it was Sacrifice when the pre-show was about to end and they like went right into the street fight with those two and they ripped each other's head off. And then I think it was last week on TNA Impact when they were trying to do the start of the tournament, Sami Callihan didn't even care about the international title. He just wanted to rip Mance Warner's head off. This feud and the Mustafa Ali feud really has been carrying TNA over the past couple of months. So I'm excited for that match. I am excited to crown the new international champion, which I hope is Steve Macklin. So I'm excited for tonight. And Moose, I don't know what Moose is doing, but Moose is calling out everybody in Vegas.
Well,
so
who do you think could face on Moose?
I have no clue because I think he's specifically mentioned a high flyer. So I'm like, I don't know.
Grande Americano signed up to take on X Division. But yeah, I'm excited with TNA. Honestly though, I'll keep it a buck. If I'm cross-pollinating shows and everything, give me Mance Warner versus Gabe Kidd. That's all I want. That's all I want right now, especially around this season, is those two, because they will beat the piss, tar, and leather out of each other, and it will be a fantastic match. But with Mance Warner versus Sami Callihan, that's back to your like Abyss and what was Dr. Stevie a little bit and everything. But when you had Raven, Rhino, you had everybody that was kind of working with Abyss, and we're getting the Barbwire Mayhem and everything. That's Sami Callihan's pull right there.
Exactly. And TNA had just dropped, because I wanted to go watch a Barbwire Massacre match. TNA dropped all 6 matches on YouTube for free. It's like an hour and a half, close to 2 hours. And man, was that was a 2 hours worth watching. So yeah, that's really what I'm excited about. The return of Unbreakable is going to be fun too, and that's why they're showing the triple threat match with AJ Styles right now, because this is the match that really put Unbreakable.
I was gonna say, I just got really excited. Like, all due respect so on Collision, I still have Adam Cole and Claudio going at it. I got the counter out of the Panama Sunrise. I've got AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels in an old school TNA ring right now on my other screen. That's what I want to watch right now. That's TNA really has this underrated bit of a library. Like, you can't tell the story of AJ Styles without TNA. He's one of the two. You can't tell the story of Samoa and Joseph without TNA.
No, absolutely. You're right. You can't tell the story with them two without TNA. TNA has put its footprint in professional wrestling. It really has. And it's undeniable at this point that you got to recognize TNA for putting a lot of these big name wrestlers on the map.
Right. Well, the video catalog just on its own that was halfway the assets with Ring of Honor. And
right.
WCW, we're out there popping champagne because we passed WCW. Dom Perignon, but we passed WCW. I've never seen someone teabag a fucking podcaster before. More than that, and that was just all of them. Just fuck you, Eric Bischoff. Just fuck you. I don't care anymore. Like, literally, you had t-shirts 298 days with AEW. I've never seen such a public teabagging of a podcast outside of like Jim Cornette.
No, absolutely. We got AJ Francis on the screen talking about how he's in the finals for that international championship. So
I would also, I don't know if I publicly said this, but I'll say it again just because I still feel like I might run into him into dark alley. But AJ Francis in TNA is tenfold anything he was in WWE and all of that. Like, I know 100% I was out there. He's flop dollar of he's the man Gravity said fuck you to. But him in TNA, him as the international champion, I think he wins all of this. Like him in TNA screams future world champion to me. Like he's a guy that TNA would make a figurehead.
Yeah, absolutely. He was so close to being TNA world champion at Final Resolution. I was there live and he had a really good match with Nick Nemeth. I was pleasantly shocked of how good that match was and him main eventing that pay-per-view. So yeah, he has world championship material written over him in TNA.
Right. Geekbox, please don't teabag podcast people. Oh, I wasn't encouraging anything like that, but shout out Geekbox, the second favorite box. Go and check out Anthony's interview with Geekbox. Go and check out KJ's interview with Geekbox. And it might be just kind of funny of them. Might be somebody missing. We might have to set that up post Mania and everything, post the busy season, post the fourth quarter. But yeah. Shout out Geekbox, the human highlight reel out there. If KJ was here, it's everybody's second favorite box. But yeah.
Had a great time with Geekbox on his show. He asked me one question about TNA and I went on a 20-minute, tangent. Good tangent about TNA. I think he asked me how did I start watching TNA, and literally for like 20 minutes I just talked about TNA and I was like, you know what, Geekbox, I'm gonna let you talk now because I think I talked for 20 minutes straight.
So should we talk about people getting fired from TNA? Because I feel like that same thing might happen.
It absolutely did happen on here.
As I'm back in action with Claudio and Cole, that's alliteration for you. But I'm still in commercial break on TNA.
Yeah, TNA's on commercial. I think they come back with the but Jakara Jackson versus Danny Luna. So that should be a great match.
I like this. British Nick interviews American Nick. It has to happen. But I don't know if tariffs will allow it, though. There might be an embargo on that. I might have to pay a fee.
We should get that rolling, though, MDB.
Before the end of the year. Oh, well, fucking Christ. You're going to say that's going to happen before the end of the year? I fucking hope so.
Exactly.
What the fuck? Descent match, and at least it looks like Adam Cole back to eating 2 meals. Jesus. Well, as Adam Cole walks off, I guess the discrepancy about his weight, we missed the finish, but yeah.
It looks like Adam Cole actually has been packing on a little bit more muscle, honestly.
He just had a hamburger, motherfucker. Like he just ate. That's what it is. You just turned off the flashlight behind him. Him and Nick Jackson on the same fucking workout plan. Like, I mean, I'll admit, literally, big is in the name for multiple reasons. I'm a husky boy, but as Claudio just fuck your table for no reason.
He's
like not even on anybody. Just fuck your shit.
Yeah, he's having a tantrum. He's in his terrible twos right now.
Well, unfortunately, he's stuck in the terrible threes. So that's the issue. Like, just what the for everything great that Dynamite was last night. Of Dynamite to me was arguably best show of AEW of 2025. Pay-per-view or not, I'll stand on business and say that. Pay-per-view or not, best show of 2025. Best show of WrestleMania week. This ain't it, dog. This ain't it.
Yeah, Dynamite was fun last night. I was able to watch the entire episode without turning it off. So that means it was really good.
For everything good Dynamite was, Collision ain't it.
Exactly. As we're back with TNA, and we got Joe Hendry, the TNA World Champion, with Masha, the Knockouts World Champion, which they team up tonight on Unbreakable to take on Frankie Kazarian and Tessa Blanchard, I think.
Now, and I'll ask you, we've got team ups, we've got like tournament build-up matches and everything. There's nothing to me that screams outside of Barbwire Massacre that Unbreakable is the pay-per-view. So that's why I'm like, this should be this should be just like your weekly, this should be a special TV episode.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Unbreakable, not a knock on TNA, but I really think they were just trying to put their foot in the WrestleMania weekend. Like, we need to put
their foot in somebody's ass.
Yeah, we need to put the company on board for WrestleMania weekend, because it was a late announcement. I think they didn't announce it until like February-ish. And then you do it a week before Rebellion, where you're trying to build to your actual pay-per-view, because this is more of a monthly special. So I think they really I would have replaced Sacrifice and not do Sacrifice and actually have a really good build up to get to Unbreakable. But yeah, this is more like WrestleMania 4. This is a whole pay-per-view about a tournament to get to the new championship.
Fair enough. But Denisha, what up? Did you see my question? What did you ask?
I think she might have asked me about the aces and eights in TNA, which I haven't went deep into them. They're pause. I haven't went deep into the history of them, but I've seen their whole like story on YouTube. TNA posted it. That was really fun to watch, but I actually want to kind of watch it more in real time to see
aces and eights, as if Dixie Carter tried to do if Dixie Carter and Vince Russo tried to do Sons of Anarchy. That's 100% what that is. Like, there was points where I actually didn't mind aces and eights, but that's 100% riding through this world.
Okay. But what I've seen on YouTube, it was fun. I do want to kind of go back.
Yeah, you can see the fucking highlights. I'm going to show all the touchdowns I caught.
Exactly, but we're not going to show all the misses, and that's why I want to watch it, kind of straight through there.
Well, I'm going to hook you up, my guy. But Hassan, what up? Denisha, what up? Ronan, what up? I'm not angry. I'm disappointed. Jericho, disappointed. Boston, what up? Bradley, what up? As I've got Danny Luna, I've got Spitfire coming out. I assume it's Danny Luna in the match, which I'm a fan of Danny Luna. I know KJ hates Jody Threat just because she's Canadian. But I like Danny Luna. Her even individually as a talent, to me, could be a future Knockouts Women's Champion.
Yeah. The team with Jody Threat is fun. I've liked the development of that team, but Danny Luna is definitely a single star and a singles competitor in the Knockouts division. And when she breaks away from Jody Threat, if they eventually do that, Danny Luna is definitely future Knockouts champion, and I need to see that.
Hi.
As KJ pops in,
Nick didn't even know. Nick's just staring off in the distance, like, hey. But yeah. How you doing, buddy? How you doing?
I'm good. Still sticking around here with TNA Impact.
Right. Collision is on a break for anyone who wants to know. My Leafs just scored with 1.8 seconds left. That's crazy to tie a game. But nonetheless, back to the action. Danny Luna, I think, is a beast. I think she's absolutely crazy good. I don't know it's not Jody Threat that's the problem. It's Jody Threat's opponents. She has good opponents. Like, I'm not going to pick Jody over Masha. I'm not going to pick Jody over others. Like, sorry, Jody. I want to love you, but it just doesn't work out.
It's a little difficult. No, I get it. They always put her against someone that's super tough, and it's like, I don't think I can pick you this time, Jody Threat.
Right. Danny Luna needs to find a knee pad, though, before she upsets me. She only wearing one knee pad?
She is only wearing one knee pad at this point.
Jakara Jackson looking nice. How completely different is tonight's show and Dynamite last night? Wrestle Rants, you got a really good point. And again, Dynamite did extremely well last night, and tonight feels like a bit of an afterthought. And this is a dilemma for Tony, right? His consistency. I thought Adam Cole and Claudio had a really good match. But the Death Riders are on a bit of a downward spiral here. They lose the belts last night. Claudio loses to Cole tonight, has a temper tantrum. I mean, the Death Riders might be dying.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. They're dying a slow death. They need to die a faster death, but they're dying a slow death.
Right. But right now we are getting La Faction Ingranable coming out.
Yeah. And we got Lash Legends arguing with the referee over here. And so she threw her out, and Lash won't leave. So now they got security coming out here to get Lash.
Right.
And then she's taking out security.
Right. So be nice to Jody. Thank you, Bradley. Again, I got nothing. It's just been an unfortunate series of events with Jody. Like, I pictured it when they won the titles. I was like, there's no way. And then they did. And I was like,
I was just about to mention that too.
Pretty bad when I'm cheering for Alicia Edwards instead of Jody Threat. Roosh is alive.
Is this a 6-man match on Collision?
Yes. So we got a trios match, Los Ingranables, which is Mortos, Roosh, and Draglistico, perhaps. And they are taking on 3 other people. As soon as they stand still, I'll tell you what 3.
Yeah, I can't even tell what 3. Everything is going by so fast.
Right. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit like, share, subscribe, be a part of the show, be a part of the family. And the night rolls on. We are not going anywhere tonight. We are in their first 2 shows of 4. At 10 o'clock, we turn our attention to TNA Unbreakable. At 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, we will also turn our attention to Josh Barnett's Bloodsport. So if you're a fan of wrestling, you want to hang out, this is the place to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be here all weekend. So much wrestling, so much things to consume with wrestling over the next couple of days is going to be crazy.
Oh, 100%. And again, for those who want to know, we are here at noon on Saturday. We get your pre-show. We will be here for Stand and Deliver. We're also going to be here. We're bringing back the sing-along with Anthony. The Tony Tea Time sing-along.
No, absolutely. We are bringing that back. We got some hard songs in there this time. We got some hard songs in there. So be prepared, be ready to guess, because there's some good ones.
Right. Yeah, I think it's wow, Los Ingranables with a win over Job Squad. We're looking forward to Anthony, who's going to sing you guys some theme songs. You'll get a chance to guess, and then we'll give away some prizes as well. We're also going to bring back the Guess the Wrestler based on the emojis to kill some time as well on Saturday. We're going to do some prop bets as well. Nick's lining those up. We got so much coming your way. We're here for 10 plus hours on Saturday, at least 6 hours on Sunday. It's insane. We're already pushing 2 hours, and we have 2 more shows that haven't even started yet tonight. Plus Friday is going to be insane as well. We are, one sleep, and then we're at Mania Eve.
Yeah, absolutely. One more sleep and Mania is here. And it seems like it was just so far away. And now we're just, 1 to 2 days away. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
As Jody Threat did a power bomb on Jackson there, but she kicked out. This is a really fun match so far.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 6-man jobber match. I got Ricochet, Speedball, and Kevin Knight in the back. I've been picking fights with Ricochet the last couple of days, trying to get under his skin. Man, I don't know what happened to Ricochet, but I know maybe part of it is like he's trying to sell his gimmick, but he just seems offended by everything. Like everything kind of gets, dude, like you're making good money. You got your career. You don't need to fight with nobody. Like you don't have to be telling some 16-year-old kid how dumb he is. Like simmer down a little.
No, absolutely. I even seen where he retweeted like the Nick Khan thing, and I think he said like, "You guys are dumb, you guys are stupid." Now, I'm not going to like knock him in that way, because I know when I left my last job at a bank I worked at, I knocked on them on social media, on my personal social media for months, and I was friends with most of them that I worked at the credit union, so they saw it. But I'm not gonna knock Ricochet on that, but yeah, he does argue with some of them fans a little bit. I'm like, dude, you can calm it down just a tad bit.
It looks like they're setting up Kevin Knight versus Ricochet, which should be a hell of a match.
That'd be great. Great.
But
and then on TNA, we just had Danny Luna take out Jakar Jackson with a pinfall. So
there you go.
I don't know where we're leading there too.
Ring of Honor World. It's so funny. I don't know if you can. Do you see the screen right now for the entrance of Nick Wayne?
Yes, I do.
I thought it was Tony Khan. I thought it was Tony Khan's face on the screen. That is amazing.
MDB, there might be one song in there that I kind of surprised myself with rapping. I was kind of shocked. I was like, whoa, that was really good. Now, I'm not a good rapper by any means, but that was really good.
Let's go. We're looking forward to it, folks. It's going to be fun again. Like no other channel out there, that's for sure.
Right.
Nick Wayne has banger music, though. I admit I'm not that familiar with Nick Wayne's entrance. I'll be honest.
But yeah, it did give Tony Khan being on those Trons.
Mikey, it 100% looked like Tony. It really did.
It did.
But we have Nick Wayne. I was going to say Nick Khan, but that's another guy. Taking on Commander for the Ring of Honor television title.
Yeah. That looks like that'd be fun.
Bald, my eyes. Look, Richard. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think I need to click on somebody's comment before they get offended. Hi, Boston. How are you? I have acknowledged you tonight. Okay.
There you go. All's right with the world. Nick Wayne has so much tape on. He has
his whole upper arm is just taped off.
Right. But why? We haven't seen him wrestle in ages.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where he's been.
Right.
We got TNA on commercial right now. I don't know what we have next. I think it might be the Elijah segment that we have. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Elijah again, and another interesting ad for TNA. So we'll see how that works out.
When it comes to Elijah, wasn't he advertised on AEW? I'm a little confused. Wasn't he a part of the Righteous or something?
He did a vignette. With the Righteous, and it fit. It worked. It looked good. I mean, and so everybody assumed, again, like some of the reporters that have kind of foo-fooed today are out there on the internet going, "Oh, Elias, part of Ring of Honor," and then I guess they didn't have him officially locked up, and he took the opportunity to join TNA.
Ah, okay. That's what happened.
KJ, who is with Commander? That is the one, the only Alex Abrahantes, who I wish the WWE could get Alex.
Oh, that would be cool if they did.
Yeah.
That would be cool if they did.
No, I like Alex Abrahantes, a guy that I don't think gets utilized enough. I think he's one of the really good managers in AEW. Like, he knows how to actually stand at ringside and cause trouble and, get attention, and it works really well. If he could come over and like be with like one of the Lucha Bros or both.
Yeah.
I like Alex Abrahantes a lot.
Yeah, I think that would be a good get for WWE. And like Nick Khan said, when some contracts expire, you know, some people might be jumping ship over to WWE.
Yeah. You know,
that pissed off a lot of fans.
It did, but I mean, like in my head, maybe I'm just not so quick to like rage. But like I read that it's 100% factual.
Yeah,
like,
and it's vice versa too. You're like if you put your brain to it, it's vice versa, and we've seen it. So,
you know, it's no different than like a general manager in a sport saying, you know, in the off season we're going to be looking to pick up some players to help our team. Like, essentially, that's all that was said, and people just like melt down of like, I can't believe he's shooting at my favorite company. I'm like, you don't work there, first and foremost. Second, like. Again, like an AEW will sign some WWE talent. Like TNA is going to lose people to both companies. TNA is going to gain people from both companies. MLW has been scooping up people left, right, and center.
Exactly.
It's not egregious, and it's not a lot. This idea that nobody's ever going to go there. Mariah May might be there by the end of 2025.
Exactly. Every company and every person within that company is trying to make some type of name for themselves. And sometimes you have to move on from that company to do better. We can look at like Jade Cargill in a way. She left WWE and now she's about to have, she left AEW and now she's about to have her first singles match, you know, on a Mania card. Like it's things of that sort that's, you know, and then you look at Ricochet. Ricochet is doing some of his best work, if you could say, in his career between both companies. Not anything he did on the indies because I haven't seen it and I can't be a judge of that, but he's doing his best work between those two companies right now. So
yeah, as much as I've been razzing Ricochet quite a bit as of late, I really do feel like this has been the best Ricochet. Again, I think as a company, they got to kind of control some of the messaging because it's bad for business.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think there's a spot for everybody. And the fans that get really upset about people changing places, it doesn't seem fair. Like everybody has the right to get the most out of their stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm coming.
Well, I was gonna say, do I fit into, you know, forcing my way in this situation, or of the ricochet of just voicing my opinion when it doesn't need to be said, or even you have other people saying, don't burn bridges, my guy, don't burn bridges.
Yeah, it's a risky endeavor to, you know, I'm a big fan of not burning bridges. You know, I mean, again, if you have a genuine gripe with somebody, fine. But I think there's a level of professionalism. If Ricochet wants to look at his wife or his friends and family or coworkers and say, fuck that company, that's his right.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I think Tony Khan's got to put a bit of a gag order on some of the talent. You don't see a lot of WWE talent getting in altercations verbally or textually, if you want to say it. You don't see them online battling a lot. Like Liv Morgan's not out there telling some 16-year-old that he's a fucking moron. Like it's not common.
No, there's just a fake account from Liv Morgan that's got Liv Morgan XYZ fucking half a math equation numbers behind it that's out there going to sit there and spam you of, I need money to get to Vegas.
Right.
And I'm with you, KJ. Like I am a big believer of, you know, not burning bridges. I did burn the last bridge at my job and I intentionally did it, but because I knew I never wanted to go back.
That motherfucker
but
on fire.
Yeah, you know, we don't know what happened, if anything happened with Ricochet in WWE. It doesn't seem like anything happened. It seemed like he left on good terms.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was a little odd for him to do what he did on social media. I think that's how I ended there.
The crazy thing for me is we thought he had such a good send-off from WWE. We weren't even sure if it was a send-off. We
thought he was coming back.
And then it went from that to like, I hate these people. And you're like, wait, like they gave you a nice send-off. They kept your wife employed until she asked not to be. What happened other than they didn't make you world champion? Which right now you're floating in Tony's mid-card.
Why you always lie?
Commander and Nick Wayne having a fun match for those tuning in. But this is a major drop off from Dynamite last night.
Oh yeah, this is insignificant compared to last night. As I've got Elias, he's tipping the cap. Is he riding off in the sunset?
Who?
Oh, so
Elijah. Elijah.
Elijah,
I try
yeah.
to combine two words at the same time.
It looks like from the chat he threw out an open challenge for Rebellion.
Okay.
No, so that's I don't know who that would be, but yeah.
Interesting. The only let's face it, the same people who would attack a star for going to another company for a boost would also change jobs in real life for an extra $1 per hour. Facts.
Been there.
Right? We all have.
Yeah.
We have. You know?
Yeah.
Do something strange for
We all want more money.
Yeah.
I hear it's expensive in Canada, so I know KJ needs more money.
Right.
He's getting maple leafs on the dollar out there.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. The tax the shit out of everything.
Well, it seems like there's almost like I'm just hoping there's no longer a tariff on wrestling or anything else.
Yeah, right. The rights deal between companies like, dear Tony Khan, if you're going to do a special event, please tell the other countries, not just yours.
Tony Khan, I wrote you, but you still ain't tweeting.
It's not available in Canada. I saw a couple people in the chat mention it. Like, you got to hunt it down. I found it. I had to, go by.
He had to kill a fucking moose and a polar bear to find it, but he found it.
The only thing I dislike now about Ricochet right now is his laugh. If they are going to do Kevin Knight Ricochet, it's cool. It's really good.
Yeah. The Ricochet laugh is annoying, though. I can't stand it.
Jadakiss. That's all it is. It's Jadakiss. He can't create, so he imitates. And game recognized game, because I've been there. But
I'd love to give Jay a kiss.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's a Jada laugh.
I really would like to give Jade a kiss anytime.
Whoa. I think if she don't fight you, her husband will definitely fight you. But yeah.
Who's your husband?
I don't know, but Jade will fight your fucking ass.
Yeah.
She'll run them hands real quick.
I would just be excited to be around a lady that I'm up to her belly button.
Uppies.
She whooped my ass. KJ's side hustle is selling his special syrup. Hey, that's a premium syrup.
What movie was it to where like there's X amount of like other like donors that are like that you're there?
We're going there. Yeah, nope, not.
I am not the daddy.
My vitamin syrup. We'll go that way.
No, moving on.
Oh, Commander with a kick. When you have a match and people are chanting your mom's name, or at least referring to your mom, it's a tough break.
Really?
Truthfully, about donors, yeah.
Right. Close 3 count.
Oh.
Commander moonsault.
Is Dynamite just done? Because I'm getting them already pitching to Unbreakable, and we've got about 15 minutes allegedly left. So
we got
I'm watching Commander Nick Wayne tear it down right now.
We got one more match. I think it's Leon Slater. They've really been putting Leon Slater in the main event, but it's Leon Slater versus Brian Myers.
Is Leon Slater a guy that they're going to be able to keep their hands on, or do you worry about him going to like an AEW?
I hope they can keep Leon Slater. I think honestly he needs to be the one to take the X Division title away from Moose in the Ultimate X match at Rebellion. I think that's when they pull the trigger on Leon.
And sorry folks, new Ring of Honor.
He did just pin him.
What the fuck? New Ring of Honor TV champion Nick Wayne beats Commander. I'm shocked.
Are you? No, don't lie. You're not shocked. You're
just shocks me.
This is just Ring of Honor on a Thursday. I mean, Ring of Honor on a Thursday and not on a Ring of Honor show.
It's a bad move for me, for my money, because there's Christian with a slow clap.
Slow clap, golf clap.
So Christian Cage is going to go after the Ring of Honor TV title?
No, well, I still think that we're going to get, Cope and Christian, the CNC connection, taking on FTR. That's where I hope we get. That's the best case scenario we can get. If we divert and we get Christian versus Wayne, we've fucking lost the plot.
Well, I mean, again, you still have to break up that family and turn Christian into a...
Listen, it only costs us so little to break up a family. Just
okay. But we need Christian to become a babyface. He's been a heel for years in this company, multiple years.
No.
So that is the Collision. To me, I would have followed up with a better Collision. To have a Ring of Honor TV title main event on a Collision on a special show the night after on a really good show, probably not the best choice by Tony Khan and company.
Yeah. Well, and you had the hologram video package, but yeah, you had the best of times, you had the blurst of times, and this unfortunately was the blurst of times. Fair
enough. I mean, yeah, just as we are 15 minutes away from the start of Unbreakable, I'm guessing TNA's still rolling.
Yeah, we got the main event here with TNA with Leon Slater versus Brian Myers. And I think
he disappear? Houdini. Out there. Just slides the fuck back in.
True story. I kicked my desk and it really hurt. Ow.
Oh, I thought you just knocked
my toe.
But, Jay Uso or Jimmy Uso, actually, he broke your toe. See you in about 2 to 3 weeks on the IR is KJ.
Yep. But ladies and gentlemen, TNA is heading into their main event. Why is Collision done? Is it done?
I don't know.
I'm saying it's a tag team match with Mercedes. Am I wrong?
We forgot about that match. Okay, Collision is not done. We were just happy about the title change.
Fair enough. I was going to ask, did it start? But yeah.
Did it start?
Well, you had a goddamn title change in the co-main.
So, it's a mid-card title.
At least maybe give a fuck about something.
A mid-card title that's on the wrong branded show.
Yeah, I still have struggles with that for sure. Like, what are we doing? I'm shocked that Commander took the L. Like, he's one of Tony's puppies. Like, I'm really shocked.
Oh, he's waiting until that show in Mexico.
Well, then you would have kept the title on him.
No, you can get it back to him.
Give it back to him.
You got time. You got time.
Commander's the next Ring of Honor TV champ, folks.
Oh, Bandito, 100%. Ring of Honor World title. That might be your main event of the show. Bandito out there in Mexico.
Against who?
Fuck if I know. But yeah, honestly, if it's not Jericho, who would it be?
What?
If it's not Jericho, who would it be? Those are the words that I said. I can pick somebody out of the hat, and they could all be better than what they'll probably do. But yeah,
unless Fozzie's got a Mexican date, he's going to be tough pressed to get that.
El Jericho, Americano, El Canano.
If you're going to do a Bandito match, which you should and could, in Mexico on the Grand Slam, it's got to be Commander or fucking even Mortos is better than Jericho, but. It's going to be a lucha. Like, we're going to get a lucha match for sure.
Yeah, imagine having a primetime show in Mexico after you've already let go Rey Fenix and Penta. Who would have thought?
Right. As I got Top Flight with Layla.
There you go.
Why
does the crew always look like kids at the fucking playground that, like, just got like the saddest sack fucking lunch and everything, just mad about shit. Like, who are you intimidating, Leo Rush? You come up to my belt buckle.
I just want to know what happened to Action and Andrade. I don't know. Like, he beat Chris Jericho, and then that was it.
That's it. Jericho
set him on fire, and that was the end of his career. Here comes Timeless Tony. What up, Kate?
I like Tony, but is it vamping? Is it too much? Like, she just walks out and just like collapses in the fucking ring and everything.
I mean, again, I think that for all the fans when she didn't have the belt that were clamoring for her to get the belt back, and I think you were in that group.
I'm not arguing about the belt. I'm arguing about the characters.
Like, I mean, she hasn't changed. She's doing the same shit. The whole faking it out was silly, but now she's the best thing they got. Like, I mean, not just
she's the only thing they got. Let's be honest. She's the only thing they got.
I don't know about that. I mean, but she is one of the best professional wrestlers that is actually committed to being a professional wrestler, not just doing tricks, but being a pro wrestler. She got it. She's nailing it.
I don't know. I'm hoping they actually get behind her. She was TNT champion. They kind of gave her the whole workaround. She's got a take on me intro and everything. But yeah,
she's about to eat an L, bro.
To Jamie Hayter. Well, I don't know. Like, am I happy that she takes it out to Jamie Hayter because Jamie Hayter needs a W, or does Statlander need a W? This is two people who should be much higher and much better on the card than what they are.
Tony has to give us more not title centric angles for the women.
Right.
But Julia Hart coming out right now.
I don't know what she's wearing, but it looks awesome.
She heard one of the best entrances in all of wrestling.
Yeah.
She outdid Malachi.
Hold your fucking phone.
All right, I'm holding it. All right, now can I say what I was gonna say? Of that Malachi, like, Julia became, at least in AEW, higher on the totem pole than Malachi did.
Julia kind of became, you're not wrong in the sense of she kind of was the best.
I have my phone.
Hold your phone. She did kind of become the best booked member of the House of Black, but that's why the House of Black, one of them is already
the House of Black anymore.
Yeah,
exactly.
You aren't far behind.
She did, because Julia was TNT champ for a bit, right? Yep. Yeah. Or TBS champ, not TNT champ, but TBS champ. Harley Cameron.
I like how we all just shut the fuck up right there for a minute. Harley coming up with Mercedes. Of the enemy of my enemy, as I guess my friend.
Somebody said online, last night's match between Athena and Mercedes was Bailey Sasha-esque, and I was like, "Get the really?
No,
really?
No."
If you smell a whiff of it, I mean, you do you, boo boo. But yeah, no, I don't think it was anywhere near that.
It's just like, we gave you your flowers. We're applauding. It was good.
It was good.
Right. But then you start shooting at it. Then you get like, you hype it up so much that we have to correct you. Now we sound like we're hating on something that we actually liked.
We bought you cupcakes. Don't ask for cake, motherfucker. We bought you cupcakes. God damn it. Except
you can't have your cake and eat it too. It was a good match for what it was.
You don't get cake. You don't get cake. We got the puppet already. We're getting a tag into the puppet, so we got a 3-on-2 handicap match.
Right. We got the main event on Collision, Anthony. We got the main event on TNA as well.
Yep, they're just coming back from commercial promoting Unbreakable, and we'll go back to the main event there.
Right.
Puppet spot.
Boston telling secrets.
Oh, Boston. I think he's just jealous that he didn't get my attention tonight. So,
lovers quarrel. I hate to see it.
See about stitches, Boston. Minnie Monet will pin Hart. Yeah, probably.
Jesus. You might not be wrong.
There you go. Harley on fire right now. We want Harley.
Rev your Harley.
Yeah. Vroom, vroom.
Vroom, motherfucker.
Stat and Julia. Let us know in the chat, folks, who you taking, who you taking. Do you got Julia Hart and Stat or Julia Hart and Stat taking on Harley and Monet? And who do you got on that one?
We got Brian Myers versus Leon Slater in the main event.
Oof.
And let's not forget, we have Stepford wife Tony Storm on commentary as well.
Right.
I want to try that apple pie. I'll fight Juice. I'll fight him.
Right. I'll
squeeze his ass. What?
My answer to that question is not allowed on YouTube. So Statlander and Hart with the win because Mercedes and Cameron will not coexist. Okay.
I still don't know why they have Mercedes and Julia, not Julia Hart, but y'all know who I'm about to say, Harley Cameron, as a team. Like, I don't get that. Because isn't Harley Cameron a face?
So let's get it over with the anchor.
Sorry, Anthony. I missed. Sorry, Nick.
I was saying, isn't Mercedes Monet a heel and Harley Cameron a face?
Yes.
Like that's what confuses me about this tag team.
They didn't put Harley over, and the fans were mad about it. So this is like a
consolation praise.
Yeah, a consolation of like they can be friends.
No, you hooked a floaty to a fucking anchor and hope that it rose to the fucking top of the fucking ship there and everything. That's what it is. You took something that was moving with it, with Harley, and then you attached it to fucking Mercedes and hope that shit'll float.
No, but Anthony's right. Like, I mean, you have Mercedes billed as like the biggest heel in the company, and she's hanging around with the person everybody loves. It doesn't quite make sense. And again, I think AEW needs to do a better job of really sticking out. Like, this is who you cheer for, this is who you boo for, and really make those staples. Everybody can't be gray because the audience response then becomes flat.
Right.
Is Harley Cameron, Sami Zayn to Mercedes, Roman Reigns?
Ooh.
The habitual groan from that.
It's more like Otis and Chad Gable.
Which that almost should have been a match more than El Grande, spoiler alert, El Grande Americano versus Ronald Mysterious.
No way. Like at Mania? Why?
Have Otis and Gable even had a match?
Yeah, a bunch. They had all their shit.
Name one.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you.
Yeah, they've had a couple. I can't name one off the top of my head because I didn't really enjoy the feud. But they
broke all that up.
Exactly. Like you said, no one cared, but they've had a few, I believe.
Yeah, nobody wants that. Well, Otis versus Omos, so everyone can stop crying about benching.
We're just having alphabetical slaughter out there of Otis versus Omos.
Two count for Mercedes. Facts. Otis and Gable had a match already
for All American.
I do believe we had a conversation
ever.
Right. I do believe we had a conversation about like Chad's breakup with American Alpha went like too long. Like they had too much shit. Like, oh, right. We're good. I want this. I agree with Damien. El Generico versus El Grande Americano. Let's go.
And who can be offensive the most?
Right. Anthony, I mean, I'd love to talk more about Brian Myers in the main event here, but I don't know how
it's been a fun match back and forth. Leon Slater has the upper hand at the moment. I think they'll give Leon Slater the win. They're really pushing Leon Slater. I think this might be his third main event match on TNA over the past like month and a half.
Right.
Oh, Anthony, we haven't talked about this. What you know inside international TNA wrestling talent that they've signed that they don't want to announce who they are when they'll announce that they've signed them.
I know nothing, but I'm interested to see what 3 talents they have signed, because I know that we've been clamoring for more talent. So I'm hoping this is not a rumor just started by Sean Ross and his crew, and this is actually legit, because we do need some talent in there. But I have no inside scoop. I wish I did.
Right.
Fair enough.
Knockouts maybe.
That's a good start. At least one knockout I could see coming in. Yeah.
Do they sign Riho? That's been teased with AEW. That's been teased with WWE. That's part of Progress and everything like that. That's been kind of, as far as international women's talent, has been like the most talked about. Of they get their Riho.
Blair Davenport.
That's actually not a bad show.
Right. Could be. I think, isn't the 90 days up?
He's got to be close.
I think the 90 days are up, as Leon Slater took a loss here.
Shut up.
Brian Myers won.
Slater again. What are they doing?
Like, what are we doing here?
Pre-mad before the belt, we see it. What is this? Because I saw the strap MDB and I explained it. It doesn't mesh well with the red and yellow in the gold plate. I already have my opinion.
The strap is already out there. You can see the belt.
Okay.
They teased like the side of it, and it is gold plate with a light blue, like sky blue strap.
Okay.
Yeah, TNA posted it today, but you can't see the full thing, but you can get the gist of what it is.
Right. Indy Hartwell's a good shout. I like that one.
Indy is a good one. Absolutely.
She's back out there with Steph D. Lander.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, stat coming down on her face. Wait, what is happening?
Which show?
What the fuck was that? Does anybody see that spot?
I did not see that.
Statlander came off the top, missed, and then Sasha crawled over on top of Harley and waited for Julie to come in and do a move on both of them. But like, it looked like they just took a pause to have a cuddle.
I mean, should we all take a pause to have a cuddle? But no, I always saw to where she dragged her over in like the tombstone kind of position in the corner and hung her in the tree of woe.
That was a weird spot.
As I've got that FBI warning on Unbreakable.
Oh, Unbreakable. I had to decide what screen I'm watching these shows on.
M. Night Shyamalan, Unbreakable.
Because it's Triller. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. I see 80 people still hanging out with us. Do not leave. We got so much more coming your way as we got Unbreakable. We got Bloodsport as well. The action will not stop. Collision's still going. TNA, I think, should be done.
Yeah, TNA Unbreakable is starting now. So TNA is done.
As TNA's, though, by the way, they're mixing in old footage with new footage, and that's the best asset that TNA has. Of you got a collection of Samoa Joseph, of AJ Styles footage and everything. You got a mountain of a catalog to sit on. So let me just mix this into what I'm building up for tonight.
Absolutely, absolutely. But our friend, our compadre, Mr. Anthony, as always, your insight into TNA is appreciated. Your counterbalance to us yelling at each other is definitely appreciated. But Anthony is going to say goodnight, farewell, so long. But I'm sure he'll still be watching the wrestling.
Yes,
but that's it.
In the chat too.
He's going to rest his vocal cords for the weekend, folks, as he will be a part of the Mania Marathon and the sing-along that neither one of us, Nick or I, should be doing.
You guys have a good night.
Have a good night, sir. There was 2.
And now we're down to 2. And now we're down to 2.5 shows at this point out of the 4, my guy. Roll through Cameron on stat.
Right.
Yeah, so what are you looking forward to on Unbreakable? I know we ran through the whole card with Bloodsport. That's, to me, that's the jewel. That's the, diamond in the rough when it comes to wrestling tonight?
I mean, again, I think Unbreakable is going to be fun. Eddie Edwards, Ace Austin, Steve Macklin, TNA International Championship Tournament. It should be a fun triple threat. Stat gets the pin, by the way. So we are going to go off the air from Collision. Stat and Julia get the win.
Facts.
But I like a lot of this. Zachary Wentz, JDC, and Eric Young should be okay. You talked a lot about the praise for AJ Francis, Mike Santana and the Hardys versus Ali, Nick Nemeth and Ryan. That's a great match. Joe Henry and Masha taking on Frankie and Tessa. Mixed tag should be fun. And like you said, Barbwire Massacre, not to mention Moose vs. TBA. My God, we are stacked here tonight.
Yeah, well, to me, it's one of those of you're going to have one or two matches that play into a third match later on, as I've even got EY, aka Casey Jones, out here. So we're going to probably have those first couple of tournament-ish matches to start it off of, so then later on down the road, we can have winners take on AJ Francis.
Yeah, no, 100%. Again, I think this is going to be very interesting how this plays out. And again, I mean, we're excited for it. Again, I think they probably should have had, just don't worry about TNA. Nothing groundbreaking happened on Impact this week. This could have been, but they are on the West Coast, so a later start time. And again, we're all for it. We're already here 2 hours, guys. Be a friend, tell a friend. I want to see us in triple digits, as right now we are getting into Unbreakable. And in 1 hour, we will be covering Josh Barnett's Bloodsport 13. So lots coming your way here on the channel. And again, don't be quiet, don't be shy. What's on your wrestling mind? Collision was a flat follow-up to a really good Dynamite.
Collision was an afterthought, and respectfully, even the TNA leading into Unbreakable, I don't know how much of a connective tissue it had to it or anything that, like, really, especially if you're going to do it right before the show, that really sold me on, I need to watch this show right after this.
Right. Great match. Julia does better moonsault than Flair. I don't know, Mikey.
Bold strategy. Well, who does the better moonsault, Tiffany or Jacob? That's the real question.
Tiffany or Jacob? I think. I mean, it's hard not to give Jacob the points, being what he physically doesn't look like he should be doing it.
Moons over my Sammy. Is that
like me doing a moonsault? I'd die. And I mean, this man, it just makes it look like nothing. Like he just floats.
Right.
How about streaming Collision, as you will be fed a 5-star meal? We did stream Collision, and it was not. I'm still hungry, so we're gonna watch some more wrestling. Tony, you didn't feed us good tonight. Last night, not bad, sir. Tonight, not great.
Yeah, the 5-star meal turned out to be an aperitif. Oh, right. That type of shit. Did you see though of Seth Rollins? I'm becoming a fan of, because man's just speaking from the chest, speaking from the heart, of out there and just dismantling the whole 5-star rating.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, and I mean, again, I think it's what I like is I want more wrestlers to say it. I think Meltzer's done. I think Meltzer should be forgotten. I can't believe anybody pays to listen to Meltzer. The only people that I truly think are invested in Meltzer are people that have their opinions solidified by somebody like Meltzer. So it's that silo effect. Meltzer is a foregone conclusion to a lot of this. I haven't heard many, if any, wrestlers come out and say, oh, I really respect that guy. I mean, to me, it's become very, at first it was like, okay, you have a bias, but now it's ventured into like weird and creepy and odd. Like, to be a grown-ass man and to kind of crush, like, it'd be like, I don't know, give me like an ESPN reporter that covers football, like a known one. Like
Adam Schefter.
Right? But if he started crushing on the players, like, I really like that, like, and won't say anything bad about it. Right? Right? So that's where it gets really interesting, Nick, it's just this weird kind of like, like ring rat vibe from Meltzer, and I think everyone knows it, and a lot of people see it. And again, you might say Seth might, Meltzer might give a guy like Seth a 3-star match, but that 3-star match was in front of 50,000 people. Blew the roof off the place. The fans were on the edge of their seat. They just didn't do enough topes to get the stars, opposed to a match that happened in a gymnasium.
But it's what we've said the whole longest time of it's opinion. It's subjective.
Mm-hmm.
It is not gospel. Do not treat this shit as gospel.
No.
I'll even say this with us. Do not treat what we say as gospel. It is fucking opinion. It is conjecture. It is literally us having a discussion throughout that. We are not fucking saints or anything. We should not be documented and put in biblics and everything. Like,
the
like to try and act like you fucking should be.
Bro? The gospel according to KJ. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, chapter, verse, section 17. Thou shalt tell Dave to go fuck himself.
Right. Who wins this one, folks? I will put a poll up for the Unbreakable opener as EY taking on Wentz and JDC to advance in the tournament. Let me know. Who do you got? Who do you got?
Who you got?
I'll go EY.
Fair. Trying to think of, more of long-term because this is still going to end up in the triple threat after this. So, I mean, obviously, if it's JDC, then he's got the connection to AJ Francis. EY is already a heel. I mean, maybe I go Austin Aries with this.
Is he really putting thought into this opening match?
I know. Well, sometimes you got to put some shit. I'm putting more thought into what they put into it. I'll put it that way.
That's it. Love it, Matty. Good to see you, buddy. How you doing? Christopher, always a pleasure. Wentz for the win. Hogan versus Andre had 63K on their feet in the Pontiac Silver Dome in the entire match, and build to the match was around one body slam. Again, and I know people have said it a lot lately, and the kind of the wild and loose, crazy side of wrestling doesn't understand it as far as the fans go. But wrestling has always been about the pageantry, especially even if you go all the way back to the 30s, 40s, like back in the origins of pro wrestling, it was about the pageantry because the predetermined nature of it. So, I mean, at the same time, you got to remember, like, it was, how can I get, it doesn't matter what I do in the ring if nobody's cheering and nobody pays to see me do it.
Wrestling at its whole is still an art. It is still a performance. It is violent theater. It is, that's the way to look at it. We all know it's, especially at this point, anyone that's watching us at this point knows it's not fully on the up and ups and everything. But you're still going to try and execute everything you're trying to do at the highest level. That's the way to view it. Yeah.
As all three men throwing punches at this moment. Wentz trying to fight out of the crowd. What's up, Marvin? How you doing, buddy? I hope you guys are doing great. I hope everyone in the chat is doing great as well. Yeah, I hope everyone out there is happy, healthy, and safe. Friday Junior pretty much in the books, and we will be back on Friday for SmackDown, and then the marathon begins, and we can't wait, folks. We built for this all year long. The only catch this year is we got a 2-night SummerSlam coming up. Son of a bitch.
I was about to say, if we had 2 weeks, I thought you were going to say, if we got 2 weeks leading into this, because we got that extra runway, but this is why we play the game. This is the build up to this. Everything tonight is just the precursor, it's just the test run, right? To an extent of we're watching all the shows.
Right. ABJ says Wentz for the W. I do think you also asked where we're watching. Both are being streamed on Triller, so we're doubling up on Triller. Again, hashtag not sponsored Triller.
Well, I have it on the TNA Plus. I shared it. I gotta scroll up. But there is a code that I threw out there. It is at the start of the stream and also in the Discord. of if you use that it gets you a free month because they're very much trying to get over it. And that's to me, that's a bit of them acknowledging of like Unbreakable is not the highest selling point. So let's use this as a caveat to get subscribers.
Yeah, it's one of their specialty shows. They usually do these ones on Fridays for $12. I mean, the fact that they reduce it and it's not crazy, not bad. I mean, but ultimately, again, everybody's trying to catch that Mania train, so I get it. What up, Lace 'em Up Media? I like them. Cool. Mikey, I do not know the others except EY. I do not watch TNA in years, and I do not watch WWE in years. Last full WWE show was probably late 2000s. Well, you don't have to watch wrestling; just got to hang out with us while we do. So yeah, I mean, Zachary Wentz, former NXT tag champion, and again, I think that doesn't help you at all in this case. But Zachary's pretty good. Fandango. Sir.
Well, does he? And at this point now, he's JDC. He's down with the 1, 2, 3s. He's out there, whole new me.
Right. Who's the biggest simp? Forrest Gump or Jack from Titanic? I love this question. Jack from Titanic, $100 P.
Yeah, because Jack could have lived.
There was room on the door, damn it.
Mythbusters proved he could have lived. He
He didn't have to die. And then Forrest Gump accomplished a whole lot.
Forrest didn't know better.
Right. And still got shit done.
Yeah, facts.
Right? Forrest would have died in that water. He would have swam to shore.
I'm not a smart man, but I do know what love is.
Right. AEW.
I'm not a smart man, but I do know what wrestling is.
Oh, big cutter by Wentz. Dos
amigos, dos.
Eric Young for the win. Let's see what the chat's saying, Nick. 50% going Wentz. Oh, wow. 20% going JDC. 31 going EY here tonight. So, again, actually Wentz the favorite from the chat.
Fair enough. I think I broke my scroll button, but yeah.
I think I broke my scroll button.
I was scrolling up and now I can't scroll down.
That's a euphemism, folks.
Facts, 100%.
Hey guys, what's up? Jordan Jackson. Hey guys, what do you think about Logan Paul's in-ring ability, and do you like his new finishing move? The pulverizer is wicked dirty. I love it. It's a play on the old flatliner, but with a twist. And his in-ring ability, time in and time again, he's proved that he can go between the bells.
Talent-wise, the finisher-wise, and everything, Logan Paul is fantastic. As far as something I want to see on my screen, I know I'm supposed to not like it, but yeah, I don't like it.
And that's exactly why that man's gonna have gold. All the gold. This year we'll say a lot if WWE can sell a 2-night show other than Mania. Yeah, it's gonna be a big test, right? I mean, it's one thing to say we're gonna do the 2 nights. Will it turn out? I mean, right now they look like a juggernaut. I talked about it today, where if you base your opinion on what's happening in Mania on the internet, EY gets the pin.
Right?
Yes. I'll take it. You would think that people aren't going to Mania, like the nobody's bought. Like it's hours just to get merch. Like have you seen the Logan Paul exhibit at WWE World where you get to hit dummy Logan with a chair?
No, I'd be out there with a Glock of I'm gonna damn you. No, I saw the Hunter thing, which that's nightmare fucking fuel. Hunter does not look like Hunter. Hunter looks like Meth Hunter. Like he's strung out on some shit.
Right.
But yeah, no, of what you were saying of, oh, but the tickets are too much. Of nobody's paying to go to that. Oh, they can't sell it out. And then you cut to somebody that's got a video of the line. And it literally looks like, when did it start and when does it end? Because it just goes on and on and on.
Right. I would sit down. I'd be like, what are we doing here?
No, this is why we do what we do, because fuck that shit. I ain't paying money to sit in a fucking line like that.
Right.
I'd rather sit in a line to the fucking bathroom between me and the missus than fucking sit in a line like that shit. What are we doing?
As they are talking about the Moose Open Challenge coming up next, folks, I believe.
Right.
But who will accept it? And it could be a lot of people, being that so many wrestlers are in Vegas tonight. What?
Josh
It won't be Josh Alexander. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe we're not getting that next.
Well, I don't know, but Antoine's saying, God bless, guys. Happy Thursday. Wentz for the win.
Yeah, Wentz takes the L, though. No, I mean, I like Wentz.
Wentz upon time. Yeah.
Triple H looked at one of those old commercials with those bug-eyed people. Facts.
He looks like worse than the Madame Tussauds wax museum shit.
I mean, I've been to several of those, and I mean, again, they always give me a weird vibe. They're like human taxidermy. It's odd.
Buffalo Bill,
right?
Jeffrey Dahmer,
right? Like shit. I got a picture.
Leatherface,
right? I got a picture where he's sitting with Oprah, like on the Oprah couch, and like it's just such a creepy vibe.
I know that's not Oprah, but I'm gonna pretend like that's Oprah.
Right? It's so weird.
That's the best way I've ever heard that described, though. If you're saying that of human taxidermy, because that's what it is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ace Austin. So I was wrong. Moose is not up next. Ace Austin, Eddie Edwards, and Steve Macklin. Oh, Macklin's got to win this, please.
Yeah, but no, we're gonna get the tournament matches to decide the match later on out the gate, so then they can rest, recuperate, and rehydrate before they have the next match.
Yeah, I know 100%. So yeah, I mean, this one should be a fun match. All veterans in their own right. So I think this should be a real fun one. Ace Austin could win as well. Ace Austin.
This sets up to be a better match than the last match we just watched.
Yeah, could be. Here comes the second time we get the systems entrance here tonight. Steve Macklin, Triple H's wax statue got that one. Oh wait, so gone Dunbar. That's funny.
I'm in Vegas, bitch.
Man, I said this yesterday, and I know Tony's happy. It's just I don't think certain fans realize the lack of aura Tony Khan has, and the lack of. I don't think other grown adult businessmen take Tony Khan seriously because of his child. Like he's like Peter Pan.
Well, ultimately, you said it and didn't say it at the same time. Of Tony's not been around other adult males or anything like that, or other adult people and everything like that. Well, that show was excluded, but yeah, that he hasn't been in that situation of like, Tony, that's not fucking cool. Like that's not how people do this shit.
I put it out today with the don't you forget
about me. Don't. Well, trust, I saw it and I was like, Elon, is that you? That's the thing, is it's like, no, human beings don't act like that. You know who acts like that? People who have never had to struggle. People who have never had to worry about money coming in or anything like that. That's what it is. That's a disconnect from reality vibe that I can't ever connect to.
Steve Macklin entering the ring. We're getting a replay of what happened with Eddie Edwards and Macklin with the Alicia Edwards helping out get the W before. But yeah, no, I mean, again, it's like Tony Khan is older than both of us. And that's a weird thought.
Like hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching, especially in Boston. Why did you do that?
Right.
Touching you.
Ace Austin for the win. I like it. Bulletproof Steve Macklin. Who you taking, Nick? Who you taking?
Fuck Macklin.
You're going Macklin?
Just because I'm a fan of Macklin and I think he he is the shining example for someone that was in WWE. It's a freaking tweet. I don't know what popped you more with that.
Money popped me. I'm not clicking on it again. But my God. Money popped me.
I think Steve Macklin is the shining example of one of those that gets benched by a company and comes out better on the other side.
Maybe, yeah. I'll take Ace Austin because you took Macklin. You benched literally. Eddie and Macklin. I think Macklin's a guy that needs to get back in the title picture as well. I think he would be a great foil for a guy like Joe Hendry. So
does Ace Austin though sympathy card in all due respect?
Well,
you're connected to Chris Bay, so sympathy.
Maybe to an extent, but also, I mean, Ace has done a lot of good work. He was already in the X division, and then as his career kind of matured, he ends up in ABC. This is a guy that has a bright future. He's still got lots of years ahead of him. 68% of the chat taking Macklin. Ace getting 27. Eddie Edwards 5. It's not the Eddie we used to know, bro.
Fuck you, Eddie. Fuck you, Eddie. Well, I'm going to say this also, though. Not you, Chair. Hi, Chair. But Christ, pun. Hi, Chair. But Jorge saying, I don't think Sweet Caroline should be played during the 8th unless the Red Sox winning. I'll say it shouldn't be played, Pete, because the Red Sox. I'm a Yankees fan, so yeah. And you're a Blue Jays fan, so you're going to come to the Red Sox 8 here?
Sweet Caroline it has a near and dear spot to my heart. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't care that the Yankees play it or Red Sox. None of them should play it. Y'all suck.
Red Sox play it. We don't play it. We play, start spreading the news.
Yeah. Ace Austin on the top rope. This one's starting off with a lot of energy, folks. Eddie has a negative aura. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it sucks though too because his wife brings in like -2 aura involved in already the role, so it just already detriment.
I like Alicia, man. I think Anthony has sold me on
her. I know.
He's really sold me on her. There really are.
Good, buy her, please. Buy her and fucking trade her off. If you've been sold on her, buy her and trade her off because I don't want to see her.
Yeah, the Cubs do have their own song. There's also a gentleman I know from a band that's very famous that wrote a Cubs song as well. Go Cubs, go!
Would you like to share? Or
no, I want MDB to spit it out. I want MDB because he knows what I'm talking about. He better.
That's good because I don't. So would you like to share?
Speaking of Eddies, actually, that's wicked. Do you want to know something? I love Alicia Edwards. See, Anthony sold me on her.
I don't care. Again, buy her, sell her, trade her. I don't give a fuck. Get her off my fucking train block.
Money made me laugh about her. So figure it out, Nick.
Well, you didn't want to. No, if I needed to figure it out, I wouldn't be asking.
Who has it worse, Andrade or Roosh? Roosh.
Oh.
Roosh gets used less, not by much, and does it in front of less people. I think Roosh got it worse.
Andrade, because you actually think he should be used in everything.
I think Roosh could be something.
So then we're splitting it down to who's more viewing it. So then still it's Andrade.
No, but I think I'd rather if you're going to get we saw him tonight, they get a squash match, but it means nothing. He has no presence. Now, Andrade at least.
We sat there and watched Andrade with Carmelo for weeks on end, and it was actually good matches all the way. Right, so and he's getting lost.
So he's being used. He never lost that. We never got a definitive winner.
He's being lost. He's not being used.
But you just said they were using him, right?
Were. Keyword were.
Okay, so up until recently, he's getting matches. What has Rush done in 2 years?
He had matches. He had the match with MJF where he was choking him out with the hose and everything. The cable. He was the cable guy.
He was the cable guy. But Rush has it way worse. who has worse booking. I mean, again, it's what smells worse, the poop or the garbage? Called the shit poop.
He called the shit poop.
It's true. Nick Khan buried Tony Khan in the most smooth, eloquent, sophisticated way with one line, not even acknowledging Tony while showing love to Shad. That is the difference between a pro and an amateur. And that's like when Tony gets mad, like when the NXT stuff happened, he was like, bald assholes. Like Tony doesn't know how to handle himself like an adult. Nick Khan has no respect for Tony Khan. If that causes fans out there to crash out, tough break. But it was an eloquent dig, and there's a lot of people that heard that interview and had no idea what that was referencing because they're not caught up in the ecosystem that we're in. People just heard it like, oh, okay. But if you know, and it was good.
2 Khan enter, 1 Khan leave. But yeah, to me, the funniest aspect of it is Tony has no response to that argument ever. Like, no, now, like you're 5 years deep and you don't have a response to Daddy pays the bills. You're 5 years deep. You didn't come up with nothing.
Oh, Macklin getting hooked up on the top by hooking Eddie up. Do you know what the number one response to that dig is?
I don't know. Show me potato salad, Steve Harvey.
The number one response to that is, well, McMahon was a Nepo baby. And you're like, okay, we're gonna pull out 1978. We're gonna go all the way back, are we? That had nothing to do with Nick Khan.
The guy who had to look through adoption records and shit. All right.
Right? Like
I'm not trying to defend VKM ever at all, but fucking hell, that is not the argument to make.
Shit. Ace Austin abruptly breaking up that count. That was gross. Look at the replay. Superplex, power bomb.
Right.
Start spreading the news.
Dun, 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 dun.
People forget. And again, no defense of the man. He's vile. We get it. But he didn't have a billionaire daddy that handed him something. He literally had to run. Like, I mean, it was a bit of a friendship deal, but he had to hijack that company from Gorilla Monsoon and make the money that he ended up putting into it. Tony didn't have any risk to this. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just we got to stop looking back in 1999 and 2000 and 89 and 79. Get off the nines. If you want a 9, never mind. We're moving on.
Well, fucking the accountability and getting hold on this and that and everything. The fucking way you got there is fucked all the way around. But it's holding someone accountable for what they're doing currently versus revisionist history of like, cool, I can be mad at so-and-so for what they did in the past, but what are you saying about what they're doing now?
It's like the cops show up at your door and they said, excuse me, we have reason to believe that you took someone's life. And you go, yeah, but that guy did once upon a time. Like, what about OJ? You're like, whoa, what?
I mean, the Chewbacca defense might get you off.
Right?
Now, what is Chewbacca, a Wookiee, doing on Endor?
Right? You can't do that. It doesn't work that way. Like, you can't just, like, point to 20 years ago and say, well, someone else did it. This match is cooking, by the way, way better than the first one. ABJ, I agree with you, buddy. Alicia's great as a pain in the ass.
She's good as an afterthought.
Facts, Jorge.
W bigger because of
It's true though. It's undeniable fact. Like no matter what you think of him, no matter what he did after the fact, that is an undeniable fact.
I know, but it is like a fucked way to look at history. Like,
shit, paradigm.
Because even like Hogan does have a claim, but Hogan is still an asshole. Like I will still stand 10 toes down to fuck Hulk Hogan on this. What you did is what you did, but what you failed to be is a lot worse than what you did.
As Steve Macklin gets the pin, the problem with nowadays is you try and throw out and erase history, and you can't do that. The history is the history, whether the person was bad, good, or indifferent. Like, you can go back in time, and not everybody was a great person. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it just is what it is. But Macklin moving on in this tournament, Nick.
To erase history is to not learn from it. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, touche.
That's really what it is I can see Hogan in a match, but I can learn from it. I can see McMahon doing this, but again, to erase history, you don't learn from it. Because you erase the fucking meaning of it. But Matthew Reinhold and Tom Phillips right now on commentary, as we're still half an hour away or so from Bloodsport kicking off.
We haven't even got to Bloodsport yet, folks, as we are going to continue this this grind. We are here all night. We see around 90 plus people hanging out with us. And yeah, I mean, we got lots of wrestling coming your way. Don't forget, tomorrow, SmackDown. We are in Mania Eve. And all through the house, all the creatures were stirring, even the house. I don't know what that means.
Even KJ with all of his mouth.
Who will become the first ever TNA International Champion? AJ Francis, Eric Young, or Macklin? Go to
what
Twitter.
is the fucking chalice of fucking shit?
What
is Kazarian holding?
That's the call your shot fucking sippy cup.
No, that's a fraternity's holy shit, I'm about to get fucked up cup. That's where they pour the jungle juice. That's where that is. That's where they pour the jungle juice that you get, obliterated on grain alcohol.
Right.
No, I didn't, Boston.
What about Nick read that on a fortune cookie? I like that.
I thought that's what you clicked on. So I just preemptively got mad at Boston.
It literally looks like Kazarian just walked off the strip as a Elvis impersonator trying to wrestle.
Viva Las Vegas.
That's a very good point, Rance. I won't read the whole thing and go into it. I don't want to talk too much about VKM and his nonsense, but I agree. And again, does that change the fact that ultimately he became a vile old creepy man? No. But again, that's the facts are he bought a company. His father made him earn it and almost sold it to other people. Tony was just gifted $1 billion. Like, here you go. It's a difference.
Well, there's a difference. I just hope that if someone was gifted that you could maybe make a difference with that.
Well, I mean, and he has. No signal. We got it back. We're good.
Right.
But ladies and gentlemen, this show rolls on. Be a friend, tell a friend. If you can hear my voice right now, take our link, share it with all your people. Let's see if we get 200 people just randomly show up on a weird Thursday night.
Well, no. Let's keep it a buck out there. While everybody out there is waiting in lines for WWE World, out there trying to just shovel in handfuls of yeetos and everything into their face and everything. We're the ones out here actually watching all the shows, actually vibing with everybody out there. So 100% be a friend, tell a friend, grow the wrestling empire.
Right. You got him, Nick. You got him.
All right. Fair enough. You do you. As I've got one in the Rebels hockey team or something that's out there. We're hyping up Moose and this, that, and the third. But yeah, 100%, folks. Again, often imitated, never replicated, never duplicated. As we got lights out, Sean Merriman out here is on part of the commentary team. Was a fan of him in the NFL. I feel like he's had a oddly long connection with TNA. But yes, no, 100%. While everybody's out there of, let me eat my Jey Uso bootios, let me, this, that, and the third, let me wait 75 hours in a line to sit there and, awkwardly hold a pose next to fucking wax museum, Triple H. We're out here putting in the legwork, often imitated, never replicated, all of that. Yeah. That comment was just me making a point that you can appreciate the positive contributions while still recognizing that they may not be great people. Fair enough. I mean, I'm not fully sure as to what comments you're referring, but yeah, the crash out. I will say this: the crash out out of wrestlers' alleged fucking person, like political alliance and shit. Just why? Why are we A, asking what wrestlers who they voted for, and B, why the fuck does it fucking matter at this point? Like, that's my whole thing with it. When did, on one hand, you always like when wrestling becomes pop culture, but I guess when we're out there asking who you voted for, and that's a crash out topic and everything, of you almost, I guess, they become too much pop culture. But yeah, no, I'm more, what I was more interested with the whole interview of, we're in the last couple years of Roman Reigns, of appreciate him, accept him, acknowledge him while you will, because by the time I hit 40 years old, Roman Reigns will be done out here, and he might be out there, depending on the article, he might be out there modeling, he might be out there acting. But yeah. Here comes Moose. Yes, we got Moose right now. So we've got the X Division Open Challenge. So let me know who you think it could be that's taking on Moose for the X Division title. I like God, you can have that. Trust me. Trust me, you can definitely have that. The opera comment. Fair enough. Well, Jorge, clearly it wasn't that offensive or that bad that you get the pass of. I guess I'm a fan of the opera. I'll put it that way. But yeah, no, there is always still that discussion. Yeah. Moose for the win. Shawn Merriman versus Moose. Why do I feel like they're, like I said, I wish Anthony was Anthony, if you can hear my voice, or Boston, if you can chat for Anthony, of I feel like Shawn Merriman's been involved before with TNA and even been involved with Moose before. So I wonder, like, if that might not be an out the line thing. As I've got Sydney Akeem. So Reggie is your X Division challenger for Moose right now. I would say this man's going to be get thrown from pillar to post, but he might jump off from pillar to post too as well. But yeah. So yeah, Reggie, Sydney Akeem, Reggie. Boy, I hate to, when you're waiting there and your dealer sat there and he says you got your good shit and everything like that, and he hands you some Reggie. I hate to be there, but yeah. So Reginald, is it crazy to anyone, or just kind of maybe funny now because I thought about it, that Reginald, the sommelier, we got sommeliers and we got consiglieres and all of that getting more work right now than Carmella. Like, Carmella's sommelier right now is getting more work than she is. Just saying. But yes, let me know, folks, whether you're taking Reggie, whether you're taking Moose. I assume this is your co-main event. We got a Moose watching alert, but what do you think about 2025 WWE draft after WrestleMania 41? Hold tight, honestly, with that, Alan, because I got an idea. And me and KJ might need to talk about it, but I got an idea of how at least we can spice up our draft. Because I don't know what to make anymore if WWE does a draft. They don't follow it, they don't acknowledge it, they don't stay to it. So I must wonder what a cross promotional, if we were all GMs out of a talent pool, what that draft might look like. But yeah. What's the main event? I assume at this point the main event's got to be the Barbwire Massacre, because that's, I believe, the only thing. Are we already at the point that that's the only thing left in Unbreakable, and we've still got all of Bloodsport to go through? Be interessante. But yes. So no, we still have. Well, we've got right now Moose versus TBA. We got Moose versus Reggie. We got that. We still have, yeah, well, actually, we still got a fair amount. We still got AJ Francis versus all the winners of the previous matches. We've got Santana and the Hardys versus Mustafa and the Nemeth. And we've still got Joe Henry and Masha versus Frankie and Tessa. So, still surprisingly, a good bit through Unbreakable. I mean, that would have been really, really fast to burn through a whole pay-per-view in an hour. But yeah. Mosh and Joe Henry, yeah, got that. Excuse me, 1 minute. So why is this happening? This is happening because we have a Moose open challenge, and who else is Moose to face? Oh damn, we're gonna be here till minute. Well, when one show starts at 11, my guy. Just saying. But that's the thing, is we're rolling through all the rest, and trust me, GCW Bloodsport is not going to be something that you want to miss. And again, I dropped it out there in the chat of, if you want to watch Unbreakable, there's a code out there. I think it's Unbreakable 25. It's something around that. Of that gets you a full free month of TNA Plus, to where you can watch Unbreakable full free and all that. Brian, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm out there, picking hiccups. Yeah, Nick has hiccups. Yeah, I can't do kip-ups, but I can do nick-ups. Yeah, that didn't probably sound as best as I thought it should have, but yeah. As soon as I said that, they went away. Nick, who you picking, Mance or Sammy tonight? My heart wants to just go Mance, because I love me some Mance. I don't know if it's happened, but I want to see it happen. I want me a Mance Warner versus a Gabe Kidd right now. If that's right now, outside of your WWE, your AEW guys, what have yous, those are your top two. Those are your two that I would invest in. And I know that they'll, whether hardcore or not, they will tear the roof down. Mance will make her dance. Mance will make her dance. Moose quit football. Did he quit football, or did he get told to quit football? The wrestling buffet. Dig in, boys. Yeah, I will. Christ. Actually, at this point, fuck it. We're almost 3 hours into the stream. Trust me, you can tell the vitamins are 8 and I had to sit there and look. But KJ's on the pause. We're rolling through of TNA Unbreakable. We're about to get GCW Josh Barnett's Bloodsport 13. Oh, Friday the 13th. But yeah, Paul, we know how to get rid of the hiccups. You just stay on the light and say elephant. Side entire note, because we're talking about the wrestling buffets and everything, and that's what WrestleMania Seas has become essentially. What is your favorite? You can let me know in the chat. If you're watching this now on a replay, let me know in a comment. What is your premier buffet food item? What is, if that's on your buffet, you're grabbing, you're double plating, you're going back around a couple times to make sure you hit that. Is that on a DQ? I got Reggie with a crossbody for a 1.5 count. I missed what might have been a DQ, but yeah. Cat, what up? Yeah, Paul. I've worked it through. I appreciate all the help. I appreciate the assistance, and this is why we're a family. But yeah, I made it through. I survived. Buffalo wings for sure. Gabe versus Eddie Thorpe. Nah. Well, that's all the promotions of. I honestly, if Gabe Kidd ever actually went to WWE, he does not start in NXT. I know KJ is going to come out here and probably yell and say, well, Gabe Kidd, da. People don't know New Japan, this, that, and the third. No, you start him on the main roster. He's got the mouth and everything that he will make it worthwhile. He will solidify his reason for being there just on the way he can talk. Before we even get into how he can fucking wrestle, like, let's not deny that he's where Kenny Omega, Kazuchika Okada was a couple of years ago, is Gabe Kidd right now. But anyways, MDB saying a nice slice of pizza would be on the buffet menu. What are the CC? No. I question. Well, CC's buffet. If you're getting buffet pizza, it is not a nice slice of pizza. Unless you're out there. Maybe you're in Vegas. If you are in Vegas and everything, and you got a nice slice of pizza on your buffet, if you're in Vegas, send us pics, I guess, of your Vegas buffet, but what have you. I know Vegas is famous for that, but yeah, if you're getting buffet pizza, it is not good pizza. It is not. It is cafeteria pizza at best. Buffalo wings, shrimps. This man's just laying out everything. Pasta, pizza. You can't go. Well, yeah, that's the whole point of a goddamn buffet. But yeah. The crowd is quiet for this match. Connor from Reggie. Well, does anyone believe Reggie's actually going to win this match? So why would I cheer when I know the outcome already? As Alicia, why does this ref look so much like Nick Patrick? He looks like Nick Patrick without facial hair. He's got the fucking pompadour and everything. But Alicia's causing the distractions. Yeah, pause for the cause. Orange chicken. Gabe Kidd in WWE would be awesome. He would. It would be interesting where you put him, where you slot him. Mac and cheese. Alicia and Fuse again. Nick, what a trick. Fair enough. Buffalo wings. Are those a regular buffet item? I mean, again, are buffet wings better than like takeout, like pizza wings? I feel like they're both probably baked and both probably soggy as a wet fart. But Moose gets the 1, 2, 3. The Rebels do not approve. I don't know what team they're from. The local Girl Scout club of the Rebels, the flipping the birds. But yeah, they do not approve of Moose retaining, Moose winning here. Yeah, it was an all right match, but yeah, it just didn't seem like anyone was really too much into it because you never thought Moose was ever in danger of losing. Moose needed a blow to beat Reggie. Well, he just had to roll him up a little bit. Merriman's out there getting fired up. Are we going to get Sean Merriman lights out versus Moose? One guy who is technically an actual former NFL player versus a guy who gets booked as a former NFL player. Okay match, but no heat. 2-1. I had seats behind home plate at Kauffman Stadium for Royals versus Red Sox. For the afternoon game, they had an omelet station in the club behind the seats. Fair enough. I mean, the Yankees fan in me wants to just point out how the Red Sox were just laying eggs. But I mean, anyways, as I got Macklin and EY face to face. Afternoon game, got that. UNLV Rebels. Speaking of Rebels, not from a UNLV, but from Upper Canadian area. I don't know how to acronym that. Yeah.
Upper Canadian area.
I don't know. Shut up. I tried. I segued. I tried.
That's a loaded statement, sir.
It's a sperm of the moment, my guy.
Especially late night on a Thursday. Let's go.
Right.
But ladies and gentlemen, the show is rolling on. Shit's going down good. Well, Moose gets a win over Reggie.
Yeah. No, we're not smoking that Reggie out here. Only that high grade.
Right. As our marathon stream continues, we just clipped 3 hours live, and we are 8 minutes away from the start of GCW Bloodsport, folks.
Right. Well, I don't know if you heard my, I guess, halfway dissertation, my question to the crowd and everything about premier buffet food of what is your like what do you go back to the buffet for? I guess it fits with Vegas of known for the buffets. We'll even see money saying first thing Nick has been right about 4 years of watching the stream. Buffet pizza is not good pizza.
No, it's not good pizza. Definitely not. I'm a big fan of like a Chinese buffet if I can get my hands on it. And then load me up with any of that, that good old like lemon chicken, orange chicken, sweet and sour chicken. Sweet and sour ribs are great.
Boneless spare ribs, yeah, sweet and sour ribs, boneless spare ribs. That is what I
man, have a bone.
I mean, I don't know if we want to split a bone between us. That might be a little awkward, my guy. But yeah, 100% boneless spare ribs, the beef teriyaki, boneless spare ribs especially. I will just park my ass there. I took up residency. I live here now.
Yeah, good shrimp. I mean, Vegas is good for the cheap buffets, but often they're not the best of quality. I mean, it all depends, right? Like time and place. I mean, there's some really good ones.
Yeah, do you want a buffet that the street urchin just sneezed on under the sneeze guard on and everything? Or do you want something that might be a little more potentially homemade, might be more of in fresher rotation?
As here come the Nemeth brothers.
Yeah, so we're getting the Nemeth brothers and Mustafa Ali taking on Mike Santana and the Hardys.
Right. So I will put a poll up, folks. Who you taking in this this match shall be interesting. But yeah, I mean, the show rolls on. The system, this will be the first match the system is not involved in since the start of the show. So again, a nice little palate cleanser from that.
Jesus Christ. I don't know if that's a palate cleanser. Yeah.
Right.
I like those Mongolian buffets with the hibachi. Have you ever been to a hibachi buffet?
I wouldn't say a buffet, but I've definitely been to like that hibachi style restaurant.
He just, hit all the sake in your mouth there.
Sake, no.
Did you suck him off or not? That's Pondering Wines want to know. Did you suck him off or not?
As speaking of that, we got Mike Santana running through the crowd, folks, getting everyone in Vegas amped up. Right. What up, Cat? How you doing? His name was Scripps. Yeah, he was Scripps for a hot minute.
I fucking got about that.
Right.
Couldn't get filled anywhere. Scripps.
Sarah Stock let go by AEW. Is that the producer they let go?
I think if we have to ask who, then why are we talking about the story?
Right. Pizza Hut wings suck. You got to go to a mom and pop shop. Listen, in the realm of like chain places, at least here, the Pizza Hut wings aren't terrible compared to some of the other ones. But yeah, you go to a good like mom and pop shop, get yourself a good wing. That's a low bar as far as some of the chain restaurants.
Baked wings like Pizza Hut, Domino's always suck. How do you feel if you're Matt of like your brothers and his music already just dummies your shit all the time?
Well, I mean, yes and no, because watch. I mean, Matt has delete and the fans love it. So Matt's not that left out anymore.
Well, left out or delusional is two different questions. Yeah.
Right? No, but the fans go nuts for the delete.
Fair, but back to what I guess halfway what we were talking about before of baked wings suck ass. Fried wings is where it's at. You don't get fried wings from a chain.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to choose, I'd go fried. Buffalo Wild Wings have solid, good sauce. I don't think they have the greatest of wings though. They're a little bit small and a little bit.
Yeah, they're little muy pequeño. They have the varieties of all the sauces. They're really good if you're gonna get like an array of boneless wings.
Yeah.
That's normally what I do.
Absolutely. Boneless again. You got to be a man. Eat off the bone.
No. I will not get bone-in wings from a place that I know they're gonna suck. Like I won't buy bone-in wings from Pizza. I won't buy bone-in wings from Wild Wings because I know they're gonna be ass. I'm not paying for trash. I'm gonna pay for at least what I'll eat. What is edible?
Right. I love to make my own wings. It's one of my claims to fame. Hooray! I love doing that. There is a picture out there on the internet that exists of a night where we just made like 100 of them. Like we'll make batches. Spicy peanut butter wings. One of my favorite homemade wings that I make. I love making chicken. I recently made a fucking amazing like a Chinese style chicken. If you can figure it out, it's great shit. I'd rather do it just at home. Buy some wings, do it all by yourself.
Chicken wing recipes with KJ, and not brought to you by Jeff Dunham with the spicy peanuts. Yeah,
so good. Who are you taking? Who are you taking?
The Hardys, of course.
I'll go against them. I'll go Nemeth and Ali just because it sets up the rivalries and sets up rebellion.
Fair enough. Well, I'm one of those of like they could win either way, and it's still going to happen. Like whoever wins this, it's still going to end up in the same outcome.
Right? Woo wings. Has anyone in the chat right now ever had a woo wing?
Has Rick ever had a woo wing?
No.
Fuck off if we've had. Has Rick ever had a woo wing?
Yeah, I don't think Rick's allowed near wings ever since he had an incident on.
He's no longer around breast or size at any sort of state and time.
Right. But I will let everyone know we are 1 minute away from the start of GCW Bloodsport on Triller. We are watching it. We also have Unbreakable, the Force show. Mega stream continues, folks. Be a friend, tell a friend. And again, let's keep these numbers up all night long. I'm impressed with them so far, and we appreciate it. We really do.
Absolutely. Form of Voltron. We're out here into the fourth show out here. As I got copyright notice and I got Santana throwing hands.
Yeah. I got Nemeth into the corner, taking punches. Woo wings. Hot honey or goated 100%. Anytime you can really knock down that sweet, hot mix, that's my favorite. Like a honey sriracha, honey habanero, anything like that.
I'm a sucker for like chipotle and everything, like more of the smokier heat and everything, like the shit that hangs on the back of your throat versus just aggressive in your face. Yes, I know. We're breaking down hot wings at this point. We're fat kids. It's late on a Thursday night and we're hungry,
bro. But the match is on.
Give us some memberships, some subs, super chats, so that's who you can order some wings.
Right. Best wing sauce is Frank's. The amount of hot sauce I have in my house is embarrassing. And the collection, I even have like that, like I don't know if you've had like the thick Franks.
The thick Franklin. I've seen some stuff that's been barbecue sauce now with the buffalo hot sauce. Trust me, especially Mrs. Big Nick can't deal like black pepper is an issue. So I have already claimed a whole layer of a cabinet of hot sauces and have started to literally the fire rises. Started to claim higher and higher part of the shelf. Right. So she's not happy with me.
But right now, we are getting the opening package for Josh Barnett's Bloodsport 13. And we have Mike Santana with Ryan Nemeth in the ring on TNA Unbreakable. Folks, get in this chat. Be a friend. Tell a friend. Let's go send our link to people. See how many people we can get here tonight. Now, how crazy does the stream get?
Right. Yeah, we're getting all the fucking highlights of all the contestants out here with, and again, Josh Barnett always feels unique and special. And does it always kind of have that WrestleMania or like big time feel because it's one-offs and everything? It's not a consistent thing, but it's that one-off of just everybody going to smash. It's like a UFC event.
Yeah, I kind of got that vibe to it, especially because it's unique, right? Like we see a lot of wrestling, like we're seeing Unbreakable tonight that we usually don't get, which is great. Don't get me wrong, but Josh Barnett's Bloodsport's just that it's got that underground, that vibe that hits, and it's a good energy, and it feels like something different. And I love the fact that if you guys out there haven't watched a Bloodsport before, I mean, matches can end in 30 seconds. Matches can go 4 or 5 minutes, but it's got that real vibe to it. You can catch a front kick and get knocked out. You can get tapped out. And I really do like how they approach this.
You like NXT Underground, all of that? Just now have a whole show of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is if the WWE ever did this style correctly, it would look like this. I would argue the new version of NXT with the likes of Lola and Eddie Thorpe and stuff has been the closest to something like this.
Well, then they had the whole pitch with Shane McMahon of Raw Underground with Dabba-Kato and all that.
Taba.
A little dabble do ya, but apparently, but I like this still for them to be low key. I love when y'all get in all fat in a chat and start talking about food. That'll be the members onlys now. That'll be just the big back sessions and everything.
Like my personal Instagram has food all over it. I cook almost every day of the week. I love cooking. I can't stop. It is like my sanctuary away from it. So anytime we want to talk about munchies, I'm in.
I'm just fat. Like, I'm trying to be poetic, but I don't know how I could be more poetic than that. So I'm just fat. Like,
right.
No, I just like to eat. It's my love language. Right. I love you.
Right. But they're breaking down the Bloodsport rules. Fights will be won by KO, submission, countout, DQ, or referee stoppage. If a fight falls out of the ring, fighters must allow their opponent the chance to get back in the ring. There will be a 10 count on the outside. No biting, no eye pulling, no blah, 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 blah. 15-minute time limit with a 5-minute overtime if necessary. Main event, 20 minutes with a 5-minute overtime if necessary. So there you go. Making it legit, folks. We will get your opinion. We will put polls up. And right now, 70% are taking Hardys and Santana to win this match on Unbreakable. So, yeah, the night rolling on.
Right. Boston saying, I think Bloodsport isn't good for wrestling. Same with the speed shade. It makes the matches you see on TV seem less believable when matches are ending constantly that quick.
Yes and no. And here's the thing. And I mean, again, the Raw Underground I felt was very hokey, and it gave that hokey vibe because that has Carmen Petrovich opening this one off, first one out tonight. I think for me, if you treated Bloodsport like a regular wrestling match, then it would feel kind of like it's that crossover. I like the aggression that comes out in it. And I like that it's more that mixed martial arts style, no ring ropes, no, you're not doing Irish whips and that kind of thing. So as far as isn't good for wrestling, I don't know if it's that far. Oh, no, sorry, I lied. They're just introducing. They always do this. They're all the competitors. Charlie Dempsey coming out. Yeah, I don't know, Boston. I mean, I respect your opinion because that's a valid opinion. I like it though. I mean, I even going back, I like Moxley. The best Moxley I've seen has been at some Bloodsports.
I understand it, but to me, it's like it's a different game. It's like saying that because the big three exists, that the NBA sucks ass type of thing. Right. It's a different fucking game. It is literally two different entities, literally and figuratively, of everything that happens in a Bloodsport match would never happen in a WWE, an AEW, a TNA, any other wrestling promotion match.
Right. And I do think it's a little bit for the people out there that say, oh, it's Karrion Kross looking badass and ripped. Let's go.
Hey, he can actually wear a gi and not get choked out by a middle schooler, Moxley.
I think for the people that watch wrestling and go like, oh, you can't drop kick someone like that and they just get up, especially in modern wrestling where no selling's become a big thing. This is the kind of the counterbalance as Pete Dunne comes out, where if you get kicked in the face, your fight's over. And then, I mean, I get it, but ultimately I like it. But right now, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say one thing. I'm gonna take a pause real quick.
Jeff Hardy on fire.
As I got Timothy Thatcher, but what I might say is not fully discrediting certain people, but AEW wrestling, I feel like, makes people forget that wrestlers are actually athletes. It seems much more choreographed, and again, they have fantastic matches. I won't say that that's across the board, but I think a thing like Bloodsport reminds people they're fucking athletes. Again, I can sit there and from my chair and everything, I will still have a critique and everything. I'm not saying I could hit a fucking tope like half these people.
Oh, Mustafa blocks a twist of fate, eats a DDT, and then Hardy eats a super kick. The heavy. Nick, you better go and come back, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the thing.
I can't. It's gonna be over by the time he goes. We are rolling along, folks. The show goes on. Nick taking a pause for the cause. Jeff Hardy with a twist of fate. Tavion Heights being introduced on Bloodsport. If you are just tuning in, we are currently watching 2 shows. We've already watched 2 shows. When we say we watch more live wrestling than anybody else out there, it's not an exaggeration. It's not bullshit. It's fact. And tonight, 4 shows on the docket. 2 down, 2 to go. I got the Hardys, Mike Santana, Ali, and the Nemeth brothers on one screen. And I got a whole slew of athletes being introduced on GCW Bloodsport right now. If you don't know, we are back tomorrow for SmackDown. John Cena's going to be there. They're bringing back the Andre Classic. MCMG will take on the Street Profits, which has been highly debated and contested online. But yeah, again, all your wrestling coverage. You want to hang out, you want to talk about food, you want to talk about wrestling, we are here all night long. Pete Dunn, yes, sir. Pete Dunn. I wanted to read this comment. Sorry, I almost got distracted. See money. I love Bloodsport. It pushes the boundaries of modern pro wrestling into a work shoot phenomenon that took over Japan back in the 90s. Guys are too soft these days and need to get stretched. I agree with a lot of that. And honestly, when I remember watching a few of the first Bloodsports. Pin broke up. And I thought, you know what? Like, this almost could be the future style of wrestling. If people continue to be tired of kind of the stuff that doesn't really fit or doesn't really work, could it kind of get to this level where you get back into that shoot style? We look back at those old tapes, especially in New Japan, of where, the guys would just lay on their back and it'd become a grappling match. But Zack Sabre Jr. gets introduced and Jeff Hardy going to the top. I'm about to get the prediction wrong on this one. God damn it. And I will say the Vegas crowd there for TNA tonight, lit. Swanton. They introduced him as Killer Cross. There you go. The Hardys pick up the win. Shocked. Not shocked. Nick was right, though. Killer Cross. I like that a lot. And you guys can let me know how you feel in the chat. I like seeing that the old NXT entrance for Cross. And I keep saying this, I feel like the back half of 2025, I expect big things for Karrion Kross. But the Hardy Boys pick up the win. Gabe Kidd, I got Josh Barnett leading the group again. Gabe Kidd turning around right away, staring down Josh. Gabe has an it factor. Gabe, I like a lot. Shayna Baszler, the submission magician. I like it, Chris. Baby faces win pinning Ryan, of course. Facts. Oh, we're in the back. There's a fight already. Is that the good hand? Oh, no, it's JDC and Eddie? All right. A mugging going on. The crowd in the building chanting Hardys. Zachary Wentz getting whooped by The system. Karrion Kross has a microphone at Bloodsport. I'm going to try and catch what he's saying here, folks. It's good to be home. Bunch of tough dudes. The system beat up Wentz. Yes. Not sure why. Gabe Kidd versus Omega was awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Gabe, that was set the tone. That was one of the first like match of the year candidates of 2025. Gabe Kidd, Omega, they tore it down. I like it. I like Gabe Kidd a lot. I like his tenacity. He gives you that. Gabe Kidd to me is what Jay White used to be. You guys can let me know if you disagree. Cross with the mic. Basically saying, I'm glad to be home. I'm ready to go. I love this. Again, selling it hard, guys. Oh, I lost the signal on. Anyone else lose the TNA signal? Oh, it's back. Hey! Debbie Gibson is in the house. Debbie Gibson is at TNA. What the hell? I don't know. Hey, Paula Mayfield. And Malcolm, her hubby from 90 Days / wrestling fame. No, not her husband. She busted. She busted. The sources are letting me know that is not her hubby. Alicia Fox, yes. I was just trying to, I swear to God, I couldn't remember her name. It was Alicia Fox, Debbie Gibson. And I know half of the chat just went, who? Now, Paula Mayfield from 90 Day Fiancé fame also has been a really good wrestler. Done work with NWA, done work on the indies. So she's at TNA tonight. And as I was told, not with her dude. Alicia! Let's go. Let's go. Not a fave of mine. Here comes Frankie. Speaking of not a fave of mine, Gabe Kidd to me is who Moxley could have been. I love that, Boston. Actually, that to me is like spot on. As Layla Hirsch kicking this one off tonight, Layla Hirsch making a lot of headlines based on some of her criticisms of how she was handled in AEW. And I know the fans don't love hearing it, but facts are facts. And she is one of many who have had a very similar complaint. And that is my concern, is when you hear it over and over and over, at some point it has to be true. A little bit, right? Taking on Jordan Blade, folks. I will put this in the chat. I won't have long because I got to put Frankie in the chat too. So who's going to win? Who's going to win? Debbie Gibson? Yeah, I don't know why Debbie Gibson is at a TNA wrestling show, but shout out Debbie Gibson. Shout out to the 80s with such gems as Lost in Your Eyes, Electric Youth. What other big ones? Did she have any big ones? Wake Up to Love. You got any Debbie Gibson jams? No, nobody does. All right, moving on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I got two matches about to kick off. We get a mixed tag. Frankie teaming up with Tessa to take on Joe Henry and Masha. So the two champions, the two challengers. Again, a lot of tonight building towards Rebellion. But hey, I guess all wrestling companies now show the cool people in the crowd. Heels for the win. Love in disguise. There's a good one, MDV. Shout out. That's funny as shit. Debbie Gibson is the most random person they could have shown. So random. We gotta vote quicker than normal, y'all. Yeah, you gotta get that vote in because I gotta put another poll up. Pause and pause. 92% are taking Layla, so we'll consider that one dead. Shout out to Layla. And then who wins? Bum, 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 bum. Masha and Joe taking on Frankie and Tessa. Mixed tag. Here we go, folks. Get your votes in. As 92% of the chat taking Layla Hirsch. I think on name value for this one. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong. Babyface for the win again. Layla for the win. My long chin queen. Oh my God. Hey, she'll do some strange things for you if you pay her the right money. Who do you have, babyface or heels? I see. So last match I went heels, and the babyfaces won. I think this match I'm gonna go baby faces. No, the baby faces won. I'm gonna go heels again. Oh, I hate the idea of Frankie and Tessa winning. I can't bet against Joe. Joe Masha for the win. I mean, I got my doubts though. Frankie, Moxley's a clown. Moxley's a unique cookie. And do I think he's all bad? No. Do I think he's become bigger in his own head than he actually is? I do. And I think that's what hurts Moxley the most is Moxley thinks he's got it down. You've heard the interviews, right? Oh, WWE didn't like my creative. Well, if that was your creative, yeah, they probably didn't like it. I was really shocked that Moxley tapped out so quick to Joe or lost so quick to Joe. It really hurts his aura if he had any. He did a lot of running away as this big tough guy. Moxley presents himself and cuts promos like the baddest of asses. And he should come out and be murdering guys, like literally whooping ass, running amok, causing chaos. And he hasn't. So, yeah, is he a joke? Is a clown? I mean, to an extent, yes, Paul, you're right. My biggest pet peeve is the no selling. And I don't mean no selling moves, which he does, but I think it's the no selling everything that doesn't involve him. I've literally seen him sitting in the corner of the ring like he didn't just go through a match, like he's lounging on the couch. To me, that's disrespectful to your opponent. It's disrespectful to the fans that paid money when you sell nothing. As Masha tags in Joe to start this one off, and Layla and Jordan off to a good start here. Jordan much bigger than Layla. Max is younger than Jericho. Yes, he is. The crowd going nuts. We believe. Let's see what the fans believe. 62% going Joe Tessa. 38% going Masha Joe. And Frankie making the announcer call him the king of TNA. Fair enough. Frankie's got, I give Frankie a hard time, but he's been a good pain in the ass. I mean, oh, wow. Legit, Layla Hirsch says good night to Jordan. It is over. I like that, guys. Mox is younger than Jericho. I clicked on that one. Wild versus Golden Knights, first round. The playoffs shaped up really interesting. I mean, LA, Edmonton already hate each other, going to play each other for the fourth time in 4 years. They literally are talking shit already. You had Byfield taken out the other night with a cross-check to the face by Nurse. They're accusing each other of trying to hurt each other pre-playoffs. That's going to be a hell of one. The Wild Golden Knights is like the sleeper matchup in the West for me. It's kind of like Montreal, Washington. Montreal got in last night. Epic win for them. Good Canadian representation this year. Fingers crossed. But Masha beating the shit out of Frankie. Tess is not happy, and Masha don't fuck around. I think NXT should sign Layla Hirsch. She's good talent to have on your roster. I'm not sure, Damien. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not chomping at the bit for it. Is that, I don't know if that's fair. Like, I would be okay if they did. I don't know what Layla, like, I know I know that there could be something there, but I'm not convinced that there is something there. But if you sign Layla and partner her with Ivy Nile, you might have some money. What did I just buy? Why are there no guardrails or ropes? Pow, welcome to Bloodsport. No ropes, no rails, MMA style Bloodsport. Let's go. Pro wrestling is the art of selling. Otherwise, it's just a shoot. I guess which would give me license to just blast you in the ring to force you to sell. Yeah, I mean, again, I think there was a time, once upon a time, C-Money, before my time, before your time probably, that if you had a guy like Moxley who did not sell your shit, you would either get really quickly pulled into a shoot in the ring, but if you had a bad attitude and you didn't put over what happened and you didn't help tell that story, you'd get your ass kicked in the locker room. And you know, I think that's the problem for me with Moxley is it is the art of storytelling. I'm a huge fan of, and like that's why I love wrestling so much. My favorite movies are great stories. My favorite wrestling angles are great stories. Like we were talking about WrestleMania and we talk about the end of an era and Shawn Michaels, Undertaker, Triple H, and how that all played out. It was such good storytelling within the confines. But if Taker and Michaels didn't sell the shit, if it was just move with no story amongst it, no scratching and clawing, and you get that moment where Michaels is like pulling himself up on Taker, and it's legit, and you feel it, you're in there with them. That is wrestling at its finest. And I think that's what's like Moxie's very big on, like, I'm gonna cut a promo. But if that promo doesn't translate to the story you tell physically, it's dead. It doesn't mean anything. But right now we got Tessa and Masha. The crowd's chanting, not sure what they're chanting. Speaking of chanting.
Well, do I come back on dead? No one's cheering. No one likes it.
What?
That's what I came back on. But yeah.
I'm glad you came back on to cough in my face.
Thanks. Love you too. But yeah, it's, well, I gotta get it off my chest of how, like, yeah, it's at this point, like, you're fighting for 5-star ratings at this point. Like, that's the thing is you mentioned Michaels and Taker, and that match didn't get a 5-star rating.
Yeah, right. But I will say this real quick, Nick. Up next, we have Carmen Petrovich in the ring, and she is about to take on Mayaka.
All right. Now I got to look to correct your pronunciation.
Nito's sister.
Nito.
He's Nito.
Fucking Tetsuya Nito is leaving New Japan, according to KJ. Yes. Oh Christ! Now I gotta find the goddamn match.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it's
the
fucking length of this card. Of where are you? Goddamn it, Carmen. Yeah, Carmen versus. All right.
Oh, that's so easy.
Maika. Shut up, you.
Maki.
Yeah, no Ashante the Adonis to be seen, no accompaniment, no, none of that. She didn't even have her sword.
Right? She shouldn't have her sword ever. Tessa Blanchard versus Kazarian for the win. Oh, and not verse. Thank you, Ronan. Good to see you. The G1-0 for Christopher. I like it. The match was kind of quick. Some of them are, Richard. Again, some matches are 30 seconds. Some matches are 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
That's how when you watch like a UFC event, that's how it feels. Of literally, You have some matches that are 5 rounds. You have some matches that are 10 seconds.
Right? That's it. That's how it goes.
Yeah, versus intolerance versus indifference with this match of Test and Kazarian versus Joe Henry and Co.
Bum 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 bum. Baba. Yeah, Wild Golden Knights Game 2 will be on at 11 p.m. on Tuesday, Christopher. WrestleMania didn't help the Vegas Golden Knights this season. I mean, again, they got to start. Yeah, they got to figure some shit out. But yeah, it should be interesting. I'm looking forward to the playoffs. I mean, Battle of Ontario is going to be insane in this city. And what we do as Leaf fans is we go buy tickets in the other building and fuck with them.
I was going to say, how much of Toronto is going to be left? How much of Ontario is going to be left after this Civil War?
I got my seat. I got my seat in the parade route picked out already. It's been there for a while, waiting.
Man's already picked out what he's going to drink out of the cup, type shit.
I can hear the peanut gallery rolling her eyes.
Fair enough. Is she a Sens fan?
No, she just mocks my love for the Leafs.
Oh, well, I mean, Christ, I'm there with my love for the Bills, but I digress. I get it.
Right. Kazarian's got the trophy walking around. Joe's down, and Carmen is in control of Mayaki right now. Mayaka.
She's got the hot talkies in a headlock here right now.
Chicago.
Chicago.
50-50.
No disrespect and no offense, but that's what this is going to break down to, of just Chicago.
No offense at all. I'm still up. After 4 hours, check with the doctor, sir.
I mean, if you're picked up, I mean, call him order or a mortician. I don't know.
Going to be fun. Hopefully Spurgeon is back. I thought Minnesota was going to miss, but a really cool moment, Christopher. I'm going to just say this real quick because there's 2 wrestling shows. It was really cool the other night. Minnesota clinches with the point in regulation, and Gustafson goes to the bench and gives Marc-Andre Fleury, who's on his retirement tour, the overtime, and they get the win in overtime with Mark in the net. It was a really nice, cool thing.
Fair enough. Well, the NHL playoffs towards the end with this, I'll say, has felt like the NBA play-in tournament a little bit. Well, now how the NBA's moved to like the last couple wins of, you kind of know who's going to be there. Like you even said, we're doing a nice, good moment for Marc-Andre Fleury of after we already know the game's out of hand, after we already know who's winning.
It wasn't out of hand.
So we just decided, fuck it. You're cold as ice, but you can handle this.
What they did was,
that's a bold strategy, Cotton.
My guy. They were tied and they were going into overtime, but the point they got going into overtime clinched the playoff. So they allowed Andre Fleury to go in for overtime because it didn't matter if they had won or lost. Right. So it was a really nice sentimental moment. Once late in a year, like any sport, once teams have playoff spots clinched, you'll start seeing, oh shit,
tap out.
Carmen taps out.
All that kung fu couldn't do her no good.
Battle of Ontario. Moxley is the new George the Animal Steel. Fucking hell. I love that. If anyone can get a picture of Moxley with a green tongue, that'd be dope.
Oh, don't worry. Trust me. I bet you he looks like the guy that eats turnbuckles just for the fun of it. So, yeah.
Right. Cool little venue. Joe Henry got the crowd going. Listen to how bad this Vegas crowd is.
Well, they're just there to watch all of the wrestling. Like WrestleMania at this point is the greatest wrestling convention of all time. At this point, it is the wrestling mecca of the worlds collide of every promotion, what have you, shows up and is involved there.
Right.
Right. I don't know if you showed up or
here.
There you go. Unshowing up is KJ White, but yes, sentimental. Is that a combination of cinematography and sentimental? That'll do it. She taps out. Yeah. Carmen Petrovich buried. She's losing to snack foods.
Let's go. That'll do it.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Right. Big win. As the tag match has been fun here. Tag matches have been pretty good. Yeah, fun. I mean, pretty solid again. All 4 pros in the ring. And again, I mean, Frankie's been harassing Joe for a while now.
Yeah, well, fucking GCW loves their goddamn metal because, like, I'm getting this whole breakdown for like Charlie Dempsey versus Shinya Aoki. Not Steve Aoki, but his distant cousin, Shine Aoki. But goddamn, a fucking Coachella death metal breakdown was that?
Right, it's underground, bro. It's got to be heavy. We're going Bloodsport. It's got to
disrespect your surroundings.
All right, folks. Next poll going up as they are coming hot and heavy here tonight. Are you taking Dempsey? Are you taking Aoki? Let's go. Let's go.
How do you feel about the discourse that's been brought up of no William Regal in the Hall of Fame?
I think that's again a weird thing. That to me is hashtag pre-mad. We don't know the conversations. William Regal is still actively doing stuff. He might not want to be in the Hall of Fame yet. He will get there. He is a Hall of Famer. But again, we don't know the conversations that have happened.
I'm curious as to what stuff William Regal
shit.
is doing.
Frankie takes out Tessa, eats a kick. This is just a babyface showcase night.
Yeah, well, him taking out Tessa, he's just doing the Lord's work.
Right. Joe Hendry with the pin in the win.
I see MDB of Nick gets mad at KJ for Naito. It's Naito, not Naito, not Domorigato, Mr. Roboto. Yeah. It is Naito. But he's calling Shania Twain. You tell me that this man's name isn't fact.
I'm thinking, like, is he calling him Sinead? Like, nothing
compares to you. They got McGregor entrance and everything like that.
But all right, folks. Next match on GCW again, hot and heavy, fast and furious, if you will. Dempsey, Aoki, that I can say.
There you go.
Let's go. He looks like the Korean zombie, and I mean that respectfully.
Well, now you have to explain because most people, like, I know what you're talking about with that, but I don't know if everybody else knows. It was
right.
Christ, now I gotta try to remember his name. It was like Sum Jung or whatever, like that. Yeah. Trust me, I'm not trying to be intolerant. I'm trying to remember his name. But yeah, it was the Korean zombie of literally he was a UFC fighter that he was one of the main attractions from Korea, and just the motherfucker, no matter what you hit him with in the fucking face, he would still keep going forward.
Chan Sung
Jung.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. I see. I'm not intolerant. I'm just indifferent.
Santana in the back talking to Santino.
Santana on Santina. That's right. A tongue twister if I've ever seen one.
Who's wearing a Santana shirt. So, yeah. Oh, Sambo style. If somebody just walked in the room right now, they'd be like, what are you?
No. that's not Sambo style. That's some other style.
What's up, Andrew? How you doing? I can't believe he hit Tessa. Again, it happens.
Yeah, you zig when they should have zagged.
Right. I feel like I'm safe to say this, but real quick, because it's pretty much official at this moment. But I want to thank anyone out there who participated or participates in any of our fantasy sports. Quick question, Nick, who won the football fantasy this year?
All right. You just the Dragon Balls right now.
I officially.
Can I call you Goku because you're out there just Dragon Balls?
I think I officially. I'm up by 110 points. Smile Mark had an amazing season. Took the President's Trophy. But I am also the hockey and football champion.
This man out here hitting the triple crown. He's we don't have a triple yet. We have a double crown. So this man out here hitting the double crown and out there fucking hot dogging and grandstanding. Yes.
That's my karma. Next year, last place in both.
No, let's be honest. You're the one Canadian drafting in the hockey league. You have already an intrinsic advantage.
We got some really good hockey boys in that league, though. So you Americans aren't all, all out.
No, we're just out there. We're fucking, we're goddamn trailer park boys out there. We're fucking Shoresy and everything.
Dempsey and Aoki fighting over each other's legs as they continue to show celebrities as Andreas Hale. They almost gave him the wrong name.
That's fine. I don't know who Andreas Hale is. I don't know who Andreas Ale is. I don't know who any of these people are.
Right? West Side Gun. Man loves his wrestling.
Yeah, he's O'Shea Jackson, just all the way committed to wrestling and fuck the acting.
Right.
But yeah.
Right.
And fuck the rapping too, because
I don't even know how I won the football this year. I'm just happy I did. Smashing.
Yeah, I don't know. Just so happened, but I'm gonna just happen to mention it too as well.
Somebody brought
just
up
so happen to bring that up. Just hey, funny that we're talking about this,
right? The Maple Leafs might not win the cup, but I did.
Oh, they won't. They won't.
As hey. Ace Austin's back.
Holy shit, I thought I was seeing double. I thought I was seeing Dempsey on both screens.
The international.
They both have the same haircut, my guy. One just has a mustache and the other doesn't.
Right. Maple laughs. Ouch. That hurts a little bit. I'm
just more wondering.
Dude, I came in under the radar. I barely made the playoffs.
You just barely made the playoffs. The guy who
I barely made the playoffs.
I thought you were about to say in hockey. It was like a man who was running away with the league.
Yeah, I might have taken a month off. Chris Bay.
You literally fucked off and still won.
I had a good team.
Geez, a Canadian picked a good hockey team. Who would have guessed?
Right.
One in the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is going on all my screens right now. One in the Gene Wilder. Do I see wrestling before my eyes?
Chris Bay. And right now, I hope he can stretched by Dempsey, but a very touching moment as Chris Bay is in the house.
Yeah, I have a Kimura and an emotional Chris Bay walking out right now. Like, conflicted is the theme of the night right now.
Like the last time we saw him at the actual show in his honor, he is moving better today than he was then. I really hope this guy gets back into the mix. Again, your health and safety is first and foremost. But again, for those who don't know, Chris Bay was paralyzed not too long ago, and he's walking into the building here tonight.
Yeah, and not one of those of, he got a stinger, he took a bad bump. Like, even respectfully versus Big E, man literally was paraplegic at that point, was literally from the neck down.
Right.
No movement. And they're like, I don't know if you could ever do that. And he's out here. He's damn near penta-strutting out here to the...
Dude, like, it's so cool. Standing ovation for Bay. Bay's got a tear in his eye. Bay's got a microphone, and I'm all for it. I mean, again, his tag team partner introducing him. And the craziest thing to think about, Nick, is the night before he goes through a crazy ladder match, comes out fine. The next day on a taping, boop.
Well, not to wax fully poetic and everything, but that's 100% appreciate every moment. And that's why this is as fun as what the fuck we do and everything, of everybody that tunes in. Of this is just one goddamn constant jam session talking wrestling. Of we are the garage band of fucking wrestling of out there. It's literally an every night jam session, and any fucking moment that you get, whether it be doing this, whether with a loved one, what have you. Shit comes short, and you don't know when it comes at you. So appreciate the fucking seconds you got.
Listen, man, I mean, we've all been there, and you never know when you're going to be that close to the door. And just that's why, I mean, again, I think we advocate so hard for WFU, and why we advocate so hard for
just embrace shit, enjoy shit. Like, shit's so short. What the fuck you got to be mad about?
Like, if today was your last day, you really want to go out being miserable all fucking day?
Yeah, I'd hate to go out gang. I'd hate to meet Jesus. Not going anyway, but I'm just saying this. I'd hate to meet Jesus gang banging over star
Right.
ratings. I really would. I would feel like a fucking nerd if I meet my maker sitting there gang banging over fucking star ratings. Just saying. Just saying. That's why this shit's a movement. You can move or get moved.
Scary, embarrassing moment, right? Like, that is part of the equation. Is the fact that, I mean, again, you feel that level of embarrassment, but I mean,
no, shut up. Well, not you, but yes, no, even Chris of just no, that's not embarrassing. Like,
no, but he's dealing with his own personal shame, right? Like, it is that thing of like, fuck, I can't believe I did that.
Yeah, but like, that's crazy. Like, that shows you still the mindset and everything. And it's not a knock, but that just shows you the humanity of everything. Of literally, the man's lucky to be walking, and he's more pissed that he fucked up a spot and everything.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, I get it. Like, I mean, I've talked about it on this channel before. I mean, I got pulled into an industrial press roll. I shattered my arms, and it took a long time to fix my life. And you have that level of like, I can't believe I fucked up. I can't believe I was that close to the door. And you don't know what your life's going to look like. And I mean, I could walk. I just, my arms sucked. And they still, you know, have the residual effect. But it really brings into context and really makes you realize, as I hate Dempsey just knocked out Aoki with a suplex. But I mean, again, it makes you appreciate life. It makes you appreciate every single minute. I never thought 4 or 5 years later I'd be sitting here on YouTube rambling about Chinese food and wrestling. You know, it's just a crazy life. Make the best of it.
Yeah, time's limited. And that's why I hate to beat a fucking dead horse here a bit, but that's why we even say that's why it is why we are what we are, why the WFU is what we bashing it, what we beacon it to be, and everything like that. Because the fuck you got to be mad about? Shit's limited. Like, maybe just actually enjoy being around other people, have a discussion, having an engagement instead of just being pissy about shit.
Find a reason to smile, folks.
Yeah.
As someone who broke their neck, I have always had sympathy for others who have gone through worse injuries. It's insane, man. Shout out MDB. And again, it's a blessing that you know, you can recover from something like that. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to break your neck, or to not have the movement and be able to feel your body's got to be a trip, right? Like, you know, I talk about
your mind singing you moving this and innate moving this,
laying there frozen like fucking Metallica. Like, just
is this when I go COVID? Like Metallica? Right? Is this when I go Kofi or Xavier of like, but you only cared about you, MDB. You didn't care about us.
Chris Bay thanking everybody. You see how appreciative it is. And he's just saying, I'm still going. And again, he shouted out a very, he had a very big shout out for somebody that is very controversial in wrestling, but he shouted out Punk, you know, for his kind words and his motivation and what he had said to him. And he's so grateful. The gratitude when you are walking again.
Well, you said controversial as I'm getting the highlight for Cross versus Kratos in the Battle of the K's. But with the whole Punk's controversial, no, Punk is controversial if you don't have friends, respectfully. If you just live in this goddamn bubble of like, Christ, we need to have merch at this point of it. Of you don't work there. Of if you believe that you work at AW and everything, if you think you're the fourth or fifth Jackson, that you got a gangbang on CM Punk, like, no, it doesn't work anymore. He's got so much involved, of so much tied to everybody.
Absolutely, absolutely. But really, really heartfelt words here from Chris Bay. I know that right now Kratos is coming out to take on Karrion Kross, folks. We are going to talk about it. But again, I'm kind of pulled into this moment here. And again, it reminds us, right? It's easy for us to sit back and say, I can't believe they made that mistake or they botched that move. But again, I mean, they put their lives, their bodies on the line every time they get in the ring. We believe.
Do you believe or do you Bailey leave?
Grateful for your life, KJ. You're top notch, Brody. MDB, too kind, my guy. Time is finite. Wu-Tang is forever. Facts.
Wu-Tang Killer Bees on the track.
I mean, again, it's just crazy. Like I said, he had this crazy hardcore ladder match the night before, gets through it. Again, it's just weird. Like a random Monday morning or a random day, your life just changes in a heartbeat. And it's that close. And that's, again, love somebody, people. Find somebody to hug. I know we're all sentimental here on a late night.
Well, no, Christ, that's even what Adam Pierce even says of tell somebody you love them today and everything like that. No, 100%. That's why I've always been one of those of, Christ, you can even halfway attest to this. If we get off the stream half time, it's, you throw out I love you and everything like that.
Yeah.
Of anytime, I'm 36 years old. Anytime I still get off the phone with my parents or anything, love you, all that. Of 100%, because you don't know if that's going to be the last time you say it. Just keep being right.
Absolutely. Big hug for Bay from Ace. Of course, ABC was probably one of the best tag teams in the world going back a couple years now, or a year and a half now. They were killing it in TNA, and both guys have a really bright future. Baze is up in the air and a little in jeopardy, but he's working fucking hard to prove everybody wrong.
Right. Bear saying, my bro shattered 4 vertebrae in top of his neck when he had his accident.
Yeah, there's another here from Bear as well. Is the way I look at it, at any point, your card could be the point that card could and can be dealt. I've seen it firsthand with my bro. I mean, again, thoughts and prayers, Bear. And I mean, it's true. And we take it for granted sometimes.
Yeah. I'm respectfully just I don't want to go into my whole shit and everything, but of just with wrestling, but yeah, absolutely of 100% appreciate every bit that, and this is a short time that we get here. Might as well make it fucking good instead of gangbanging on fucking star ratings and shit like
that. C Money made me smile, so we'll change tone and direction now. Chris Bay has said goodbye for the night, so we are off and running. Karrion Kross and Kratos is going to be insanely heavy hitting. This made me laugh. Of do you Bailey leave in love after
all?
Karrion Kross is a monster, but Kratos is an absolute beast.
Yeah. Have you seen him in all of the God of War movie games and everything like that? Yeah. He's a badass.
Great speech, I agree. Yeah, no, he's chiseled, man. It's like a Greek god or something.
Exactly. It's almost like he killed us, few or two.
Yeah, man. Yeah, tell your loved ones. Don't hold grudges. And again, keep the positivity in your life. And make fun of, have fun with this. We don't, you don't have to agree on everything. You don't have to hate each other while you don't agree.
Well, I've seen people attribute this quote to fucking Robert Williams, and so I guess I'll do the same. But you don't know what other fucking battles somebody that you come across
today,
anything like that, and so the world would be a lot better if we treated each other with a little bit of kindness.
Right. Agree. ABC would definitely been on NXT now by now. Yeah, I mean, again, they had a bright future. They're setting up the Barbwire, by the way. If anyone's curious, we are going.
Your discretion is advised.
Yeah, from all the carnage, we go from talking about potential carnage to some actual carnage. Ringsider Anthony with a great message. My dad survived 10 blood clots in his heart and lungs. Most people don't survive one. Glad he's still here. Again, T's and P's. And again, I mean, those amazing stories of the resilience of human beings is outstanding. Yeah, man. Again, late night, we're getting all sentimental here. We got triple digits in the chat. Love doing these shows. Love that we have this family that can all come together. And again, no matter what we talk about, again, you're never alone. Be a friend, tell a friend. And we have two big men beating the hell out of each other on one screen. We got two men about to have a barbed wire massacre, and life is good. Life is great. Let's be.
I have Karen Cross out here in a fucking jujitsu gi right now, wrestling a guy named Kratos as I'm about to get Barbwire Massacre out here with my best friend, my brother from another mother, watching all the wrestling on Weekend Mania with the extenuated family and everything. But I feel like I need to just not be here spitting 50 Cent of many men wish death upon me, blood in my.
Right. I mean, we literally went like Bay got us all in the fields, and now we're snapping back to be like, kill. Like, oh, shit.
Bird, road. I am not gang. I do not gang.
So we will have Under Siege, Saturday Night Main Event, and AEW Double or Nothing all on the same weekend. Yeah, Memorial Day weekend, or what we call May 2-4 in Canada. I think it's the same weekend for you guys. But it's going to be crazy. So, and actually, TNA is just down the road, about 20 minutes from me, in one of the smaller venues for Under Siege on the Friday, Saturday Night Main Event on the Saturday, Double or Nothing on the Sunday. It's insane. It's going to be a crazy weekend. May 22nd, 23rd, 24th, I believe.
Fair enough. Well, I was like May 2-4. I was like, is that your like code name for like 420? You gotta hide it in there. You gotta sneak it in.
So let me educate a little bit real quick. In Canada, a case of beer comes in 24. We call that a 2-4. Like, hey man, go pick me up a 2-4 a beer.
Why can't you add the extra 6? We get a 30.
We can get 30s. But for the longest time, 24 is kind of the go-to.
24, right? All right.
Price point. But yeah, we called it 2-4. So Memorial Day week, is it Memorial? Yeah, Victoria Day weekend. It's Memorial for you.
Yeah, my favorite Spice Girl, Spice Victoria, right? 100%.
Victoria didn't have the same ring, so we call it May 2-4 weekend here, and it's a good time.
So your Canadian St. Patrick's Day, I guess, of 2-4.
No, we also have St. Patrick's Day. Very Irish.
What?
No, very Irish. We celebrate St. Patty's Day.
You just find a fucking excuse to get drunk.
Yeah. All right, folks. 95% of the chat is taking carry-in. And
the Mullet and the Monster. Mace Warner and Stephanie Steph Elander coming out here. She's got the goddamn Elvira look the whole time. Everything. She looks bride of fucking Frankenstein.
Well, she was the bride of Frankenstein.
Yeah, well, Frankenstein said fuck it and just crashed out. Frankenstein crashed out. So, of course, Twitter crashed out.
Some people were saying PCO's coming back. That's one of these signings.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah, nothing but love, man. And I know some of us are still going through some stuff. And again, thoughts, prayers, love. And again, if this community can give you a smile even for a minute, we're happy to do so. And we take great pride in it. And we're very humbled by it.
This is the extended family. This is goddamn. We have, family dinner at arguably 7:30 every night.
Right. 6 years. Time flies. Death, murder, kill. Death, murder, kill. Oh, shit. Did I say that out loud? Right?
You said the quiet part out loud.
Right. Cross is trying to use his cheater. Oh my God, he just got his head ripped off by Kratos.
Oh. Go to Under Siege, KJ.
That might actually be a thing.
how Bradley he just read through all of the lines like, do it.
Turning 47 Memorial Day weekend, double or nothing. ABJ, early birthday. Let's go. We will be here live for it.
Right.
It's cold in Canada. They got to drink in bulk. Yeah, it keeps it we got to keep ourselves fucking thermal.
Well, you drink it from a thermos.
Right.
But, well, fuck. This might be different because cross country of, like, do you have a tried and true Canadian brew that you stick to?
I'm a like, if I
like,
drink,
are you a Labatt or a Molson guy?
Molson, if I do go beer. If I'm being honest, if I'm going to consume, it's going to be rum or whiskey.
Fair. Spoken 100%, my guy. I live in a state to where our rest stops are liquor stores.
Yeah,
all
right.
our liquor stores are state owned, so we're strapped on and strapped in.
Yeah, where I live, they just started doing more of that, like in the gas stations and stuff. So we're all kind of excited about it. Not booze though. You can only get beers and coolers and wines, I think, in the gas stations right now.
Oh no, I can take a jaunt off the highway and stop right after I get, past the tolls and pick up all my wines and spirits and my libations and everything, and then hop back the other way. Yeah, the state makes a lot of its money off the liquor stores here.
Oh, for sure. Karrion Kross and Kratos bringing the leather. By the way, they are killing each other. I know we got distracted, folks. Karrion Kross and Kratos are having an outstanding grappling match.
Yeah, and Kratos looks like he might be made out of leather, so that's why they're throwing around the leather.
Mance Warner wrestled earlier today at Defy. A few people did that. And the last year, James, I think we watched Speedball like 5 times in 2 days.
Yeah, and that's not even including AEW.
Oh, he's bleeding already.
Sammy Callahan out here just batting practice with Barbwire.
And Mance looking
Book of Mormon ass Sammy Callahan out here.
He got him good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Mance instantly started like kind of looking to the side there.
Like that's, you might have fucked up. You might have got him a little too good.
Right. But
yes.
Karrion Kross.
Oh, judge's decision.
Killer Kross. 50-50. Oh, wow. This one's back and forth on the vote, folks. Sammy, slight favorite right now.
We have a Barbwire N64 controller. He's going to Konami code up, down, left, right, A, B. He's gigging this man with a Barbwire N64 controller.
Right. ABJ asking why Kross is here. Carmen Petrovich, Pete Dunne, Dempsey. Natty's here tonight, ABJ.
Because they don't got shit for him on Mania, and they actually do seem like guys and gals that they have on the roster that would fit in this. Like Natty,
right?
Heart Dungeon, Stu Hart, Stretch him. Feels like it would make sense that she'd be in that, kind of grapper, like grap kind of fight there.
Right. It's cold and wet in Ireland, hence why the Irish always. So where a lot of my family's from and where I've lived a lot is on the East Coast, and it's very, very Irish. It's an island, and yeah, it's cold, wet, rainy, and gross all the time. It's like 9 months of fucking horribleness. So what else can you do? This man Kratos,
we just call that America, but that we added all the way to 12 months on that. We signed up for the extra edition of horribleness.
Right. Finally, Sammy, I can root for. Oh, MDP. We were just bonding, my guy. What has happened? Explain Boxing Day to us. Boxing Day.
Break down Canada.
Yeah, I love this. This is excellent. I think the easiest way to explain Boxing Day is it's kind of like Black Friday the day after Christmas.
It's
oh my God. Sammy gets thrown into a barbed wire door.
Sammy just straight on into a barbed wire door and just ding dong hello. He just ate it and falls back even with it.
Pin too. Rude.
Well, I also really like that Mance is a big ad, I feel, for TNA. Like, I think
Yeah.
once we get past the Sammy, like the introductory feud
Hey.
and everything like that.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Tank Abbott is in the house.
Is that actually Tank? There's no fucking way that's actually Tank.
Oh my God.
There's no goddamn way that guy is Tank Abbott.
Right? That is Tank Abbott.
No, that is fucking hipster millennial. I want a mocha frappuccino, Tank Abbott. Well, no, they did also mention that they were going to do this a bit of like you're going to get Don Fry.
Don Fry.
Yeah, you're getting you're just your badass collective. You're getting your introductory to the badass Hall of Fame.
Right? Mance Warner bleeding all over the place, Sammy bleeding all over the place. If you were just tuning in, we are watching Unbreakable, and are they doing the finals of the tournament here tonight as well, or is this the main event? No,
I believe they're doing the tournaments as well, but I'm about to say it's crazy to think though too. This isn't going to be the only barbed wire rope match we see all weekend because you still got Sabu's last match versus Joey Janela in a barbed wire rope match.
It's a terrible fucking note to go out on, but anyway.
Well, I mean it's Sabu.
Best match.
We're like pick a high note for Sabu to go out on.
Well, he might not have. He might have missed that opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we will put a poll up. Who you taking? As Pete Dunne and Thatcher are going to
we have a tumble wire. Sorry, we have a tumble wire. Oh. This man's just got an orb of barbed wire and just hitting him with it.
Right. Cross wins. Mance bleeding already. Holy F. Yeah, again, when people said we were soft because we didn't like the Moxley spot, Come tell us that now while we're watching this.
I'm not going to acknowledge what
he's
trying to do, but it didn't work the way that he wanted to. He hot-tooed, and it hot-tooed on him.
But he swings the barbed wire ball into his balls.
A barbed wire wrapped controller. He had an N64 barbed wire controller.
Yeah.
What's next? A prosthetic leg wrapped in barbed wire. Cut to GCW. That's probably done that.
Right. It's funny because we're watching. I mean, again, usually we're watching this kind of stuff on GCW, but right now we're getting the graps on GCW and the blood on TNA.
Yeah, the world is topsy-turvy. Up is down, left is right. Cats are friends with dogs. We don't know what's up. Yeah.
Tank Abbott looks like Tank Abbott looks like I want to whittle some wood with him. Can I whittle some wood with you?
No. How much wood would Tank Abbott whittle with you? But no. That's not Tank Abbott. Tank Abbott looks like a fucking steampunk character with that. He looks like he's in a fucking goddamn he's got to fight off some steampunk enemies out there. He's out there having to fight off Cthulhu. He's in an HP Lovecraft fucking book right there. What?
He's 60 now, though, right?
Yeah, but he's 60 and looks like has a side hobby of keeping pocket watches in check. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Like, you don't expect Tank Abbott to be out there buttoned up and everything with trimmed up mustache. You expect Tank Abbott to look like he rolled out of a trailer park.
Right? He looks like he went vegan.
That's the best way to put it.
Pete Dunne, Timothy Thatcher on one screen, folks, and Mance Warner and Sami Callihan bleeding all over another screen. Again, we are the channel that just watches more live wrestling, and tomorrow is WrestleMania Eve. We're going to be here. We're going to have a whole lot of fun. And again, be a friend, tell a friend. I'm amazed with the numbers we've had all night long tonight. We appreciate y'all. We thank y'all, and we can't wait to keep bringing you more.
Absolutely. As I get a 2 count, and I still Well, I think it's hilarious of C Money saying Tank is a clockwork orange Cassidy.
Right.
Yes. But you said it earlier, well, a minute or so ago, and it rings true of we're getting graps. We're getting Timothy Thatcher versus Pete Dunne right now on GCW, and on TNA, the partner with WWE, we're getting Barbwire Massacre of Max Warner versus Sami Callihan.
Right.
Like one in the paranormal universe.
You saw, sorry, Nick, to interrupt, but Mance, when he got hit with that first shot, he looked away right away. Like it felt like his arm got gashed. Well, they are actually wrapping him up so he can continue. He's losing a ton of blood, legitimately losing a lot of blood out of that arm.
Oh, they very much. They taped that like that was the fucking breach of the hole in the Titanic. Of this man has a whole pillow attached to his arm right now. But yeah, that's you gigged yourself good, and he second it went there, it turned instantly. It was crimson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you again. I think
fuck with an artery with shit like that.
Yeah, we've seen enough of these when the guys they take a bump that they expect. It's business as usual, but when they get hit and they're like, uh-oh, and you saw it on his face, like fuck. Right, the first barbed wire move.
Well, and he's a guy that's gonna know that, like, because this ain't his first rodeo and everything, and you don't want anyone to end up like fucking Paul Orndorff with the atrophy arm or anything like that.
Jesus, holy shit! Chance breakout. Boston, this match is awful. I'm thrown out of this kind of stuff.
Yeah, sit there. The man just got bandaged up to just get thrown into more barbed wire on the same spot and just got bandaged up.
Yeah. The hard part about a match like this is they can't really do much, right? Like it's move, pause, and get out of the barbed wire. Move, pause, and get out of the barbed wire.
No, because I challenged that because again, so it's 2 years old at this point, but it was one of my favorite matches of the year was Our Clone versus Rina Yamashita, which is a death match, and they told a fucking story through the death match. You can do it. It's a very uphill climb to fucking do, but you can do it.
I'm not saying death match. I'm saying like like what they're doing right now.
Not saying death match, but all the barbed wire, all the fucking chairs. They literally had to tape this man up to keep him from dying. But I'm not saying death match.
The Barbwire Massacre is my kind of violent. Damien always shocks me with this shit. He's such a nice guy, and then he's just like, hack the bone.
Murder.
We got a lemon. We got a lemon.
We're going to spray lemon juice into this as we got a bow and arrow spot with Timothy Thatcher and Pete Dunne.
The shoulder.
Well, we're ripping off the bandage that we just put there now because that's still good, right? That's good. Spraying lemon juice into a potentially fatal wound.
A potentially fatal. That's intense.
you pitched it that way. The bandaged him up to save him. So
quick, get out the tourniquet, folks. There's too much
fucking musket shit.
The whole ring. They have no room for any non-barbed wire spots. That was my point, Richard. Thank you. That's kind of what I was going for.
And if you do, you can do it right, and it's rarefied air. But if you can do blood and gut, Christ, Cactus made his whole goddamn career.
But it's the same match, like
made his whole career.
You watch those matches, it the same thing. The barbed wire, the exploding barbed wire matches. There wasn't a lot to do in between because you are so confined. But they do it. Don't get me wrong. I like this.
Oh, I'm not saying I don't like it, but I'm saying to sit there and act like they can't have a good match with this. No,
I don't think
it is rarefied air to hit there, but
staple gun
happen. Stable gun, swerve got somewhere. Potentially fatal. Come on.
Nick's selling for TNA hard tonight.
Exactly. I'm not on the payroll, but I'd like to be.
Right, Dunne and Thatcher are literally going back and forth. Now they're just booting.
Oh, he's gonna staple this man's tongue to the door.
No, don't do it.
No, again. No. It's so insane. I'm getting graps. I'm getting Pete Dunne and Timothy Thatcher out there. Hardcore graps. real wrestling out there in GCW, the ECW of wrestling, and I got tongue stapled to doors in TNA.
Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. I bite my tongue and I cry for a half an hour. Fuck that. I got a sensitive tongue.
I'm not going to touch that. I'm
Nope.
not going to touch that. But I think some people might appreciate that.
Well, they do.
Fuck.
I'm to rip it off. Fucking hell. Don't ever change it.
Oh,
Stay golden, Tony boy.
Sammy just look. What do I do with my hands? I don't know what to do with my hands.
No, there's certain things I struggle with. That tongue spot's not a fun one to watch for me. It's like the paper cut spots that make me cringe.
Well, he didn't even rip it. He smashed it off. So he broke this man's tongue being stapled to a door with a barbed wire chair. What? Again, this is hardcore wrestling, folks. What the fuck?
You're right? You just take the week off.
You sick fuck. You sick fuck. We're at this point of the stream. Fuck it at this point. You sick fuck. You sick fuck.
We've been swearing for 3 hours.
I don't care. Shut up. Move on.
You said it last night too, like 3 hours in. Like, are we good to swear? I'm like, I hope so. We've been doing it.
I'm trying to be nice.
Like Thelma and Louise here. Like, we're going off the cliff together, motherfucker.
I hit the e-brake real fast at the edge. So he just nose down.
Oh, low blow, low blow, low blow. As Callahan, what is in his hand?
Stay.
No,
That,
is a pouch of tax?
it's the weird pouch. It's Tony
Oh,
Khan's
salt,
secret
it's
stash.
salt. It's salt.
No,
Did you
it's Tony
just say
Khan's
what I
secret
think you
stash.
said?
That's what that is.
That's what I thought you
Don't
said.
sneeze. Don't sneeze. Everyone laying hot shoes around here.
Looking like fucking Charlie and Horrible Bosses.
We got a screwdriver.
Fucking screwdriver.
You got your tongue stapled to a door and you're going to jab this man with a screwdriver? You got a little wiffle ball of fucking barbed wire?
Listen, if you like, I would take a bump or two here, but if you're gonna fuck up my eating for a week, I don't want to play that game. I don't want to do it. I like my tongue.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm a sick fuck. If I'd sit there and be eating that like medium rare steak while I'm watching this man getting stapled in the
No,
forehead.
I'm okay with that. If I was Mance, I'm like, you're gonna staple my tongue, and then tomorrow after.
All right. I mean, you can eat some things with a numb tongue, but yeah.
Yeah. This is Indie-rific. Yeah, 100% is Indie-rific. As Thatcher's got the ankle lock undone, by the way.
We've got a needle versus a screwdriver. They both hit each other.
Oh, both men down. This is disgusting. TNA chance break out. We got thumbtacks. Like Damien's thrilled. Damien bouncing up and down.
His shit's getting hard. Yeah. Thumbtacks.
Right? Isn't that copyright? Like, is Don Callis going to get mad that someone's stealing the screwdriver gimmick?
He has a bull doppelganger in the fucking crowd at AEW.
Step Don Callis. Richard, great minds, buddy. Here to say fuck and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. That's a big hashtag.
Yeah, all the way just to send us $2. I appreciate
it, guy.
Right.
As Dunn is now in control of Thatcher. If anyone's curious about what's happening on the graps,
Yeah, right. Unfortunately, we've got Pete Dunne versus Timothy Thatcher, which should be a great match and is a great match, but we've got bloody fucking Mormonite. We've got bloody Jack Black taking on staple gun Mance Warner.
Oh, I grabbed his nuts. Oh, you're dead.
Why did you say that so passionately?
I felt it, dude. I felt it.
You said that like fucking he debuted. Mance Warner's nuts just debuted on TNA.
Vicariously, I felt that grab.
Literally. You got a prostate exam by that.
Oh,
he's about to fucking package pile driver this man. He was supposed to do it on Barbwire, but I think
God,
Callahan's ass is more the Barbwire than anything.
It's over.
Yeah, but Callahan theoretically got the worst of that. His whole ass and lower body's in the barbed wire. Manson got the most Mance got was a reach around with that.
Well, it's funny because if you like
It's big natural.
with both screens side by side, if you ask somebody who didn't know, which one is Bloodsport?
Facts. Which one's GCW?
Well, this is a great match between Dunn and Thatcher. It's being overshadowed by Chaos, but nutshot.
Yeah, oh yeah, as Dunn just stomped the shit out of his and stomping away on Thatcher.
Why did Sammy win that? Isn't Mance new signing? Well, man,
why is Sammy so bald in the middle like a fucking Friar Tuck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he definitely got the Friar look going.
Yeah.
All he needs is some hiccups.
Fuck you. No, just let that shit go, my guy. Just don't embrace that shit. Bold is beautiful, Alex. Embrace that shit.
As Sammy is using the apron of the ring to clear off his face, Steph's beside herself. Jeez.
I don't know who would be beside her.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Thatcher taps out.
It's a hell of a fucking crank of an arm there, though. Like, you don't see that often. Literally hit him like stretching out like a wing position there.
You get all of it. Just fucking.
Well, just you're going to pull that fucking shit out.
It made me fucking twitch. Like, oh.
You just got excited of sense, Sammy. Touch my balls.
Yeah, not like that, bro.
I mean, he didn't even do it with any barbwire. That's the most barehanded offense we saw the whole match. It's just the grab and tug.
I told y'all he had a comb over. Again, male pattern baldness is a thing, folks.
Male smattering baldness is a thing. But no, again, bald is beautiful, Alex. Embrace that shit. That's literally why I saved my head. Oh, Christ, we're 3 bald heads on this channel now at this point between me, you, and Anthony.
I meant to say this earlier, and I see him in the chat, so I hope he hears me say this. But Anthony's got the chin coming in. You notice he's coming. He's joining the club. I like it. Just join in.
That's the thing. I know this shit's going away here, so I just keep growing it here.
That's what happened. Sir, stop growing
I'm growing roots instead of boots.
That was brutal, and I loved every second of it. It was fun. It was fun, and again, the violence with a purpose behind it to me works. Again, they make you squeamish. I don't like watching someone's tongue be stapled, but I'm not supposed to. Ultimately good match. It was a fun match. Meanwhile, Dunn picks up a really nice win over Thatcher. As we get the preview for Rebellion, as Ethan Page going after all the belts.
Right, as I've got Joey Jarhead.
Hey, Jason. We're not done here. Get back here.
What?
Jason said good night. I said, we're not done yet. Get back here.
Oh, yeah, no, we've just begun. We've just begun.
How did that compare to the other 5 Barbwire Massacres? Oh, son of a bitch.
You want to name them off, Brandon, and then we can talk about it. You name them off, Brandon. We'll talk about it then.
Yeah, right. You do the homework.
You do the research. We'll talk about it. The lemon spot was my favorite spot of the whole night of wrestling. What the fuck? Yeah. So would you rather, I guess, have salt rubbed in the wound or lemon sprayed into the wound?
I mean, okay.
I don't know. We're gonna be out there. What spot was you
want to get hit by a bus?
Or glass?
Right? You want to get hit by a truck or a bus, my guy? Salt's probably worse. I think. I'm thinking it is. Gets in there and sticks around.
Well, no. Well, I'd say lemon juice because that shit's gonna drip. That even if you rub that off, that shit's gonna you're trying to rub that off and it's gonna spread into something. Salt will just it's half a dozen of the other. I mean, I get hit by a bus, the kids will laugh at least.
Right. What's next for TNA? Is that Chris Angel? I saw Chris Angel live.
I know. I see him. I see him too. Trust me. He's not John Cena. We can see Chris Angel.
So I saw his show live in
Oh.
Vegas, and he does a spot where he like there's a tree on a screen, and he does his go, and all the birds on the screen turn into real birds and fly, except one of the birds flew into the balcony and fell and landed on someone's head, and all you heard was, "Oh my god!"
That person got a refund. That person got a pass. That person met Chris backstage.
Right? You will be staying at the Luxor for an extra week. Thank you.
Yeah, the mind freak.
Remember,
that's what some of this wrestling shit is. Trust me, that's what dealing with the IWC is.
Yeah.
It's a mind freak.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. That was a mind freak that we just watched.
Facts. Well, I've got Joey Janela calling out Sabu.
Oh, look at this.
For his final match. It's going to be during SmackDown.
Yeah.
But I'm interested.
They just announced Ultimate X will happen at Rebellion. 5 people have been announced. 1 mystery. Mike Santana will take on Ali. And
Falls Count Anywhere?
Yeah.
Yes.
Natty Neidhart next.
Ash and the Elegances versus Jakara and Lash versus Spitfire versus Gigi and Tatum, also at Rebellion. And then TNA International Championship at Rebellion of TBD versus TBD, because we still don't even know who the champion is, so it's all to be determined.
Right. Ooh.
Yeah, I second that opinion.
Whoa.
Even third that one. Walk with Elijah Open Challenge.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I was surprised we're not getting Elijah on Easter Day.
Oh, Elias.
Elijah. Say his name right. Elijah. Elijah and the Whales. I got Miyu Yamashita.
That's a good
right now.
That was a great intro.
Elijah?
Bro,
he's so set to be fully out here in Vegas of when he was out there, grifting, sitting there doing, little bar pop-ups and everything like that. When everyone wanted to walk with Elias and everything in New Orleans, he's fully set to be there.
Here comes Natalia Neidhart.
That's so weird to say.
Natalie Neidhart.
That's actually like her name, but that sounds so fucking weird to say that.
Right? Natalia coming out.
It's like the first time you called The Rock Dwayne. It feels
Right.
weird as shit to say.
It didn't.
Bro, she looks like Janet Jackson. We are the Rhythm Nation.
Who's she with? Natty looking good.
Yeah, well, she's all
Get your votes
Natty
in,
down the side of her, but like I said, it's like two. We are part of the Rhythm Nation.
Natty got the cornrows in, looking sharp, got that braid going. I like it. First Barbwire
She's channeling Bulldog out there in SummerSlam.
Now, we shall let everyone know that's listening right now. We will be live for Rebellion as well next weekend because the shit don't stop.
Yeah, that's the thing is, and it's funny of the afterthought of what everybody got all butthurt about what Hunter said in all these other interviews.
Right.
But when he even points out of, even with us, of, all right, so WrestleMania is done. Of, hey, that's a fantastic WrestleMania 92. Here's the plan for Monday Night Raw. That's what it is. Back at it like a jackrabbit of the shit don't stop. Of literally from the end of WrestleMania Night 2 to the start of the Raw after Mania is WWE's off season.
Yeah, we don't have one. Natty looking like an anvil. I see what you did there, Money. As she's taking on Miyu. Let me know who you're taking.
Natty.
Miyu
Yamashita, as I've got Elijah out here singing a song, singing and guitar picking.
He's doing the at TNA. We walk this way. There you go. I walk with Elijah. It just seemed that's I feel like Damien would have said it.
He's my
I
friend.
walk with him.
That's like the kid in Signs. I'm like, I see dead people. Shit.
Right.
Oh, I walk with Elijah. It came across that way.
But
All due respect, Damien. Love you, but just the way
Right.
KJ read it, of he did you know fan service.
no, I also walk with Elias. As we're off and running. Natty Miu.
Yeah.
What did the chat say? 80% going with Natty. Again, I think that's a name value vote, but we'll see. I hope it's a good match. Natty would kill her in real life.
Natty,
don't count out Yamashita.
you didn't know her until right now, so shut up.
Don't count her out.
Natty, Layla Hirsch, and Maxine are going to end up being a faction in WWE of just the coulda, shoulda, wouldas.
Oh, shit. That's not bad.
Yeah. They all look like they should be a badass, but ain't shit.
When you were on your pause, it's like Layla and Ivy Nile made a lot of sense. So,
that, well, again, just white women with cornrows. Just
right.
White women trying to be badass with cornrows.
Right.
Ronda Rousey just fucked it up for a lot of people.
Well, yeah. I swim with Scuba Steve. That's hilarious money. Do you have any idea who answers Elijah's open challenge at Rebellion? Again, TNA is so hard to predict those mystery opponents because they tap into everything.
Well, because they could be a mystery.
Because it could be a one-off.
On you forgot that they were on their roster. They pull them in from
Right.
WWE and NXT, what have you.
Right. Who had Reggie on their bingo card tonight?
Yeah. Well, even if you did, who wants to admit you had Reggie on your bingo card tonight?
His indie run has actually been all right. It's his funniest shit. Like he's really done better on the indies than he did with the dub.
Has he done better or has he just done the same?
Better.
I don't know if it's better. I think it's equal.
He was. I'm not sure if it still stands, but he was undefeated for a while. And again, I mean, I think going to the indies allowed him to kind of figure out some wrestling outside of flipping around, and it kind of working on trying to get that silly sommelier image that he had, right? Away.
Yeah, you know how you get that away with the flips and tricks and the carnival acts and everything. You know how I get myself over as being serious is I'm not a sommelier, I'm a fucking carnival worker and everything. I'm Cirque du Soleil. That's how I get myself over seriously.
I mean, again, he got him.
It ain't serious. It ain't ever going to be serious, my guy. Let that ship sail.
Well, I mean, come on, man. You got to give the man credit for where credit's due.
I'm not saying he ain't good, but I'm saying to say it's serious is a whole other argument.
But he is serious now. Like, this is like the Wendy Chu argument. Like, things change. Like, he was a sommelier with WWE, but now he's not that.
Now he's Cirque du Soleil. He went from sommelier to Cirque du Soleil. Odelay. What do you say? No, it's none of it's fucking.
Have you seen any of his
GCW? But it's not serious. I'm not ever gonna ever think that Reggie could be a fucking champion of anything ever.
Have you seen any of his independent stuff? No.
Yes.
Typical IWC.
What do you mean, yes?
You haven't seen shit.
We've literally been here watching it. We have documented proof we watched it. Shut up. We have proof that we've watched that.
I mean, you got to give credit where it's credit due, but they do introduce the new baby blue title. AJ Francis coming out. We got to give that man some love.
Well, I'll give AJ Francis some love. Reggie.
Oh, okay.
That's just Reggie. You can have that.
No. That's funny, but okay. I'll accept that. It's too late to argue.
What you got to say about AJ Francis? Go ahead and say what you got to say that's so bad about AJ.
He's still not the best.
Yeah, I'll admit I called him flop dollar. I called him insufficient funds when he couldn't get over the top rope and everything like that. But he's very much establish himself as one of the key pieces right now, I would say, in TNA.
As Natty and Miu are just smacking each other in the face.
Now,
This is good for Natty. I like this for Natty.
Yeah, because she wasn't doing fuck all else.
Yeah, she got benched, remember?
Yeah, right. Hashtag benched.
Hashtag benched. But this should be a fun match here tonight, folks.
Yeah, as I got Macklin coming out right now. But yeah. Oh. Me right now just throwing out kicks at Natty. But yeah, so we've got. Is this the finals of the tournament? There's got to be the main event here. I would assume, perhaps.
This is the main event on.
Well, no, because we still got Moose versus TBA. Oh no, that was fucking
we just
Reggie. God damn it! Shut up. I know. I said it. I acknowledged it. I acknowledged I was wrong.
This is the main event, and then we still got more on GCW.
Yes, we've got AJ Francis versus EY versus Steve Macklin for the International Championship. It's funny how one country went intercontinental and everybody's gone international. But who do you have for this match? Voice from the great beyond, or chat, let us know too.
I actually think it might be AJ Francis in this one. I mean, the way they've built it. I think EY and Macklin's beef gets in the way. I think somebody in the chat said the same thing. Richard, I'm on the same wavelength as Richard.
Fair enough. I mean, well, I like AJ. Again, I just said he was, to me, one of their kind of focal points, I think, in TNA. And even as much as I like EY and Macklin and all of that, those are guys that theoretically could have a feud and doesn't have to be because of the title.
Ooh. Natty taking fire. Knees.
Oh, we're dead. This is almost when you'd be asking for a ref stoppage, because now she's just all hellfire's raining down on her. Ankle
lock. Steve Macklin for the win. I'd love for Macklin to win.
It'd be I like Macklin just on that aspect of, to me, it's more of like EY and Macklin could have a feud outside of this without the title. I almost wonder if AJ needs the title to, like, theoretically to keep his spot to an extent. Like, if AJ doesn't have the title here, does he slide down the card?
I don't know because, I mean, again, you praised him really high, but Natty just got the win.
What the fuck?
Wow. How? She was dominated heavily in this one and pulls out the dub. The crowd is on their feet. Natty getting love.
I like that literally as you said, wow, I said how, like in the sync. So what's the all right. Oh, Jesus H. Christ. She just ate that discus kid. So all right, she eats a discus ass kid head kick and then just locks in a sharpshooter, the most devastating move.
It's pretty funny.
So says Uncle Brett. No one can break the sharpshooter ever. Sharpshooter over strong. Even concussion be damned.
Did you see the video of Brett at the airport and they pan up and there's a kid with the AEW hoodie on?
But that's Twitter shit that Brett really doesn't give a fuck about. Like, that's the thing.
Oh, they're fighting again. Miu flips off Natty and Natty throwing bombs.
Time for the show of respect. Double birds.
Now Natty flipping the bird.
There you go. It's so weird. Like, people pop more for that just because that's the first time Natty's done anything vulgar ever. So it's like, you do have a personality. You are a robot.
Right.
So Natalya walking out victorious after she's flipping the double birds. As EY and Macklin right now battle out in the ring of AJ Francis to be determined, I guess.
Right. Crowd chanting AJ sucks. Natty's in a fight with a fan.
Oh,
Yo,
that has to be a fucking plant.
No way. Who was that? They're all running around flipping the white, they're all flipping the bird like white kids from the burbs.
Yeah. This is fucking preaching. This is South Park shit. We all learned. They're all Craig from South Park. That has to be a play. There's no way, that they sat there and planned and like cut to it perfectly, and B, that Natalia of all people, the Uber company person, professional, is going to just shoot on a fan.
Natty's trying, as Tavion Heights comes up next, does anyone know who that might have been in the crowd? Because, I mean, the way they did it.
That's Kenzie Page from NWA is what I'm saying.
Kenzie Page, thank you. Yeah, I had to. Okay. Oh, because Natty's going to NWA.
Fair enough.
Hey, it all fits.
On LA, yeah.
67%, 58% of the chat taking Macklin, 33 taking AJ, and 8 taking EY. No love for EY. Not much, anyway.
But that would have been crazy if Natty just shot on a fucking fan right there.
At first, because I didn't see who it was at all. I was like, somebody got to tell me who that might be.
I didn't even know who it was, but I'm like, there's no way Natty, of all people, is just going unhinged at a fan right now.
Right. Let's all understand now. This is scripted. Not sure how that. I think the wording is a little tricky there. Kenzie Page from NWA. Thank you. The whole match was a work. You know what we do here, right?
Welcome to Wrestling Chair. Can I offer you a chair to sit down and understand what the fuck is going on? Yeah.
All right, next poll going up, folks. Tavion Heights. So more WWE presence here tonight. Coming off the heels of the GCW presenting the first round of the WWE ID tournament. So this relationship between WWE and GCW seems to be strong and well.
Right. And I'm a big fan of Tavion Heights, and especially him out there of coming off of Noah to where maybe another talent might have been left there, or should have been left there. But no, Tavion Heights has been fantastic. His run in Noah actually helped him more. Like, he almost slid back more when he came back and was back in the no quarter catch crew. So him here, this is him and his element of guys that college elite level wrestler and everything.
Right. So AJ Francis in control of Macklin right now. EY to the outside.
I'm running through GCW right now. In my head, the only matches we should have left is Zack Sabre Jr. versus Jonathan Gresham. We're about to get Royce Isaac versus Tavion Heights, and then Gabe Kidd versus Josh Barnett. So we're in the last 3 here.
Baszler, Konami.
Who?
Shayna Baszler and Konami.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, the Konami code. Up, down, left, right, A, B. Yeah. Fair enough. I missed that one. So.
That's it. 3. I mean, again, not
4,
bad.
4.
Oh, 4. But AJ Francis in charge right now.
As Royce Isaacs out here. I know it's a Denver Broncos jersey, but he's out here looking like he's got the C Nation, the old school when John Cena had the fucking football jerseys and everything.
Mm-hmm. That would mean they still have the same amount of belts, so nothing much changes with needing more talent. I think Anthony's responding to about the multiple belts, but the IC belt that they're introducing tonight replaces the digital, correct?
Yes, that is your swap of PCO ruined the digital media title for everybody, so we gotta carry on a new title.
Right. Terrell Davis, let's effing go. Mile high salute. I can see Tavion lose. Yeah, again, I mean, he definitely could. We've had some surprises here. Carmen comes in, takes an L. Natty gets a win. And by the way, Jimmy Smith and Robbie Lawler on fucking commentary is crazy to me.
That's the commentary team? No, like I'm legit asking a question. Is that the commentary team? Oh yeah, because I've had it at a level of like I know noise, but I don't know who's actually commentating. That's fucking crazy to me. Oh, Jimmy Smith, ex WWE Raw commentator.
Dud.
Well, would Jimmy have worked now versus when he was brought in? Because of Tessitore was, would you say he's in the vein of Tessitore? Could have been that more sports voice there.
Yeah, I think Tessitore's done a better job kind of getting into that wrestling vibe. Jimmy was very just stuck in calling it like a fucking baseball game, and it was, oh my god.
Yeah, well, it's weird because Jimmy's a fight guy. It'd be like Rogan out there.
I like Jimmy when Jimmy does like interviews and stuff away from commentary.
Fair.
It's a weird thing.
I still want my Morrow.
Again, he's working with MLP. Nasty play.
Canadians, you kidnapped him.
Right. Well, he is Canadian.
Fuck you too, then.
Rocky Romero heel turn. How do you feel about the Rocky Romero? Weird that they've added potentially Roppongi Vice to the Callis family. How, like, is Callis about to take over now? Like, is Callis going to do the Death Rider gimmick better than the Moxley? The Moxley?
Can I just say, outside of your diehard sycophants and everything, like us and others, no one knows who the fuck Roppongi Vice is, or why they're there, why they're involved in the Callis family, anything.
Yeah, but I mean, if you've been watching AEW, if you're a fan of AEW, you know very much who Rocky is.
That's
and
it.
You know who Trent is.
What?
And you know who Trent is, who just comes back.
When did I miss Trent coming back? Because to me, that's not Roppongi Vice and everything like that.
It's not?
No, Roppongi Vice was Rocky Romero and Christ, you're gonna make my goddamn New Japan brain work right now. But it's Show and Yo.
Trent Beretta and Rocky Romero.
That was Chaos more than anything like that. That wasn't Roppongi Vice.
Okay. But I mean, Trent and I see what you're saying, but I do think that at least in this venue for sure, that's how they've been referred to before. But they turn on Ishii and they join Callis. So now you got Takeshita, Alexander, Cage, who's hurt, Lance Archer, Kyle Fletcher. Like, this family is huge and now really stacked. Trent Beretta coming back alone is kind of crazy.
Well, yeah. So everyone, it was Trent. All right, cool. Well, in my New Japan brain of what they did, I don't recall ever Trent Beretta being a member of Roppongi Vice. But either way, the Callis family wasn't working before you added to it, and now you're just adding seasoning on the shit that doesn't need to be, like, it's already too seasoned type of shit.
Right.
You're adding too much into what's already there. The Callis family wasn't working, so adding more people into it isn't going to make it work better.
Right. 67% of the chat, 62% of the chat taking Tavion. Royce getting 36. So slight favorite to Tavion. Royce getting some love from the chat. I like to see it. Royce is a vet.
Right.
Yeah, no, they've been definitely presented that way. Again, I thought you caught it earlier. I know I was on my pause when it happened, and you and Anthony. But yeah, Trent turns on Ishii. Surprise return. Rocky turns with them. And now the Callis family is ballooning. I mean, they had three kind of, Josh Alexander, Rocky, and Trent all within 2 days.
You said the Callis family is ballooning. I think it's whoopee cushion. That's where I think it is. Well, go ahead. No, not even just because of them adding people. I think it was already not great.
Oh my God.
Yo.
A standing DVD on both men at the same time, like an AA almost.
Right. Well, and we're getting all the heel hooks and everything else like that between Royce and Isaac.
Yeah, Tavion
but
is in trouble.
To me, the Callis family already wasn't working. Like, to me, I
Okay.
don't give a shit about adding anybody to it in that extent of like, I'm not saying it's a detriment. Like, I can't weigh in on that because what was already there was bad. What was already there wasn't working. So you're now just adding, you're throwing more kindling on a fire that already needs to be put out.
Yeah, I don't love the idea of Josh being added to it either. But I mean, at the same time, if you bring in Josh Alexander, you already have Takeshka, you have Kyle Fletcher. To me, the argument, like, it becomes down to booking. If you're going to be this heel faction, you got to get booked like you run shit.
Yeah, but even then, what you said right there, those names, cool. That's a killer faction. And then you instantly add bullshit onto it to stamp that shit out and everything.
Who's the bullshit though? Like adding, like Trent's not bad at all.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Trent's great. What's wrong with Trent?
Why are you adding him now? What's the why?
Like you had Josh Alexander.
Because he's a hired gun.
So is Trent.
Shut the fuck up.
Like, I mean, I don't get the difference. Like, I mean, Rocky's Rocky, but again, you just signed on a tag team that can compete. That, like, you know, you can do something with if they do it. It all depends on how they deliver it.
I at this point would just honestly prefer if it was Takeshita and Callis was like the wise man, or if it was literally just Takeshita and Fletcher. And that's almost kind of what it has been, what it should be of. He's the advocate, what have you, for those two, and that's it. Because everything else is cannon fodder.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's hard for me to defend. Oh, wow, big power bomb.
Damn.
And Macklin fired up the crowd with him.
Oh!
Huge spear from the trio. Whoa.
Good kill shot there.
Yeah, I don't much care for... I don't like Callis on commentary all the time. The Callis family, to me, hasn't been strong. So they got some work to do here.
The Callis family is a fallacy. It might just be me seeing Tavion out here in the singlet with the no ropes and everything, but this goddamn, he looks like he's out there.
Steve Macklin, your first ever IC champion in TNA. Let's go, Steve. Finally. I'm with you, Anthony. We've been hoping for Steve to get some love. It's been a hot minute.
Is that Scott?
Some people mentioned like the TNA crowd kind of cleared out. They're not lying. A lot of people fucked off after the barbed wire.
Well, yeah, they had to get the shrapnel and everything removed from their eyes and their fucking skins and everything like that. Yeah, no, I thought that might have been Scott Steiner there in the crowd there, but no, I'm not opposed. I'm not, super mad that Macklin won at all.
Macklin wins the title. No, I like that. I like that a lot. I'm still trying to get a vibe on this blue strap, but the belt's different for sure.
Blue strap for Blue Chew.
Big Mac is the champ again. Macklin had the crowd going. I mean, again, I think Macklin's great. So to see him get some love here tonight, a pretty good main event. I wouldn't say amazing. Solid show overall for Unbreakable. But we're going off the air in a second with Macklin as your new international champion. And Tavion just got, did he?
Yes, Tavion just got the win because he literally just bounced this man's head like a basketball and everything. And that's what caused the ref to stop because he double dribbled with the man's skull. And that's called the ref for stoppage.
That is an insane belly to belly.
Oh shit, do we still have the fucking Nemeth match? The brothers Nemeth?
That happened.
Oh, thank God.
It went off the air. We're done. If you want to give us a
I don't know. They pull up a comic and out pops, I will delete you, Phantom versus Matt Hardy. And everything. Compound.
Yeah. Wow, big win. But TV and Heights look like a badass in that one.
Right.
Half the audience left. That is pretty crazy, Rance. I love a good belly to belly. Yeah, right?
Yeah, but so the last thing we got out of TNA Unbreakable was Matt Hardy's entity pulling out of a comic or program saying he's challenging the Nemeth brothers to a match at the Hardy compound and saying, I will delete you.
Oh.
I know. I wish I could have deleted that moment out of my brain too.
What? 7.75, 7.75. Yeah, I'm kind of like a 7.5. There was a lot of fun stuff in there. I didn't, again, it's hard. It's challenging to give a fair assessment of any of the shows when we are watching the multiple shows. But I mean, for the vast majority, I thought Unbreakable was pretty good. Again, that a lot of people left at the end of that match. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, I would assume that might have been probably the main event. Out of the 3 out of the 4 shows that have finished so far tonight, I would say Unbreakable is here.
Yeah.
TNA actually might be number 2, and then Collision. I didn't give a rat's ass. That might be the third. Like, you can split the other 2, but Unbreakable's the top so far, and I'm gonna say whenever GCW ends, it's going to be the best show we watched tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've enjoyed. I find myself distracted. When we're watching both, I find myself a little more distracted by Bloodsport. But now we're getting a hype package for something.
Atticus Kogar. Yeah, well, he was on the show that we sponsored everything. Fuego del Sol.
I'll be right back, sir.
You do you. Cage is taking a pause for the causes. Yeah, we're getting an advertisement, I believe, right now for it looks like Atticus Kogar versus Fuego del Sol. Which interesting. I know we've watched all the wrestling, plenty of wrestling, and trust me, even try to be in the deathmatch history and everything like that. I know Atticus Kogar had like lore, I guess, where I found it out once he came back. I don't know fully the lore he had before, but what I've seen of him so far throughout 2025, he's like my, I guess, like GCW MVP a little bit. I'll put it that way. 7.9 out of 10. Yeah, you can let us know, folks, what you're thinking out of 10. How you feeling for Unbreakable? How you going with that of Marvin saying 7 out of 10. Anthony with a 7.9 out of 10. Slightly skewed. Or I'm with a 7 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Chair, maybe they were running for that Saturday retirement match after TNA. Okay, Chair. I think you tried to make a joke of next time make it funny. TNA Unbreakable was a 7 out of 10, as I believe we're about to get Konami versus Shayna Baszler coming out here. So again, does she win by Konami code? The up, down, left, right, A, B. And again, well, I don't want to say hit that up, down, but make sure you at least hit that up, hit that thumbs up, hit that like button, hit that bell notification so you know when we're here for anything and everything. Trust me, coming in hot and heavy. And also make sure you hit that like, share, and subscribe. Be a friend, tell a friend. Trust me, we're close to 7K. We're hoping by the end of WrestleMania we hit 10K. And then me and KJ got to get tattoos of their logos. Yeah. Shayna Baszler for the win. 6.5 for Collision. 7.75 for TNA, the weekly. So then what did you give? Did you already give a rating for the Bloodsport or Unbreakable? But anyways. Yes, I've got Konami coming out. But Shayna for the win. Let me know who you're taking, folks, whether you're taking Konami code or you're taking Shayna Baszler for the win here. The Shayna who's trained under Bloodsport, or Christ almighty, trained under Josh Barnett, who has Bloodsport right now after we're giving it to Matt Riddle before. But yes, let me know who you're taking. As I will still say right now, as this is the last show we're watching tonight for everything. Of Christ, we're in a night 4 of WrestleMania week. Well, Christ, night 5, if I can do math. But anyways, whatever. Moving on. I was trying to say I still stand by Dynamite last night was the best show that we've had all week so far. As Shayna coming out with Mia Yim. Hey, Mia Shin. Birthday girl. Well, recent birthday girl out here with Mia Yim being her hype girl for this. So we're crossing, storybooking lines here with this. David, what up? Shayna's on TNA. No, now she's on GCW. TNA is done. GCW. I know it's crazy to think we had all the Barbwire spots in Mance Warner versus Sami Callihan on TNA. Well, we had Pete Dunne versus Timothy Thatcher on GCW. But no, GCW is the show that remains and is out here right now. We've got Konami taking on Shayna Baszler with Mia Yim, the quarter woman for Shayna Baszler. Yeah, strap on and strap in, because already Bloodsport has been the show of the night. And we still haven't even gotten to the main events. We've still got 2 to 3 matches left.
And 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Well, you popped and then popped out and then popped back in. So it's like, what?
Right. It's late. We're hitting the wrong buttons.
We're back to we're crossing it. We're past Friday, but
we are in
Friday now.
We are in WrestleMania Eve. We are just past the 5-hour mark of this stream here tonight. We got more wrestling coming your way. Back at it for SmackDown tomorrow. Back at it for WrestleMania all day long. We start at 12 noon Eastern time, and we are here all day long, all night long. We don't leave. We are going to rock and roll the whole show. Looking forward to Mania. Looking forward to the next few days here on the channel. Plus, we already got the Raw After Mania up on the channel waiting for Monday, and more coming as we head towards Rebellion. We head towards Double or Nothing. We head towards all the shows, all the stuff you love. And we are off and running. Baszler versus Konami. And I know the lady that's with Konami. Can't remember her name at the moment. Somebody who's smart.
Her name is Code. Her name is Code.
Round 1 fight.
Well, like I said, it's just up, down, down. But yeah. Well, how do you feel about Mia Yim Mission out there coming out? Mm-hmm. Well, we're crossing territory lines. We're crossing booking lines.
Right.
Well, and so people were giving their ratings for the shows that we've watched so far to even tonight and everything. And I've even said, I think tonight, GCW Bloodsport, regardless of anything else, will be the best show that we've seen tonight. I will say, though, I think last night Dynamite was the best show that we've seen this week. Despite a go-home Raw, despite a go-home NXT, I think Dynamite was the best show that we've watched all week.
Yeah, it should be. And it was. It has been. And I'll give AEW credit. I mean, Dynamite was the most entertaining show that we've watched start to finish so far this week, for sure.
Right.
Shayna's on Bloodsport. Let's go. Happy Easter Friday. Oh, yeah. Happy Good Friday to everyone out there. Fish Friday for some. It's going to be a good one. Shayna's gear is fire.
I was like, I'm
1 p.m.
Fish. I don't know what to say.
What's that?
You said Good Friday and Fish Friday, and I was trying to say if I'm not good and I'm not making fish, so I don't know what the fuck to say.
Right. Again, nothing wrong with a good piece of fish. People are overhyping AEW Dynamite this week. I don't think they're overhyping it. I think it was a good show, Paul. I think I got to give credit where credit was due.
No, if you're they're overhyping it, you're a sourpuss at this point. That was a good fucking show.
I think
no matter how much you want to shake a fucking stick at it, that was a good fucking show. That was good wrestling.
It was good. I think there was parts of the show that are overhyped. I talked about it earlier with like Mercedes and Athena was a good match, not this like best women's match ever, comparable to Bailey, Sasha. No, but ultimately they delivered a lot of good stuff as far as Takeshita and Will Ospreay cooked. Again, the question with Tony is where does it go? He comes back the next night with Collision. Collision's a bit of a dud. I think I'd stop at a 6, maybe a 5.5 for Collision tonight. That's my disappointment. He should have made tonight feel cool. Maybe not another, pay-per-view level show, but he blew his wad on Dynamite and didn't give us much of anything on Collision tonight.
Oh, we had no goddamn idea. Like, you were literally having to tell me the card as it happened of what was supposed to happen on Collision and everything. But I knew everything that was supposed to happen on Dynamite. Like, you can argue of, they might have the fan response to the match that happened might have been too much, but what happened on Dynamite was perfect.
Right. Yeah, I mean, again, I mean, it was a really solid show. It really was. So yeah, I mean, again, the job of
it was their best show of 2025, I'd argue.
I said that outright. Yeah, 100%.
Right. So to say that that's overrated, I don't get with that.
No, I mean, like I said, a couple things were overhyped with it, and some people are going to feel like it was being overhyped because, and again, I think I understand why. Like when you go to the internet and you think like the best wrestling show ever, like people going straight out and saying it was the best episode of any wrestling show in 2025. And I don't know if that's true, like of any company ever, like they're hyping it. It was the best show in their history. Like, I don't know if I can go that far with y'all.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, A, that's asinine, and B, don't let the internet shape your opinion on a wrestling show.
So I do get the sentiment. I really do. Of course, easily Dynamite was the best show of this week by miles. Overhyped is wild. Last night's show was from start to finish, didn't miss a beat. Yeah, I mean, it killed.
I wouldn't say it didn't miss a beat, but it was the best show.
Big kick by Konami. Shayna wobbled.
Right.
Oh, nice. Nice takedown. Transition from Shayna, though.
Yeah, well, are you surprised that we never got Ronda in a Bloodsport?
No, she's fucking terrible. And she doesn't want to be anywhere.
She was a UFC champion at one point. She was a judo, Olympic judo champion.
Shayna just stomped
that woman.
I was trying to tell you. Shayna stomped her head in. Just got up and stomped her skull.
Why do I feel like we've seen that like recently in the past too, of like just
big knee.
We saw that with Dempsey it was Tavion Heights he was just fucking gorilla smashing his shit too much, and now Shayna wins because just military boot stomp.
Yeah. I mean, again, not a long match. Shayna proves her point, knees her in the face. Konami showing respect here and gets wobbled back down to her knees.
She's bowing and goes wobbled back down to her knees.
No, she did the bow and then she drooped down because she's hurt.
No, she's bowing, bitch. Listen, not every bow is a fucking kung fu movie, my guy.
She's still rolling around the mat, Nick.
Shut up.
There, now she's back to her feet, thank God. I don't know how many bows require her to tumble roll.
Bow.
Right? I don't know much, but I think I can call that.
I like a bow button, all right.
9 out of 10 for TNA, says AB. All right.
Nick, okay, and Ben Simmons used to be a perennial all-star. What's your point? I don't even know at this point what point you're arguing that I argued.
Yeah. WWE is now 6-1 at Bloodsport tonight. Yeah. Again, I would expect that in a lot of ways. So, again, getting down to the nitty-gritty, folks. We still got more coming your way. Zack Sabre Jr., Jonathan Gresham, Josh Barnett, Gabe Kidd. I believe that's all that's left.
Yeah, we're down to 2.
Roar, 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 roar.
Yeah, it's worse. Hype up for Zack Sabre Jr. versus Jonathan Gresham.
Right. Oh, your point about Ronda Rousey. Yeah, Ronda Rousey shit. And she didn't know how to shoot, like work shoot. She wouldn't pull it off. She's a spoiled little brat. She would whine and cry if anyone even began to actually stretch her. And again, yeah, she had a run in the UFC. But the minute Nunez popped her in the face, actually, who popped her before that? Who was the big one that knocked her out the first time?
Oh,
was it Nunez?
I know who you're talking about. Christ, her name is fucking Holly Holm. Holly Holm with the head kick. Holly Holm with a head kick.
Yeah, Ronda didn't like being hit. She liked to grapple, but she didn't like being hit.
Yeah, but that's all this shit is. Ronda would shoot if Ronda shoot on this. She's hip tossing, judo tossing everybody. She's arm barring everybody.
Like maybe. Thank you, MDB. I mean, there's some other badass fighters in that ring right now. So
I for half a second thought you said some other fat ass.
But here's Zack Sabre Jr. This one should be a huge grappling exhibition right now. The next fight is hard to call. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat for everybody to get a vote in. Baszler gets a huge, overwhelming victory here. But Zack Sabre Jr. about to take on Jonathan Gresham. The would you call him? Short King.
The Joffrey of wrestling, the Short King. Is very much. This is not going to be a 2-minute match or anything. This is strap on and strap in. This is your grappling exposition here. Well, because Zack Sabre Jr. for the longest time was in that conversation, or at least had the comparables to Bryan Danielson, what have you. And then now he's grown and evolved beyond that. And Jonathan Gresham is likewise, but just didn't grow. He's moved beyond, but he didn't grow. Yeah.
He just stuck.
He's a hobbit.
Ronda Rousey has like 0 hands. It's true.
It's not. It's grappling. It's blood sport. It's supposed to be.
Time out. How did the last match end? Stomps to the head.
No. Foot kicks, and then the one before was smash.
Okay, okay. So all you gotta do is
arm bar. She could have won arm bar.
Yeah, good luck. She is garbage.
Keep it a buck. Honestly, right now, you can't be serious right now saying that there is somebody, if it ever even halfway went to a shoot of that, there's somebody right now that would stop Ronda Rousey.
I'd give Shayna Baszler some money to try and do it. I
think they train together.
So what? Oh, so she can't beat her?
She knows, Ronda knows all the tits for tats.
You go, nobody can do it. Shayna can. Oh, wait, no, she don't count.
No. I would still take Ronda with that.
Ronda's shit.
If Ronda ever, if we were doing any sort of blood sport thing and it even went halfway a shoot, I'd take Ronda.
Nah.
As much as she's the douchebag of a person, as a human being, I would still take Ronda.
That's Ronda, brah. Let's go. Ronda's overhyped, overrated, and time has passed her by. You don't get good at grappling by chasing goats around, and that's all she's been doing for 6 years.
No, pregnancy has passed her by. Anyways, let's go, Short King. Let's go, Gresham. Here, I can pick another horse to be wrong about.
This one's a tough one to call. I'm going to go Zach, though. 100%
no shit. I wonder why.
100% of the chat went Zach. 100 flat. We rarely get a 100 flat.
I don't care. You leave my Short King to me.
My Short King. It's the weirdest thing.
I don't care.
Book Holly Holmes, Carpenter says. I'm with you, buddy.
Head Kick City. Yeah, this is going to be Grapple Fest. This is This is your Ring of Honor Pure Championship title match. It is Zack Sabre Jr. versus Jonathan Gresham, which AW wanted to ignore that Gresham was the one that gave Bandito the belt, not the other way around. Too much Donkey Kong. That's what won the past 2 matches on this was Donkey Kong.
Right. The only beat Dynamite missed was having Mercedes win besides the MJF MVP. Great. The opening women's match, great. Osprey Kanoshki Takeshka, maybe top 7 of all time, and fire. Listen, undeniable. I think I gave the show an 8.5. A couple little things I didn't love. I'm still not thrilled about Josh Alexander's debut, but all like from start to finish, best show of the week for sure.
Oh, I don't think he was meant to run all the way out of the ring. But yeah, no, best show of the week. And
someone get that man a ladder.
Can he get back in the ring now?
It's like Kevin Hart.
You need a high chair. I need uppies. Where's Jordan? I need uppies. But no, I'll give you Josh Alexander's the debut, the loss, all of that. Maybe might have been a fault. Like, not saying that's bad and that Josh was there, but just to have him lose in that spot might have been an issue.
Yeah, and the main event, like I think the main event shouldn't have been the main event except the celebration. And what I loved about the celebration, and I couldn't help but be mad. I couldn't be mad, sorry, is the idea that they like celebrated the trios titles like they were the fucking like Stanley Cup. It was amazing. So, I mean, the titles haven't meant much. But Claudio loses to Adam Cole tonight. The Death Riders are in trouble.
Right. Well, and they were having a halfway bit of a crash out. But was it they were celebrating that, or were they celebrating the, we passed WCW? I think it was more of that.
No, it was all about the trios. It was all about Joe. Like
they could say it was all about the trios. Well, you had Tony Khan forever. Forever.
But the actual match and the celebration was all about taking something away from the Death Riders. The good guys got one. What?
That's bullshit. Then, like, so we're gonna celebrate. No, we're gonna just celebrate like it's 1999 because we beat the trios champions.
Baby faces came out.
They shouldn't have been the trios champions anyways.
All the losers that were waiting out back for Moxley for weeks and then never found him as because he was coming through the other fucking door. They all came out to the ring to celebrate. Oh, we finally Moxley took it out.
You're out of the woods. You're out of the line.
Jordan Grace is bigger than her husband. Jonathan Gresham. It's funny. There's nothing wrong with that.
Short King.
Dynamite was the best show of the week for 48 hours. LOL.
I haven't seen one that's been better.
Well, I mean, that's only 24 hours. The Ops celebrated like they won the Super Bowl. Yeah, right? It was awesome. This match is freaky as hell. It's crazy. Like legit grappling match. Zack Sabre Jr. in control of Gresham, but breaks away.
Right.
Well, Nick, the Jaguars will never win the Super Bowl, so TK has to celebrate something.
Yeah, fair.
It was definitely celebrating Death Rider's downfall, even though it was for the trios belts. It didn't really fit, but I enjoyed it because it was so egregious. I couldn't help but be happy.
You out there popping Dom Perignon for winning the trios belts that you shouldn't have even having a competing for, because remember, we're not going to let somebody who, when somebody's injured, we're not going to let a substitute come in and replace the fucking champions, a la Juice Robinson and co. But yeah.
Consistency. Well, are you changing your mind? Maybe it's not the greatest to show. No,
I still think it's a good show. I'm still shitting on the stupid celebration and everything like that. To me, you were popping bottles of Dom Perignon because you said "fuck you, Eric Bischoff." That's what they were celebrating. They were celebrating.
I guess. Zack Sabre Jr. is great at rolling 100%. Evolve match. I mean, I kind of wish this match was earlier in the card, MDB, and then one of the other matches were here. But again, this match, then we'll follow it with Josh and our buddy Kid.
Kid, yeah.
Deanna liked my latest tweet. The whole family has acknowledged me. There you go. That's amazing. Look, again, all the love, Anthony.
There you go.
I'm great at rolling blunts, facts.
Have you seen the Snoop Kai Cenat clip? Oh, he's like, so what time is it?
I'm done.
I'm done. I'm done.
Champion for the trios titles. and a briefcase for the right champion. Yeah, I hated how they celebrated the trios titles like it was the World Cup title. The only reason I struggled, Rance, is because they've never made the trios titles feel like cool or special until last night. Then it felt like the biggest thing, like, like you fought over a nickel and you won it. Like, great. But
I got $1. I got $1. I got $1. Hey.
yeah,
No, no one in the history of AEW has ever celebrated winning a title like that.
Zach gets chucked to the outside, down on the floor. Gresham smiling.
But yeah, they were out there of like, celebrate good time, come on. And losing their minds. You had the whole babyface brigade out there. Like they just fucking won the championship. Yes, they won a championship, but it's a championship that doesn't mean fuck.
They were celebrating like their save. Joe and the Ops are saving AEW from Death Riders, which I don't think was the original plan. I really don't.
Well, no. So, if we're going the whole, what I think they're trying to do with the Bucks and everything of trying to get the locker room to rally against them and everything to rise to the occasion. So we beat them for the trios belts and we did it. We won it. We championed. Mission accomplished. Dom Perignon popping champagne, everything like that. Like it's just it's so convoluted and confusing, this whole fucking storyline at this point.
Well, again, I feel like they're trying to find a fast way out of it, to be honest. This could have been better match earlier in the card. Yeah, I agree. Like doing this match at 1 a.m. was probably not my first vote.
This match or the Hall of Fame at 1 a.m. Take your pick.
What is happening here? Look how little this man is.
Shut the fuck. It looked even worse because I had my glasses off for a second and then I put it back on.
You know what Ace Ventura, when nature calls, and Jim Carrey's like he goes to the tribe, and then they have the dude in the backpack, and he turns around. That's Jonathan Gresham popping out of the fucking backpack.
Chicago,
right? White devil. I get it.
I'm just waiting for Zack Sabre to just look at his knees like, ah!
You're right. It's in the bone. It's in the bone. Scott, I'm drunk. 4 vodka cranberries. Party in Vegas. Scott, that's awesome.
Absolutely, my guy. Well, I know Scott's out there in Vegas. Man's out there been buying all the, the photo op packages and everything.
I said something like, I don't remember the men's or women's world title or even getting remotely that type of, we just saw Tony win Tony Storm won the title back from Mariah May won the title. That was like, we've rarely, like there was pyro, it was crazy. So
we've never seen Babyface Squad assemble Don Perignon. Tony Khan, when he got off the neck brace and everything, didn't celebrate like this. My guy, that was like, we're hitting greedies and everything. Like, we won the ship. We won the ship. Oh, we won the ship. And it's like, cool. So you won a match over the Death Riders. If that's what you think that they're celebrating, I think that they were celebrating WCW. Fuck you, Eric Bischoff. Yeah.
Right.
When did GCW start pulling talent from micro wrestling? Fuck you. It's not Micro Man Unmasked.
Have you seen the micro wrestling show, like the reality show where they follow the mic? Oh, dude, it's worth a watch.
It was a little bit below my viewing. It was a little too low for me to see.
There's a dude that micro wrestling, and they tour, and man, it's worth a watch. It's fucking hilarious. I think it's on fucking Crave or Tubi, one of them.
I've been around the thimble and yeah.
It's funny as shit. Thank you for the super chat, Scott. I guess Scott's drunk, throwing money around.
Throw some more money around. How you doing, Scott? We'll be your blackjack dealer. Now, you can bet now $5 or you can bet high.
I got to be honest, I would never go to a Bloodsport. I mean, it's good. It's good. I like a lot of it. This is not my favorite. And again, I think Zack Sabre Jr. can be a bit on the boring side. And I think Gresham is definitely on the boring side. So this is
and I would say that I think it's respect. I think it's a little different of they're watching it in Vegas time versus we're watching it in Eastern time. So for us, it's 1:30 in the morning. For them, it's like 10 o'clock at night.
Right. Yeah, no, for sure. Oh, what is the show?
I don't know. Don't make fun of Jonathan Gresham, okay? He already has to deal with enough. He already has to get one eye care from Jordan Grace.
What is your what is
I gotta try and defend the man, all right?
You don't know him?
Because then I will pet him and he will be my friend.
Yeah, the Micro Wrestling Federation, MWF. It's honestly worth a watch. It's a fun time. It makes me laugh. It really makes
the most I can think of is just Microman because I see him all the time in GCW shit. Actually, fun fact, it was a tag team of, I think it was Big Ben, Microman, and Big Little Brawlers. There we go. But yeah, we had Big Ben, who was friend of the channel, and Microman in a trio tag team at one point.
How come? No, maybe I'm wrong here, but how come I can't say Nito, but you can say Micro?
Because I can pronounce things right. Because that's what it is.
It's micro wrestling.
No, his name is Microman.
Well, it's not spelled the same way as micro. So
what? What did you just say?
Anyway, moving on. I'm not allowed.
No, I'm pronouncing how his name is pronounced. You're not.
But the comment came up about micro wrestling, like just micro wrestlers.
Yes, and I was talking about a specific wrestler.
Okay.
Tetsuya Naito is his name, not Nito. He's not Super Nito.
He is Nito.
He's not Nito.
That haircut is Nito for sure.
Yeah. That mullet is Nito.
Right. Heater main roster, he's 42. Do you think Jeff Cobb should go to NXT or the main roster? He's a guy that could do either. I could see a case for both.
Mm-hmm. If he goes main roster, he's a mid-card guy. He's IC belt, he's US belt at best. Yeah.
Yeah, it all depends. I mean, again, we could be surprised about how they introduce some people here. His name is
right. Well, yeah, no, fuck you, MDB. You're just trying to side with this man. You're just trying to get brownie points and shit like that. No, his name is not Nito. It's not Nito to say he's Nito.
It's not Micro. Oh, they're counting down. They're counting down. They're counting down. Why would they make this match the longest one of the fucking night?
Well, we're just slapping hands.
A time limit draw. They're gonna
time limit draw. Yeah, you were gonna have somebody fucking win this. Shit. Fucking
5-minute overtime if necessary.
I didn't even realize they had time limit draws in this shit.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, the thing about the age with NXT surprised me. Robert Roode was older when he got there. Other guys we've seen come in. Sean Spears just came in. He's older.
Right.
It's not just about the youth. The veterans do play a big part in the development of the youth. But in addition to that, if you're a Robert Roode or a Spears, or some of the guys or women that have a little bit of age to them, it's not about like, oh, you need work. It's just, we want to show you how we do. And people take offense to that at times, but it's about learning that system in a confined space that isn't on the main show.
Is it even that, or is it we're going to put you here so you can help teach?
No,
Sean Spears is I think a good example because he, to my knowledge, is a coach at the Nightmare Academy and everything like that and everything. And you throw him on NXT, you put him in a faction with all the younger guys and everything. So you now have him as an extra added asset here.
Right. So are they going draw? Or we know we're going to get
overtime.
Yeah, we're getting the 5 minutes, 5-minute overtime. Damn, you still here? Yeah, we live here. I left to rescue.
You just visited. We live here.
Right. We're still here. Rants. The IWC throws fumble around way too much. Just because someone is we talked about this week, earlier this week. Does not equate to being fumbled. Let's wait a few months and maybe a year to then react. I think the biggest thing, Rants, is that there's a difference between a person not, coming to their potential in a situation and completely fumbling somebody. Again, there's ideas where somebody might not have been ready. Like, it's like saying, WWE fumbled Cody Rhodes the first time he left. But Cody Rhodes at that time isn't the Cody Rhodes we know now. Not a fumble. He comes full circle. We're good to go. Drew McIntyre. You see Drew McIntyre now, you think, did they fumble him? Now, you do have people like Ricky Saints, Ethan Page, where they have a lot of talent that weren't utilized. It's the lack of utilization that makes it a fumble for me.
Take wrestling aside from it. Break it down as as another sport. If I let a talent go that's talented as is and everything and was working for me, but I let them go and everything, and then they proceed to go to another team and end up hitting another mark beyond that and everything, that's a fumble. If I let a talent go that I didn't know was going to be much of this or that or the third, and ends up developing to being a top talent in the industry, in the sport, what have you, I would say that's not a fumble. That is just happenstance. That happens in every sport, every team.
This match is picked up. Oh, that was.
Oh, he just started that man out. Oh, no, he definitely did. Wow.
I mean, there was a little bit of air there, but
knockout. That's it. Thank you. Have a good night. Zack Sabre Jr. with the win of he just starched that man out and starched him, not starched him.
Clipped him and kicked him. Yeah, for example,
that was fucking clever.
Hypothetically, if Lexis King was to become a world champion and a world beater, and all of a sudden this guy's amazing, that's not a fumble on AEW's part because he wasn't that guy when they had him. Right. And there's no way to say it's going to be that guy. However, like if a guy like Ricky Saints continues to grow and develop and blow up, well, we kind of knew what he had to bring to the table. Swerve Strickland is a guy that the WWE could have handled better. Tony Storm, somebody that could have been handled better, kind of fumble, especially with the success they've had. But ultimately, I think it comes down to, is the potential there? And if you ignored that potential, if Ricky Saints got sat on the bench because he pissed off Adam Copeland, and then ultimately you let him go because of egos, that to me is a fumble.
Benching?
A fumble.
Fumblerooski. Oh, speaking of Fumblerooski, fucking Jonathan Gresham, he damn near almost just fell out of the ring. Like, is he like legit out? Because like
it's a far jump.
Stand on your 2 feet.
It's a far jump.
He's a big jump. Someone needed to hold his hand.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting down. Great, mercifully.
Please put us down. Put us down.
Fuck, we got to come back. Who wins? We're gonna throw this one up in the chat. Get your votes in. Gresham manages to get back to the middle of the ring. I wish that match didn't need overtime and they got to that conclusion prior to overtime.
The overtime added nothing outside of, I guess, you made it look like Gresham hangs a little bit more because he forced overtime. Like, you're a hockey fan. Of if you sat there and would you rather just lose in regulation? If you're going to lose by a goal, would you rather just lose in regulation versus you force an overtime and then you turn around and within the first minute of overtime you give up a fucking goal? Of okay, cool, great, you forced overtime, but it didn't mean shit.
Well, in hockey, you get a point if you get to overtime. So,
Well, fuck you. But yeah, you got what I meant.
I get you. I mean, again, it is what it is. Charlotte / Tiffany Stratton, was that a fumbled rivalry? Actually, you know who had a really good take on this? Seth Rollins actually had a good thing, where he said it was like perfect, like not perfect, but it's exactly what they needed. And a lot of people, whether for better or for worse, are really talking about this match now.
Well, yeah, actually, I can't remember who said it, but it went the best way it could have. That regardless of whether it's shooty, whether it's unprofessional, what have you, people are talking about that match now. Of outside of diehard Tiffany fans or anything, no one really gave too much of a fuck about that match before. Now everybody's paying attention to that match,
right? And then you throw in that, Kevin Owens talked about like the whole turning on Cody Rhodes on social media, like from fan video, was Triple H's idea. Like Trips was like, "This is gonna work. We're gonna run it like this. You jump Cody over by his trailer. Fans are gonna tape it, put it on the internet. Everyone's gonna lose their mind." So they kind of did similar here, where on site, and there feels like an intensity now because we think they really, really hate each other. You talked about it. You're convinced it's going to be a shoot, brother.
It could be brother. Don't work yourself into a shoot. It could be one of those. If we could get that, that belt handoff, that Nia Jax, Charlotte, I would hope, honestly, that it's WrestleMania. Obviously, you're not going to go into business on this stage. You might do that on a SmackDown. You might do that on a Monday Night Raw. You're not doing that on WrestleMania.
Right. No, not at all. And I think that, yeah, I mean, I don't know where I was going with that, but
that's fine. I'm right there with you.
This is, you're challenging the War Dogs at was it Resurgence in the New Japan?
I need a resurgence after this. This is starting to feel like the show that never ends.
But it's only half of what we're going to do on Saturday.
Yeah, but see, we I know what we're going into with that. I know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Now I'm just hoping for the end of the tunnel.
We're getting old. It's the time.
Fuck you.
It's not the duration. It's the time. Nick,
the duration is the motion of the ocean. I won't touch mono, but I will stretch out the edges.
Right, but it takes a long time to get to England in a rowboat. Nick, do you like KJ? Nick, do you like the idea of Rusev versus Randy Orton? I kind of pitched this already. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it, and to my knowledge of. As of recently, it's going to be just Randy has an open challenge going into WrestleMania, so that would make the most sense, probably. Yeah. If they do Solo answers Randy's open challenge, is that like shitting in a popcorn bucket? You're just kind of fucking everything.
Oh, fucking hell.
Well, no, you could have had all this. You could have had this. You could have had any sort of good shit. You could have had Omos, your big champion Omos.
God.
The fucking icon
Nobody wants Omos.
Right. So then just leave him in Noah. But anyways, but if you got Solo and he comes out and he answers the open challenge for Randy Orton, that's shitting in a popcorn bucket.
It's not my favorite. I think, especially at this time of year, you kind of want a little bit more. Omos versus Solo.
I wasn't asking who was the better wrestler. I was asking who was going to be the better reaction to a better match.
I think that's why I kind of threw Rusev out there, because Rusev can come in, lay the beating on Randy, like really like work him, right? And the crowd will be into it. And Randy still can pick up that win. Rusev will be fine taking an L because it's Rusev. And Randy's, obviously Randy's like the poster boy for Backlash. So whoever's coming in, I think is taking an L to Randy. So it just maybe that's why it is Solo. Solo, you were like, but it's just to get, it's last minute. I'd like something better than Solo. I would.
Yeah.
Baron Corbin retires. Let's go. Give Solo a chance.
No.
Again, if Trips is protecting like a Rusev, doesn't want to like bring him back and then have him eat an RKO, I could see that. Solo, again, I mean, Solo's kind of in this little bit of a lull in his storytelling. So I don't love the idea of Solo, but I can take it.
Solo could have been versus Jacob, and I think that's might where he makes his appearance and everything.
Yeah.
As we are in a way with Gabe Kidd versus Josh Barnett. So this is
Kids winning
nephew versus uncle right now.
It really is.
At Easter Sunday of who's going to have who gets to cut the ham.
This is when the drinks have been flowing and Unk starts fucking with them, and then it gets real quick. Like he catches a glancing blow, and it says like that's
no. He does that. He does one too many fuck with yous of like I can get you. Remember, I used to be state champ. I can get you.
All right, and then just poof.
All right, bitch, come on, let's go. And now you're in the front lawn, and Grandma and Mima is fucking mad at everybody.
Right. Solo is Jacob's cheerleader right now. Yeah, I mean, again, there's going to be an issue there, and there's a lot of names that are floating around. Some people try and say these are bench names, but that's because they're dumb. Solo,
love you too.
Not you. I mean, I like someone said, well, they've been benching Hikuleo for months. I'm like, wait, they didn't sign him to bench him. They're developing him. You guys are.
They just planted it. You got to plant a hickory sticker to let it grow.
Like, let's invest all this money into a talent and then just throw them out there and hope they fucking go well. No,
what is Tony Khan?
Right. What? That's how VKM used to do it.
Yeah, and that's how Tony Khan does it now.
Right. This would be like Josh Barnett versus Chris Jericho in Bloodsport. Oof.
No, Gabe Kidd is fucking good. Don't you ever compare Gabe Kidd to Chris Jericho. That's fucking sacrilegious. I will not stand on that. Gabe Kidd is fucking talented. And honestly, he's one of the last things that New Japan has left going for it. If he leaves New Japan, the fucking ship's done. You might as well just salute it while it fucking sinks down. Ship's over.
Well, you see all the New Japan names that are moving away. And then
but Dave Kidd's the one out there. Tony Khan, WWE, all of that. Yeah.
But now again, you get nervous if you're New Japan or other companies because you see Gabe Kidd, hanging out with all the WWE. You don't think other people are kicking around tonight? Like, I mean, Dub would be smart to get their hands on him. So would the Fed. So, and I hate those terms, but I'm tired.
You're right. Well, you just referred to the same company in two different ways, but yeah.
Dub would be AW, and then Fed would
be well, I've heard other people.
I know. I'm tired, bro.
I'm not fighting you.
Sheamus, I don't know. I mean, Sheamus, I don't think I'll pop. Be like,
No, well, Chris. On a whole other note of should the 4-way Intercontinental title just be 2 singles matches?
No.
You couldn't do Dom versus Finn and then Penta versus Braun.
You could.
Matches.
What is Kid doing? Who is there? Who is arguing?
He's arguing, I guess, at a 12-year-old kid, according to commentary. Is it John Cena's kid? Is it a kid that Cena yelled at? That was out there in Berlin, out there with the Cena attire,
right? I have no interest in Finn and Dom, says Richard. I mean, that's my struggle. Is I don't care. Like that match 1-on-1 straight up right now doesn't have a lot of intrigue, and you would have had to build towards that breakup already. So this sets up that nicely. I like a fatal 4-way. I mean, again, let him have it out. I think it'll be entertaining. 2 mediocre or
who's mediocre? What?
Like 2 singles matches that are like okay, I like the idea of the fatal four way, and I do think part of it is
Penta
protecting.
versus Braun is just an okay, mediocre singles match at Mania.
I think it'd be all right. I still think that Braun is in that part where they are protecting him a little, and Finn and Dom, I think on their own doesn't really fly, but this dynamic creates the question marks. So I'm okay with the fatal four way. This idea that it should have been split, I
You
guess.
do Finn versus Dom.
If they announce Finn versus Dom at Mania, the same people that are bitching about it, the fatal four way, would come out and say, "Well, that's a Raw match. Why are they doing it at Mania?" So you're fine.
No, you could have built
Finn
to
and
it. So
Dom?
that's the split up. That's the control of Judgment Day and all that. And Penta versus Braun, if they hadn't have done it on a Raw, I think would have been fully a Raw Mania match. That's the first time that's a singles match.
I don't mind Braun and Penta one-on-one. I don't, but again, the dynamic of it all, where they were trying to recruit Penta, and Braun's got a legitimate case, and this, again, I think it's one of those cases of like Obafemi. It makes Braun more likely to lose the belt when you put more hurdles in front of him. He's a heavy favorite in everything he does.
He's not a good jumper. He can't get over hurdles.
Right. So, I mean, again, you put a couple other bodies in it. We see it happening with Oba. Like, you put Oba in triple threats and fatal four ways. And again, if you announce Finn Dom is going to be a Mania match, they would fucking lose it.
No.
Yes. Nobody wants that, Nick. They want that less than they want Omos.
I want that. So that's someone versus nobody.
Well, there you go. There you go. But I think the fans would instantly shit on it and call it, "Oh, that's a Raw."
I think you've been building to it with the breakup of Judgment Day, of this battle of who's in charge and who's got cojones.
But they haven't broken up, so that's why you put them in a dynamic that forces that hand.
Yeah, that's the singles match. You force the hand.
But if they have no reason to be in a single match against each other,
we're gonna prove who's the better man.
Friends. Yeah, but they're all like, they're making any sense. You have to get there, like, and this is how you get there. You get there in this moment where you have no choice, where it's every man but for themselves.
I don't hate the
Dom versus Finn non-title is a Raw match, 100%. 100%.
Well, let's be honest. New Day versus the Viking Raiders is very much a Raw match.
They get a pass because of the history. You got a former world champion. You got the best tag team, arguably one of the top two. Yeah, no.
What pass do they get that Finn and Dom know?
You usually let someone finish the sentence before you ask them.
All right.
But at the end of the day, what you get is you have the New Day, who goes down in history as one of the best WWE tag teams of all time. So when it comes to Mania season, they are highly considered to be on that card. The Viking Raiders, other than their VKM run, because Vince killed them, were one of arguably the best tag teams in all of wrestling for years. So that on that merit gets them in. And that to me is more of a Mania match than Dom and Finn non-title. And it's for your tag titles. It's a tag title match. Whether you love it or hate it, it's still a tag title match.
That's a Raw match.
Right? It is heatless. No, but it's for the belts.
Cool. That's a Raw match for the belts.
Dom and Finn non-title is a Mania match, but the War Raiders and New Day, two of the best tag teams of the last 10 years.
One's actually has story built into it. The other hasn't. If anything, the New Day's lost any bit of momentum that they've had coming off the Big E thing. They are colder than fuck right now.
I don't think they're that cold. Again, they've been waiting.
They are frigid in spring out here. I need to turn on the heat to watch them.
I think maybe because you missed some of their segments on Netflix, but they get a ton of heat. They get booed solid. And again, they had grounds because of the match with the War Raiders. They had a grounds to get back and have that match. You got to give put respect on the titles, and that's it. That title match gets in there. Again, Finn and Dom non-title. Okay, Sunday Night Heat.
No, Judgment Day storyline, biggest faction that's been going on outside of the Blood Right.
They've been cold as fuck. Like, they're not anything what they used to be. Nobody, like, I think Boston just said nobody cared about them. right? Like,
well, were you of all people is gonna hang your hat on Boston's comments and everything like that?
he's right.
You're just agreeing with anybody that agrees with you. As we ended now, what the fuck?
Well, obviously, I'm going to agree with the guy who has the same point I do.
Yeah, no shit. Just anybody.
What do you mean, anybody? That's what you do. You're open to opinion. Oh, don't listen to him. Well, why wouldn't I listen to Boston? He's smart.
You don't listen to me.
Well, you're wrong.
That's him.
Right? Mox isn't home. Leave a message with his shoe. That's funny. But Gabe gets the win. A little controversy here, but he's flipping off the crowd again.
Did he? Yeah, well, I'm trying to figure out how he got the win. Like,
yeah, I agree.
I see Barnett grab his forehead. Like, you just plant this man until he's out.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I said Gabe was a guaranteed win on this one. Josh wasn't going to do it. So that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, I don't know. I would have at least halfway guessed Josh of it's his show half the time. And even then, sometimes you sneak out a thing here or there.
Yeah.
Gabe is the hottest guy outside of the big two right now.
Might be. I wouldn't. You're not far off with that. He's making a lot of waves, making a lot of noise. Finn is cold, sadly, despite how good he is in the ring. Boston makes great points sometimes. Gabe Kidd won. Yes, he did. I'd rather watch Aleister Black Orton again. That's a tricky shout.
Yeah, just give it a week or two and you get to see that. Oh, he's got a microphone though.
He does. Barnett puts over Gabe. Yeah, and he's done that before.
Yeah, Barnett's at this point, he's not trying to go over on people. He's putting people over.
It depends, right? Like he beat MVP last time because MVP doesn't need the win.
Yeah.
But if you stick him in there with the right guys, he's all about developing, right?
That's like saying he went over Minoru Suzuki. Like neither one of them needs the fucking win, so right. Someone's got to win.
Yeah, we don't agree on the triple threat, and that's fine. But I'm not gonna shun him because I don't agree with one argument.
Yes, you will. You shun me all the time.
When you make a good argument, I go, "That's good."
No, when you get out of the closet, you can talk to the people.
You guys are still up. Why AEW have a show tonight? Collision was moved due to sports, and they put it on Thursday tonight. So
it was moved to WrestleMania. Fuck sports. It was moved to WrestleMania. And the bigger question is why TNA have two shows tonight? Why not one show?
Right. Yeah, Gabe Kidd hates that kid. Like, what is his? He's still cursing at him.
Child.
Yeah, fuck that kid.
Gabe Kidd is halfway. I don't want to say it, but he's kind of like Connor of pro wrestling. Of just talks a fuck ton of shit on the microphone.
Right. Wonky. It's funny because Anthony said this similar to this, and again, I'm okay with it. I like it all. I'm a sucker for it. I'm a bit of a punk mark though. Why is YouTube recommending old Steve Jobs videos? Is it? What is your algorithm saying to you, Unbroken?
Yeah. Well, what match are we talking about though? With
the triple threat, Roman, Seth, and Punk.
Oh no, that's like number 2 on my list of matches I'm looking forward to this weekend.
Yeah. That's where me and Austin disagreed. Is we don't agree. I like the build. He doesn't like the build.
Roman Reigns.
It's gonna be sad to see him go.
He's not going till 27 or 28. Everybody out there acting like he's gonna hang up.
We're not gonna see him for SummerSlam at best.
Fuck off.
My algorithm always recommends Cornette whenever the stream ends. There you go. We're in good company, I guess.
Similar take.
Some days, not all of them. Yeah, that's the funny. Yeah, I agree with you, Boston, and I know you are, so it's kind of funny. But I'm I'm okay with it. I like the chaos. I think because I don't know how the match is going to turn out is why I like it. Maybe the build hasn't been that great, but I mean, somebody said earlier though, WrestleMania feels like trash. I don't feel that way, and I hate that so many people do, but I can't change that.
I think the longer build has left this. It's like you pulled it out of the oven a little too fast and it's cooled off a little too much, I'd say. If you let it build a little too long, that would be my whole issue with it. If this was a week or two earlier, we're cooking and steaming. Now it's lukewarm, we're reheating.
Yeah, it felt more of, instead of like 100-meter dash, it was like a 400, right? Like that's kind of the vibe it gave me. And there was just like, I feel like if you had taken Cena stuff and compressed it, like I feel like the Cena stuff was like, oh my God, Cena turned, but then you don't see him for 2 weeks.
Did the Cena thing need Dwayne? Could you have gotten the whole Cena turn and gotten to where we are without Dwayne?
Yeah, but we don't know where the story's going. So that's the catch there.
Yes, right? I agree with you, but shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm saying yes, but I mean, it could come Sunday night. We're like, oh, that's why. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I feel like we've been waiting for the whole time. That's why. And we're waiting for the dad to pick us up to go to the ballpark, and he ain't ever showing.
He's not coming. 7 out of 10 knee pads for Bloodsport. I'm in there, like 7. Yeah.
7.5 just to be difficult.
Yeah, I go 7.5 just to be compromisable.
Do we meet at 7.25 just to be fully compromisable?
Well, we're getting a bow from Kid and Josh. We go off the air. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been live for 6 hours tonight. We are officially
it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Go home.
The peanut gallery keeps giving me dirty looks. Like, you still doing this shit? GCW Bloodsport was an 8 out of 10. 4 extra weeks. Fuck the build. That's it right there. And the European part really kind of fucking snaggled it. Not for me.
Yeah, that was a term. That might be a Canadian term. I don't know if I can get away with that with the tariffs in the U.S., but maybe I'll import a snaggle here or there. But yeah, they might have done that with having Raws build it up into WrestleMania at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Might have been an issue.
Yeah, that's for you whiny Americans. Everyone else loved it.
We're whiny. I'll admit that. We're whiny. Our president's whiny. Fuck off.
I'm just trying to annoy Nick. There you go. I love it. Cena and Roman showing up half the build. Richard, I agree with that. And I talked about this the other night, that I really feel like that hurt this build. Like you said, The Rock was there, then The Rock hasn't been back. Roman came in, Roman wasn't there for 3 weeks. Cena turned, didn't come back for a week and a half. Like it's the spottiness of the key stuff.
This has been reheat mania. This hasn't been fresh cooked, fresh off the stove mania. This has been reheat, thrown in the microwave. This has been the microwave society mania. Not multi-man mania anymore, because we've only got a few of those. It's microwave mania.
I think if guys like Roman and Cena and Logan Paul were there, like the Logan Paul and AJ feel so flat because it was like 2 weeks ago they argued, and then 2 weeks later they had a moment, and that's it. Like they had 2 moments in a month. It's a tough show.
That's been the biggest issue, is the length. The European tour, in multiple ways, but just the time frame, whether they were in the US or Europe, either way, definitely did not help this. Right now, we're coming off the crisp heel turns of a heel turn from John Cena 2 months ago.
Yeah. Right. And like you said, even with okay, the New Day did the big E thing, and then there was a big gap.
And they fucked off for a while.
The Judgment Day isn't quite as hot as they used to be. So I get it now. Reheated nachos, great example. Reheated pizza might be a good example. It's still going to be fucking good. And I've enjoyed a lot of it. But if I'm being honest, those are the gaps. But I can't believe we're talking about WrestleMania now.
We're on the eve. We're literally on the eve. It's 2 in the morning. We're on the eve. By the way, reheated pizza is good. Even cold pizza is good. All pizza is good.
Great. You wake up the next morning, especially if you've been drinking, and just
cold pizza is the hangover cure. Fresh cold pizza from your favorite pizza spot is the ultimate hangover cure.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of going, I hope everyone else there has a healthy and safe, fun remainder of your night. Whatever you do, smile while you do it. Thank you for joining us. If you've been here for 6 hours, we love you. Thank you so much. Even if you've been here for 1 minute, we appreciate you. But my God, 6 hours is a trek. No, we appreciate all the love. We are back at it. SmackDown tomorrow. It's going to be an insane show. Cena will be there. We get the Andre. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of surprises. It's kind of like the pre-show. We are in Mania Eve, and we can't wait. We're back at it. And Saturday, Sunday, our marathons. Don't miss our marathons. And be a friend. Tell a friend. Help us make these the biggest streams we've ever had. So we thank you. Check out do all the things. I'm too tired to give a shit.
Right. Yeah. I can't wait to see what Hunter Claus lays under the tree here for WrestleMania Eve and everything like that. But our shit is real. Our shit is raw. Our shit is authentic. When you're talking about a wrestling, you put that full life with it.
The flip side is already upon us. It's Mania Eve. Have a good night, folks. Bye.